There he is.
goes. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and kick it off. So anything said will be heard on the live stream. Go ahead.
All right, it's 3 o'clock. Is Tony muted? It's 3 o'clock. Oh, he's going to be calling. Are they unmuted?
They're muted.
Can we unmute?
No, you're not.
He's probably calling my phone.
Which was muted.
Can you grab my phone? Phone? Hey, Tony.
Okay, very good.
But Tony's still muted.
I can hear you now.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can. Okay, so the host is, all right, so Rich, you've now unmuted me, so we're good. Okay. We have everybody present? All right, we'll go ahead then. We need to, Jeffrey, some guidance from you. Do you want to have our different chairs open the meetings of the different entities?
Yes, please.
Okay, so may I have the chair of the library board open, please?
I'll call to order the meeting of the Camarillo Library Board.
Thank you, Sean. Charlotte?
I'll call to order the meeting of the Camarillo Sanitary District Board.
Very well, thank you very much. And I'll call to order the meeting of the successor agency and the Camarillo City Council. All of the meetings that are referenced are a special meeting for Wednesday, April 29, 2020 at 3 p.m. Madam Clerk, could we call the roll, please?
Councilmember Craven,
Here.
Councilmember Kildee,
Here.
Councilmember Malche,
Present.
Vice Mayor Santangelo. She's muted. I can see she's, there you go.
Okay.
There you go. Mayor Tremblay.
Here. Sean, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Sure thing. Everyone please rise. Right hand over your heart. And ready to begin. I pledge
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands,
one nation under God.
God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. The record should reflect that this meeting is conducted pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20 and the order of the Ventura County Public Health Officer issued March 20 of 2020. Stay well at home. There are a variety of options. You can observe this City Council meeting via the live broadcast on the local government channels, Spectrum, which is channel 10, and Frontier, which is channel 29, or via the city's YouTube channel. And there are also two options for public comment, either by email or by phone. And might I inquire of Madam Clerk at this point whether or not we have any public comment with regard to the fiscal year 2020-2021 preliminary draft budget review item?
We haven't received any written comments or requests to speak for any item on the agenda this evening.
Okay. Okay, and I'll check back in with you as we progress.
Okay.
If that's all right. Okay. Very well. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Then with that, we are going to go to the first item on the agenda, which is the fiscal year 2020/2021 preliminary draft budget review. Mark?
Just 1 minute, Mayor Tremblay. Before Mark starts, I'd like to make a few opening comments. This is Tully Clifford.
Yes, please. Thank you, Tully.
Okay, we're here today to give preliminary insights into the budget for fiscal year 2021 and to obtain guidance and direction from City Council. As we're all aware, the global pandemic caused by the coronavirus is a public health emergency that is leaving economic chaos in its wake. Accordingly, our budgeting process has not been business as usual and will not be business as usual into the foreseeable future. Last week, we discussed the capital improvement program without the benefit of a contextual overview, and it wasn't the most effective meeting we've ever had. We'll certainly try to do better today. The budget in front of you is the first attempt at a budget which includes the services, programs, and operations appropriate to the reduced revenues we may experience during the upcoming fiscal year and in subsequent years. I say first attempt as our financial picture is changing daily. Even the economic forecasts we receive vary greatly, and the breadth and depth of the economic impact of the pandemic is speculative at best. Over the years, City Council has done an outstanding job protecting the financial interests of the city while at the same time providing high levels of service in all our programs and operations. We will continue to keep the water flowing, manage wastewater, remove solid waste, provide an excellent environment for transportation, support development and redevelopment, assist businesses, provide outstanding support to our citizens, inform and engage the public, and support the quality of life for our citizens, businesses, and visitors. However, in light of the rapid decline in anticipated revenues, we are reviewing levels of service and will make adjustments. For now, we may do things such as adjusting the scope of work for existing contracts, revise the capital improvement program, and trim expenses from throughout the budget for things such as travel, conferences, and many, many others. We are now taking the time to seriously analyze the levels of service provided and the revenues available in order to provide the optimal level of service to benefit the greatest number of Camarillo residents, businesses, and visitors. In addition to adjusting levels of service, we're also looking at staffing and will need some flexibility as we've moved from our typical operation to an emergency operation and are now moving into a recovery mode. In addition to their normal duties, we may be shifting staff to assist with functions such as business recovery. We'll review all our operations and may shift people to enhance other critical areas as well. Some changes may be permanent, but others may be in response to recovery activities in the short term. So tonight you won't see any suggested employee furloughs or layoffs. Unlike other cities, we don't have many employees in functions or programs that have been drastically reduced or eliminated due to the pandemic and its lingering economic effects. Instead, we're looking at holding the line on employee increases, and we are looking at our employees to ensure we have the right number of people doing the right work. What we don't want to do is lay off our furlough employees to solve a short-term problem without reviewing the implications over the long term. And through this crisis, I'm happy to report that staff have been innovating like never before and have been doing a fantastic job. As I mentioned earlier, City Council has done an outstanding job themselves protecting the financial interests of the city. The policies enacted by City Council to ensure we had reserves equal to half of our operating budget will now serve us well. I believe the careful use of reserves will preserve the necessary services, programs, and operations without placing the city on financial life support. Coupled with appropriate levels of service, the use of reserves will enable the city to more readily move towards economic recovery. Actions you've taken during the public health emergency, such as easing the burden related to water services and lightening the load as it relates to business license taxes, are just small measures to help our citizens and businesses recover. Unfortunately, we will see tragedies as we move forward. Some lives will be lost to the virus. Some people will endure financial hardships, and some businesses may not have the capital to continue their operations. These impacts may be felt for years. With careful and thoughtful budgeting, the City of Camarillo should be positioned to survive the pandemic in a fairly strong position and recover with a better understanding of the needs of our citizens and businesses. We are committed to taking this opportunity to review our operations and look for ways to improve efficiencies and effectiveness. With a strategic and well-planned budget, this will result in right-sizing the organization and reduced operational costs. This afternoon, you'll be given an overview of the budget at a fairly macro level. We'll describe actions we've already taken this fiscal year and offer our recommendations for the upcoming fiscal year. There are many difficult decisions to be made, and if done in a thoughtful manner, we have an excellent chance of stepping out the other side of the pandemic in good financial shape. However, these decisions will take time, data, and thorough analysis. We can't solve everything today. With those remarks, let's take a look at the budget.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clifford. Mr. Uribe? I think we're now ready to go to you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for those opening comments, Tully. Before we start off, you're going to hear a lot in this presentation of the same message, that things are constantly changing, that this is a very abnormal process and year that we're going through. But just before we get started, we normally in these study sessions have these held at the library where everybody can sit around a table and it's a free-flowing discussion. We want to attempt to continue that and have this presentation be a free-flowing discussion. So questions as they come up, please bring them out. And with the limitations of the social distancing and the virtual setup for this meeting, something we're just going to have to overcome. But really, this is intended to be an open discussion. You won't see the other folks here, but I have Raina Bassett, our budget analyst. We have Bobby Dame, our finance assistant, who were doing the heavy lifting during this budget process in the finance department. We also have representatives throughout the room, properly social distanced, to be available for questions as they relate to their specific department's operations. So again, this is going to be a free-flowing conversation. Touching again on the normal process versus the abnormal process we're dealing with. We normally do one study session in May, and then we bring back a proposed budget for adoption in June. This year, we're meeting twice, 2 study sessions. The intent of tonight is to give council a detailed understanding of what we've done so far to date. And as City Manager mentioned, information is constantly changing. And that happens in a normal budget year. We have to, with budgets, they're an estimate. They're an estimate based, actually, many estimates. I couldn't tell you how many accounts we have, but every account line has an estimate attached to it to come up with that number, and those estimates are based on the best available data at that point in time, and the data changes as soon as we move on from that point in time. So what you're going to see as we walk through is a little bit of the progression of what we've done since this process kicked off in February, pre-COVID emergency, through today, or I should say through Friday, when some materials were distributed to council, and what I'm going to be walking through in those slides is that material in much more detail. Talking a little bit about the recession we're dealing with. Back in February, we did a kickoff meeting and we spoke about a looming recession. We were way past due for a recession. Recessions typically happen every 4 to 5 years, and we have been on about a 10-year economic expansion without a recession. So we were kind of waiting for this. What the COVID emergency did was just kick us over into a recession. So now having to deal with that, this recession compared to back in 2008, 2009 is so different from the last one. The last one was based on the housing bubble, where it was a slow economic downturn, where people were not sure if they wanted to spend money. They were making more decisions based on whether or not they could afford their mortgage. So it was a lot more of a decision on individuals' part, and a slow economic slowdown. It was actually about a 19-month decline in the economy, where today with the coronavirus, this recession was much more immediate, much deeper, because rather than a gradual economic slowdown, this is a complete shutdown of the economy. So the reductions were more drastic. The recovery then in the last recession was, I think in some of our revenues, we recovered from pre-recession levels in about a period of 3 to 4 years. Several other agencies working with our consultants said that was more like a 5 to 6 year recovery. So in now trying to look forward into how we think this recession is going to recover, it is really unprecedented territory that we're dealing with. And I may start to repeat myself, and I may sound like a broken record, but it really is a new time right now that we're trying to deal with, and a new situation we're trying to deal with. To give you an example of some of the other unknowns and how we may, some economists may think we have a quicker recovery, is that this time around, there was a much quicker, a much faster, a much greater economic stimulus package, $2 trillion from the feds almost immediately as this crisis hit, as compared to the last recession. So again, examples of how we're going to, throughout the evening, compare how we fared from the last recession to what we are trying to, the assumptions we're making as to how we think we may recover from this recession, and that those assumptions are going to change. So just an overview of what we're going to talk about. We're looking at the general fund status, how we got here. We have a budgetary deficit for next fiscal year, 2021 and beyond. I'm going to be talking about terms like current year versus year one. Year one is basically the year we're trying to budget for, next fiscal year 2021. So throughout the presentation, you may hear references to the current year being this current year right now that ends June 30th, and year one, which is the budget year that we are looking to adopt in June, fiscal year 2021, beginning July 1 through June 30th of 2021. COVID impacts and recovery, I touched a little bit on that in the intro. Capital improvement projects, or CIP, again, another term we'll tend to use throughout the presentation is CIP. Capital improvement projects, we'll be focusing a lot of this discussion tonight on the general fund. General fund being the largest fund where the largest amount of city services are provided from. And general fund is mostly the general revenues that are unrestricted, revenues that can be used for any purpose. And those examples are sales tax that we'll be talking about, property tax, transient occupancy tax, also referred to as TOT or hotel tax, business license tax, franchise taxes, things of that nature are general revenues that can be used for any purpose. Very much later on in the presentation, we'll be talking about the enterprise funds, water and sanitary, where those operations are funded by the utility rates. And the two cannot cross over. We cannot use water rates or monies collected from water rates to help cover a general fund deficit. We just can't do that. Same with the sewer rates. So we'll be talking about those two operations separately. Capital improvement projects, when we get to that section, it will be a little mini CIP study session because we had one last Wednesday. We're going to continue from there and try and present some of the same information and maybe try and clarify some of the things that were a little vague. So we'll go through that. Then we'll touch on general fund reserves as a possibility or how the general fund reserves work. And then we'll be touching on some of the operations that contribute to the general fund impact. CIP being one, library operations is a large one. The lighting and landscaping operations are a separate fund, not part of the general fund, but those operations require a transfer out from the general fund to cover their operations. And similarly with transit, that operation requires a transfer out from the general fund to be used to cover those transit operations. So we'll be touching on those as they are part of the impacts to the general fund. And then later on, as I mentioned, we'll be touching on some other funds, primarily the water and sewer enterprises. So overall with the budget is a very fluid document. I mentioned earlier, it's based on estimates and assumptions at a point in time, and there are changes throughout the year. City manager mentioned during the first few weeks of this crisis, information was changing on a daily basis. And as an example, when we tried to put materials together for this presentation on last Friday, we were working through some things, and then Monday morning, we got 2 more pieces of I shouldn't say bad information, good information, but bad news, meaning that further reductions of revenues that we had not factored in yet. But an example of how this target is constantly moving, and tonight, this is just a update on where we stand as of the latest information. We will be meeting, touching base on the next meeting, May 13th, to talk about transit operations, so we'll have some more information there. And then we have our second study session scheduled for May 20th. We'll have a lot more information by that time because the governor's May budget revise is scheduled for mid-May. So we'll have a lot more information there as far as what's happening on the state side and how that trickles down into the city of Camarillo. We will also have had by that time benefit of at least 2 more weeks of this pandemic route, the course it's taking, whether or not it truly is winding down. And when we think we might be seeing stores open again and the economy open again, there are a lot of preliminary indications that we're hoping it could be sometime during this month of April. Of May. And then those are all the things that are in motion right now. So again, let me go back. A couple of the other things I want to talk about, we're going to be hearing about, is when we talk about a balanced budget, that means the operating revenues are enough to cover the operating expenditures. If we can do that in a single year, which we're talking about year 1, fiscal year 2021 coming up, that's considered to be operationally balanced. Now, there may be some one-time projects that reserves could be used for, but we would still consider it operationally balanced if our operating revenues are enough to cover operating expenses. That would be an operationally balanced budget. And when we start looking into years 2 through 5, if we can be balanced, operating revenues covering operating expenditures on a 5-year outlook in every single year, that would be considered a structurally balanced budget, and that's what we're aiming for. You'll see as we talk through the different slides that some of the areas that we were able to reduce to help bring down the budget deficit are things that were pushed out into years 2, 3, or 4, or further. So those are not permanent solutions. They're just things that we will still have to deal with to be structurally balanced. And we'll see some examples of the 5-year outlook. I'll go ahead and take a second there if there are any questions to this point.
Are there any questions from any council members at this point? I was going to say, Mark, as you're working through this, I'd like to why don't you indicate, we could have questions on an interactive basis on a page-by-page basis, or if you want to present, 2 pages or 3 at the same time and then take questions, however you want to do it. But we really do want this to be as interactive as possible with the flow.
I'll go ahead and pause for a few seconds after each slide, and then anybody who has questions can go ahead and chime in.
Okay, that's great. All right, I don't see any questions at this point. So please go ahead.
Okay, so we're going to start off talking about the current year. I'll say that the bulk of the presentation is focused on year 1, but there are some impacts to the current year that we wanted to walk through. So when we started with the current year budget, we adopted on June 12th of 2019, for this current fiscal year that ends July 30th, we had revenues projected at $43.4 million and expenditures at $42.43 million roughly. And that's a surplus of $480,000 that was budgeted. Again, this is just for the general fund, and the revenues exceeded the estimated expenditures, so we have a budget surplus in that situation. $480,000 is roughly 1% of the budget. Then, throughout the year, as I mentioned already, that changes are made throughout the year. As conditions change and assumptions change, we reflect the budget throughout the year. We make changes throughout the budget, to the budget throughout the year. agenda items come through for requesting additional appropriations that council approves. Those have now been built into the current year budget, so the budget as it stands currently was the revenues had gone up slightly, 43.6 million, and the expenditures had gone up from 42.9 to 43.4. So now that bottom line, and I'm stressing on the bottom line because that's a lot of what we're going to be talking about when we start getting into year one. The bottom line surplus has gone from 480 to $251,000. Now, on the next slide, these are the impacts of the COVID-19 crisis. I'll walk through each of the lines, but basically
I have
what
a
that...
question, Your Honor. May I ask you a question, please?
Yes.
Go ahead. Sorry, Kevin. Please go ahead.
Yeah, Mark, I just want to know if up to April 20th, are there any unforeseen bills that we can expect that have not been sent to us yet that you're aware of?
We typically, there is a lag on invoices that we receive. So if there is anybody out there doing work for the city for the month of March, or I'm sorry, the month of April, which ends tomorrow, we would not see an invoice until probably a couple of weeks or maybe even towards the end of the month of May. So there is a lag in the invoices coming in, but I guess to answer the question, we are aware of any work going on right now, so we would expect those invoices, and we are monitoring any expenditures for, I think we started even before the month of April, to be sure that whatever expenditures come through or whatever level of work is necessary, and in most cases that it is necessary for health and safety reasons related to the emergency. Does that answer your question? I guess to say that there are not any invoices or expenditures out there that we are not aware of.
Thank you.
Actually, Mark, could I just take Mr. Kildee's question and just reframe it? Do the numbers that you're presenting to us as of April 20 take into account any of those foreseen expenditures that are where work is going on right now? In other words, have you got that covered?
Yes, as I go through the next couple of slides, this slide we're looking at right now is the revenue side of the equation. The next slide will be the expenditure side of the equation, where we went back and looked at where we could reduce, where we could find some savings, and that is reflected, and that is related to any work that we expect to be happening between now and June 30th that would then be charged to this fiscal year's budget.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so with the revenues in the current fiscal year, the total reduction that has been projected is about a $1.5 million hit to the general fund, $1,510,249. That's made up of those lines that you see there. The first line, sales tax reduction, that was an estimate as of April 3rd. We worked very closely with our sales tax consultants to help us come up with where we thought we were going to see some reductions, how we were going to see some reductions. And this first number, a negative $411,000 reduction to sales tax revenue for the current fiscal year, is assuming that stores will be closed through the end of April. And again, that was as of early April as the estimate. And that assumed that certain non-essential businesses would be closed. The big one here in Camarillo are the outlet malls, a big chunk of our sales tax revenue. So that was the assumption, factoring in the 2 weeks or so from March and on through the end of April, is how we came up with that number, 411,000. And then after we got that estimate, I think it was a matter of days before the governor's new order came out for a stay-at-home through the end of May. So our consultants came back and said, okay, now that this is what it means for an entire month of a shutdown with those non-essential stores, equates to about $779,000 additional. That's on top of the first line, $411,000, as a reduction to the sales tax revenues that we were expected to receive had this pandemic not come through. As far as the next line, sales tax, property tax are the two largest revenues to the general fund, about over 30% each to the total bottom line.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Kildee?
Yes, Mark, I was wondering if you'd publicly state who the consultant is that the city uses on our sales tax, please?
Yes, we use Hinderleiter Delamas Company, HDL. And I had meant to get a number of clients they use, but I think most agencies use them for sales tax consulting services.
I have a
Mark,
question on sales tax.
please, Mrs. Craven.
Yes. Did I understand you correctly to say that the 411,000 less was for a 6-week period of through like the 18th of March through the end of April?
Yes, I think that's
And then the 779,000 was from the end of April through the end of May? Somehow that seems lopsided.
correct. Well, the way that the consultants look at it on a quarterly basis. So the month of March was part of the first quarter. The month of April is part of the second quarter of the year. So when you're looking at the month of April, it's one third of the quarter, then adding in the month of May is another third of the quarter. So they're basing their estimates on a quarter-over-quarter comparison from the prior year being call it a normal quarter. So that's why these numbers don't exactly equate to an equal number of weeks, an equal number of dollars per week multiplied by the number of weeks, if you will.
Thank you.
Mark, let me ask, are there any questions? I don't see any at this point. Mark, let me ask you a follow-on question to the sales tax reduction numbers. Hypothetically, if closures were assumed through June, where you had June 1 through June 30 either partially or wholly impacted by the closures, what would that additional hit to revenues be? Do we have an estimate on that from HDL?
We do not, but we did talk with them this morning, and because of the recent news and talks about a staggered reopening of the economy sometime this month, we did not pursue that in time for this meeting, but we can have that information available for the next meeting.
All right, I would like to see that for the next meeting, and particularly since, as I understand it, the governor is intending, and I think our local Ventura County officials and our public health officer is intending on in essence, a 4-phase or 4-stage reopening. But anyway, it's multi-phase, and I can see a real possibility incrementally that there will be continued hits. Just like in the next fiscal year, there will be continued hits to our sales tax or reductions in our sales tax revenue through June. So I would like to see a planning level number, hypothetically assuming that, please, for our next meeting. And I think, Sean, I see you raising your hand, I think, or
Yeah.
next question.
Yeah, I had a follow-up on that, on the sales tax as well. And I just want to clarify the number, as it was already specified, the $411,000 reduction in sales tax in April actually includes the month of March in which we're impacted by the stay-at-home closure, right, Mark?
Correct.
Okay. So it's to encompass those two. So, and I had asked earlier what our sales tax revenues for 2019 were. So we had 2.4 between March and April. Sales tax revenues of $2.4 million to the city. So a $411,000 hit. You're weighting it. Equates to about a 17.1% reduction for those between those two respective months. Then in May, our sales tax revenue for 2019 in May was 1.1, and the number we have it's my understanding that's exclusively to May, $779,000. That's the hit, assuming that the stay-at-home order continues through the end of May. That's our hit, our projected hit, just exclusively for the month of May. Is that right, Mark?
Yes.
Okay. So that is a 71% reduction year over year. So if we're projecting a 71% decline just exclusively in the month of May, but only, mind you, it's weighted because we had about almost 2 weeks of everything being relatively normal the first 2 weeks of March, to only a 17.1% reduction between March and April. I am concerned that the 411 might be we might be underassuming. And then right now on these figures, to what Tony had mentioned, we don't have any, as of right now, we don't project any sales tax revenue decline for the month of June in here right now, right?
Okay, I was corrected. I'm only on the 5th slide, and I was corrected. Staff is telling me that these numbers are reflecting a quarterly impact. So if the 411 is an impact to the sales for the quarter, not for just the month, when we compare year over year, we're comparing that 411,000 as a reduction to what we would have seen for that quarter last year, 411,000. And then the 779 is a further reduction to that quarter compared year over year. So the combination, if the stores remained closed through the end of May, we would see that amount of a hit for the quarter ended June 30th.
The second quarter.
Second quarter.
So technically our fiscal fourth quarter.
Correct. For the fiscal year, last quarter of the fiscal year, second quarter of the calendar year.
Okay, so that encompasses April, May, June.
Correct.
Just to be clear.
Yes.
Sean, can I follow? Can I follow up on that? Yeah, sorry. So if I'm understanding it then correctly, Mark, in the aggregate, the hit for the last quarter of this current fiscal year or the second quarter of this current calendar year for sales tax, and when you look at it from a year-over-year basis, is 411,000 plus 779,000, which is about 1.2 million, plus whatever the hit might be hypothetically for June. Am I grasping that correctly?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Are there any follow-up questions?
Follow-up, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, hang on a second, Kevin. Sean, go ahead. And then, Kevin, you're on deck.
So to put it in relative terms, so we're expecting approximately for the fourth quarter of our fiscal year, this fiscal year, we're expecting about a 33% decline in sales tax revenue.
Correct.
Okay.
Kevin?
To add a little context here, typically how sales tax works is the first quarter in mostly any fiscal year is usually, if not always, the slowest. January, February, and March are the slowest retail months, typically, in the calendar, notwithstanding the July-August period, depending upon if you're a seasonal business or not. One of the reasons why May and June may have that bigger number is keep in mind that that's usually a very robust selling months. You've got Mother's Day, you've got Father's Day, you have graduations there. People typically are out because the weather gets better. So that could be one of the reasons why we see the May number also being big. And then you throw June in. June is usually a pretty significant sales tax month generator. Then there's some cyclical parts of this thing, depending upon what business you are in. Typically, the summer months can be somewhat slower, not always, depends on your business. And then usually the fourth quarter is rather robust, hopefully, in sales tax. So that's usually a pattern, if that helps anybody.
Thank you. Any other Any other comments? Okay, Mark, I think you were on transient, the TOT, the transient occupancy tax line.
Yes. For TOT, an immediate hit because the stay-at-home order, people are traveling less, so the hotels saw an immediate impact in mid-March. So the projection of a decrease of $493,000 for the current fiscal year was assuming a 50% reduction in occupancies for the months of April, May, and June. Again, March was kind of the half month, if you will, but the full impacts of this stay-at-home order experienced in April, May, and June. Now, how we came up with that number was looking at the time, we estimated the 50% reduction in occupancy. We, at that time, did not have benefit of monthly reports from the hotels. We get TOT, transient occupancy tax returns on a monthly basis from the hotels, usually by the 15th of the following month. And without that information, we did an estimate based on working with some consultants. And when we did get the actual March returns, looking at the occupancy, it was had gone down from an 81% occupancy rate average for all the hotels to about a 51% occupancy for the month of March. What we also did was, so not exactly a 50% drop-off that we had plugged into our assumption, but when we also did was on April 8th, we phoned the hotels to ask them kind of a poll to see what their occupancies were as of that date to give us a better idea of what we might expect for the month of April during the shutdown. And that came in at a lower average, so down from 51% to a 46% occupancy rate. So if you wanted to look at it from a decrease from the prior year, call it a normal year, month to month, the month of April to the month of April last year, going from an 81% occupancy rate to a 46% occupancy rate is getting closer to our original estimate of 50% occupancy or 50% revenue decline for the transient occupancy. So we feel comfortable with that amount, maybe a little conservative, but again, as new information comes in and as we start to tighten up this bottom line and the deficit, that may be another area that we look closer to see once we start receiving the actual transient occupancy tax returns from the hotels by the middle of May for the month of April. It will either strengthen or cause us to adjust our assumptions at that time.
Your Honor? Your Honor?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Mrs. Scriven.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to that I've read that some of the hotels are giving special rates, much lower than the regular rates, to healthcare workers. So it could be that the occupancy doesn't have as much to do with it as the rates they're charging, because the tax is a percentage of the rate. So if their rates are going from, say, $150 a night to $79 a night, which is what I think the number I saw was, and if they have a lot of healthcare workers in there, the 46% down from 81% wouldn't be the big reduction. It would be the base.
That's correct.
I think what I'm hearing is when we come back on May 13 or May 20, I believe, isn't it? Hopefully we will, Mark, you'll be able to have some updated numbers on the TOT side with perhaps some revisited assumptions.
Right, and what we'll do is, as I mentioned, we'll receive the tax returns for the month of April in the next couple of weeks, but we will also reach out and see how much information we can gain in talking with the hotels to see if they're doing any special rate programs for healthcare workers, frontline workers, and get a feel for how many of those are staying in their hotels to further tighten up that estimate.
And what you can also do is have a discussion with the Tourism Association too, because they've got a lot of that information, I think, at their fingertips. That's with the Hotel Tourism Association, CHTA.
Yes.
John?
Yeah, if I can add an anecdotal experience, I have a family member who's been staying at the Hampton Inn, or did for about 10 days. They are not a healthcare worker, but they got a rate of around $79. just for themselves. I think rates overall are coming down significantly for anyone who's showing interest in wanting to stay at a hotel, so that hotel can simply fill that room.
Right. So what I'm hearing is we may end up having a rather different number than what's shown here right now, depending on what you tell us in May.
Yes.
All right. Let's see. Should we keep on going? All right. Let's go to franchise tax.
Franchise tax, a relatively small adjustment there, $22,400. That's a positive. What that is based on is the way we receive receive from the 4 different franchises. We receive for gas services, electric services, cable, and refuse. The gas and electric, the 2 primarily impacted by this crisis, are received once a year, an annual remittance that we receive, that we have already received for this year, that came in higher than our estimate for the budget by about $22,000. We did not choose to adjust any of the cable or refuse franchise revenues because with the assumption that those services are continuing through the stay-at-home order. We will see some impacts to that when we get to year 1 estimates, as depending on how far this stay-at-home order carries over into the next year. On that last line, transfer in from gas tax, I need to...
Mark, hang on just a second. I think Mr. Mulchay had a question.
I did. Kind of an aside question for you, Mark. The cable franchise tax, do we expect that to be further impacted as people ditch their cable and use and stream everything? You know, or is that also tied to internet? Because a lot of cable providers provide the internet.
I think it's a little bit of both. Most cable providers do provide internet services as well. But I think to answer the first part of that question, yes, I think the trend has been for more and more folks to cut the cable, so to speak, and move to streaming services. That type of data, we do not have great information as far as those adjustments, if you will, but we'll have to work with the cable providers to see how much information we can get in terms of the number of subscribers on just the cable side versus the internet services side.
But as people cut out cable, the franchise, the cable franchise tax is derived from those who actually have a cable, as opposed to those who ditch in the cable and using streaming, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Mark.
Okay, I wanted to explain a little bit how transfers work because it can get a little convoluted when we talk about transfers in, transfers out versus revenues and expenditures and how they impact the bottom line. So what this last line is talking about a transfer in from gas tax. And before I get to what that number means, just in general how that works is we receive gas tax monies to the tune of about, I want to say 1.6 million, 1.8? $1.8 million a year that is used to cover the city staff time, streets crews that are, we'll get to it, I think, in a later slide, about 2 million or 2.1 million in costs. So the gas tax revenues that come in are not fully covering that cost, but it is a big chunk of revenue that is transferred into the general fund. Gas tax monies come in and have specific restrictions on how those monies can be spent, and streets operations, street repair, street maintenance is one of those. But by the nature of that funding source, it is required to be recorded in a separate fund, refer to those as the special revenue type of funds. So that is why the accounting has to be structured that way, where when the revenues come in for gas tax monies, they go into the special revenue fund, and then we have to do an accounting entry to transfer that money then over into the general fund to cover the cost of staff salaries that are recorded in the general fund. So before I leave that to get into the specifics of this item, were there any questions on that mechanism?
It doesn't appear so. Mark, go ahead.
Okay. So what's happening now is in this current year, part of those gas tax monies had been planned for, to be used on a capital improvement project rather than the full allocation going into the general fund to cover staff salaries. So we were already within this current budget seeing a reduction in the amount of money that was coming in from gas tax to the general fund. So what this adjustment means is that we had done some shifting on the capital improvement project side where we were able to replace some of that gas tax money programmed for a capital improvement project with other funding sources, or to push it out into another year. But either way, we were saving some of that gas tax money that then could additionally be transferred into the general fund to cover those costs, more than what was expected. So that becomes a positive number as an additional transfer in from gas tax monies. So and we'll be getting more into some transfers and some capital improvement projects when we get to that section of the presentation. But all of those lines combined come to about $1.5 million as a revenue impact from this coronavirus crisis.
And I just a follow-up question, Mark. I think ST 5017 is the current repaving or resurfacing project that's already in process, correct?
Yes, that pavement project, we do an annual pavement program. This current year's part of that program has been begun, has been put on hold with the stay-at-home orders. Cars are parked on the streets that make it a little more of a challenge to continue that project. So it has been placed on hold, and we'll start up as soon as we're able to.
Right, we're in the middle of that project. All right, thank you.
So that was the revenues. I'll move on to the expenditure side. So in order to overcome that revenue reduction, we had to go back and meet with departments and ask them to look at their budgets again, their budgets for the current year. We normally look at the current year once a year at the mid-year, and we do a mid-year revision, any adjustments we do based on how the expenditures are trending for the year. But because of this crisis and because of this hit that comes in the third or fourth quarter of the fiscal year, we took another shot at looking at our budgets, going back and seeing where we can cut, where we can find savings to help cover that cost of the reduction. So we were able to come up with this list from all the departments, and I'll give a couple of examples of each one that at the bottom line was able to absorb that full $1.5 million cut in revenues. So on the top line, the city council, $81,000. Many of these lines will say conferences and trainings. A lot of those had been canceled for the month of March and on that were planned conferences. That is one part of it. The Law Day dinner was another piece that council did in action earlier this month or last month at an earlier meeting. The recommendation was because of the social distancing and the pandemic to not fund the Law Day dinner, to not have the Law Day dinner in this current fiscal year. And you'll see a little bit later on that that's going to show up a couple of times when we get to the year one budget lines as it got shifted over or moved out. There were a couple of other things. We looked at dues. There was a small amount of dues. In the salaries and benefits, that was an amount that was more of an adjustment to right-size the budget. When we looked back and did our review, we noticed that the budget was higher than the actual costs in prior years. So we tightened that up and recognized the savings, some of the savings in that area.
Questions on the city council line? Mark, I have a question for you. I'm seeing the term other adjustments. Is that what you're talking about in terms of tightening up? Because I remember the Law Day dinner was like 18,000. Conferences and trainings are, some amount, but there's a lot of other money to get to the $81,200 figure.
Right. About 10,000 in conferences. You were correct. 17. I think we budget 18,000 for the Law Day dinner. About 7,000 in dues. Another couple thousand in events. But then the 45,000 was in the salaries and benefits. And again, that was by going in and adjusting the budget to right size it.
Okay. Thank you.
Moving on to city manager, that $6,000 figure. And these are all positive numbers, and I wanted to talk about that a little bit too as we move on through these slides. The positive versus negative indicators on these numbers are tending, when we get to the next few slides, a positive tends to be a positive impact to a bottom line. So in these cases, when you see a positive number next to an expenditure, that does not mean an increase in expenditure. It actually means the reverse, a decrease. And we kind of struggled with that presentation. It gets a little tough when you look at numbers in different ways. But in order to kind of keep consistent as we go throughout this, we're focusing on the bottom line. So any kind of a positive number to an expenditure indicates a decrease to the expenditure, and any kind of a negative number to a expenditure account means that that is an increase to that expenditure line, and vice versa with the revenue accounts. So these numbers are all positive. These are all reductions in expenditures. So on the city manager's line, conferences and trainings, and there was a retired annuitant position that I think we were able to adjust for the term of that, the use of that position. For the emergency operations, don't have the details. I would believe that may have been some supplies that did not need to be purchased for the last 3 months of this fiscal year. When we look at finance and a couple of other departments had some vacancies, a position vacant during the year that recognized some savings. We look at human resources, a similar situation. In both of those departments, it was the department director position that had been vacant for a period of time during the second half of this fiscal year. In community development, similar situation, a vacancy, and also some savings in conferences and trainings. Code compliance, $3,000. I'm not sure the details, but again, probably some supplies or some conferences and trainings. Police. I have another slide that I'll get to that details the 178,000 or explains a little bit more the 178,000, so that will be coming up. Building and safety, 5,000. Public works, 2 vacancies and some contract savings. That's a large dollar amount. I do have another slide coming up. The next slide will show some details of that number. The cultural arts, 66,000. That was cancellation of some community events due to the COVID-19 crisis. An example of that is the concerts in the park. The Constitution Park, $4,000. The library operations, some contract savings due to the library closure. I think we have another slide on that one that details or talks a little bit more about the $244,000. The economic development, $11,000. That was a cancel of the startup VC weekend event. I think that may be an example of something that just got delayed into the next fiscal year. So while we see some savings in this current fiscal year, it means we may see some of these items shifted over into year one. When we look at the next 2 lines, our transfers out. Let me kind of explain those again, because these are opposite of the situation I explained earlier on the previous slide, where we were talking about a situation where another fund, a special revenue fund, the gas tax fund, was transferring monies into the general fund. These are the reverse. These are monies that are being transferred out of the general fund to other operating funds to cover their operations. And these are 2 funds that we will be touching on a little bit later in the presentation, just to help council understand that how those operations work, how the general fund is contributing, and how staff is going to move forward assessing those operations in those 2 types of funds. So I have another slide on the lighting and landscaping, but then the transit fund is one, again, we'll be talking about transit operations on the May 13th meeting, but this amount, 77,000, is a partial vacancy and a cancellation of bus purchases. Before we get to the transfer slide, just to help you understand that a bus purchase maybe $100,000, but we have federal grants that help pay for a portion of that. And I think in most cases, we're required to provide an 80% match. So in this example, let's say the bus was $100,000, the reimbursement would have been $80,000, and the general fund would have had to pay $20,000. So I can't do the math in my head for this one, but I think by not purchasing that bus, we see a reduction in the amount of general fund matching funds that would need to be transferred out to the transit fund. So I'll get to the slides on the
Donna?
Hang on a second. Mark, Mrs. Craven?
Yes, I have a question. You, and this is a general question that will hit other things that come up later, but you mentioned after you said the economic development cancel the Ventura County startup weekend, or startup Ventura County weekend, that just might be delayed to next year. Whenever a request comes in for future year funding, that's going to come back to us to make a decision whether we're going to fund it or not. Is that correct?
Correct. It would be brought forward and included in the year one budget that we'll be getting to in the next series of slides.
With a request or without a request? I guess that's where I'm going. If we said we didn't want to fund it, is it just automatically put in the year one budget, or do we wait and see if we get a request for it?
I have to confer on that one. I don't know the details of this specific event, and we can have that answer for you on the 20th. It sounds like this may be one where council may want to have a discussion to decide if this should be happening in year one, so we can separate that out once we find.
I guess for this, for Fiesta and other things, I think before any of those are put in a budget, the council needs to talk about it. I don't think they should be put automatically back in. We don't know where we're going. And those are some pretty big items when you add them all together. Anyway, that's just my comment.
Well, let's follow up on that, though, just for a minute. I mean, that may be, Mrs. Craven, that may be policy direction that staff needs to hear from the council now. And so I think we should have a discussion on that, whether or not it's right at this very moment or at the very end of the presentation, but I think it's fair to have a discussion about that. Mark, I'll kind of leave it. I guess we can come back later. Maybe we'll hold that until the end of the discussion and then come back to that. If that sounds okay.
I would maybe recommend this, that if we because we don't have, we have not prepared a discussion or a slide for any other examples of events or programs that might have been cut from this budget and come forth in the next budget, but we can certainly prepare something like that for the 20th, or we can start the discussion toward the end of this presentation and get a feel from council as to which types of items that we can then prepare for further discussion on the 20th.
All right, thank you. At least speaking for myself, I would prefer that we have that discussion today and perhaps at the end of this presentation, and that would provide, because I think there are a number of policy items and directions that you want council to tell you today on where to start planning for next year. So why don't we make a note and come back to that at the end of the presentation if there's no objection from any council members. Okay, hearing no objection, we'll come back to that one. And Mark, you're still up for either the end of the slide or it looks like maybe the next slide, box 5.
The next slide is the next 4 slides are going to get into a little bit more detail, actually 3 slides, on those large dollar items. Again, the police, the public works, the library operations, and the lighting and landscaping. So starting with the largest one, public works, a large number, but they are by far the largest department in the city. So
Mark, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You may not be able to see him, but I think Councilmember O'Shea has a question. Sean?
Yeah, Mark, one follow-up just on, because I was looking, I didn't see a slide on it. Fees and permits. We didn't have it in here. We didn't have any budgeted reductions to anticipated revenue from fees and permits for the remainder of this fiscal year. Do you have any update on that?
right, we did not have any reductions. That would primarily be on the revenue side, but the way, and I'm going to speak from that in terms of building permits. Because building permits, the way those work, we contract out for the building permit building and safety services, and part of the way that contract is structured is they provide the service at a cost to the city, but then those permits generate permit fee revenue, which offsets the contract and actually goes above. So we recognize a portion of revenue. I'm going to say an average. It's a tiered structure, but I will just give for discussion purposes. I think we are getting a percentage of, I want to say 30% of the dollar of the cost. So if the building permit is $1, the cost that we are paying for the consulting contract is 70 cents. So there is an offset. Anytime we see a reduction in building activity out there, there is a reduction on both sides, the revenue side and the expenditure side. We had not built in any adjustments to the current year, but we did look at this in year one, and that is one of the items that we received information on Monday, 2 days ago, that we are going to adjust downward the current the year one budget. So we'll get to that slide later.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Go ahead. On this slide?
Sorry, I didn't mean to advance.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, Mr. Kildee.
Mark, I just want to make sure that I'm following correctly. This is slide 4, and this is kind of a breakdown of the public works part of this with the 466. Am I right on that? This is kind of a breakdown where those numbers are coming from?
Correct. I'll go back one more time. What we're hoping to do here is looking at these lists. I touched on some examples on all but 4 of those, the largest ones. The next few slides are going to be focusing in on the $466,000 for public works, the $297,000 transfer out to lighting and landscaping, the $244,000 for library operations, and then the $178,000 for police.
Okay.
So back to public works. Here's a kind of a long list of all of those. Again, public works being the largest department tends to have the largest impacts to the budget, whether it's a cost-cutting measure or just the budget in general. So they were able to achieve $467,000 through vacancies. There were 2 positions that equates to about $166,000. Reduction in anticipated overtime costs, $19,000. Permitting and plan check consulting contract savings, $120,000. Traffic signal maintenance contract savings, $27,000. The California Conservation Corps temporary labor savings, $15,000. And then reductions to various items in the budget. The storm drain replacement budget, the unanticipated traffic collision repairs had an estimate that we were able to reduce based on the experience so far through the year. The streets and sidewalk maintenance, $40,000 reduction, minor construction, $18,000. Then kind of a catch-all of various lines in the budget: printing, office furniture, supplies, equipment, $27,000. And then in the utility budgets, where certain divisions also incur utility costs, telecommunication costs, we have separate budgets by divisions. That was, we experienced some savings. In looking at the trend for this current fiscal year, we felt that there was $13,000 in savings based on the way we're trending this current fiscal year. And then as several other departments had conferences canceled, $3,000.
Mr. Mayor?
John?
Mark, for public works, I mean, apart from vacancies, apart from the labor-related items, were a lot of these other savings, were we already on track to incurring these savings just naturally because we came in under what was originally budgeted, or are these because of actions that staff has taken since the COVID-19 pandemic?
For the most part, they were trending lower than budget. The one that we did identify as something we wanted to explore and look at and possibly reduce was the Conservation Corps, the temporary savings. I'm sorry, you did say other than staffing or staff levels. This is a somewhat related to staffing levels because it was temporary labor cost. But other than that, all of the others were trending toward a savings by the end of June. Next up is the lighting and landscaping. As I mentioned, this is a separate fund. It receives property tax revenues, which are through an assessment, a citywide lighting and landscaping assessment, that is again restricted to only be spent on lighting and landscaping activities. But the level of service, the expenditures within that fund are exceeding the amount of revenues that we collect through the assessments. So this is the one of the areas where the general fund has to subsidize by sending by transferring monies over to that fund to cover their operations. So by looking at the operations in that fund, the lighting and landscaping operations, and reducing those operations, we achieve savings to the general fund by not having to transfer as much money.
Mark, that slide is no longer on my screen on Zoom. Could you please ask Rich or staff to put that back up on the board?
On mine.
I know, it's not on mine. Is it on?
We see it here, so we'll take a moment to see if there's anything we can do.
All right, let me see what I can do. Keep on going, please. I don't want to hold it up.
I'm hearing that it may be an adjustment on your individual devices.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look at it. Keep going. Thank you.
So this $297,000 savings is composed of 2 position vacancies, some projected retirement leave cash outs. So that's an example of something that was planned for this budget, that someone may retire, and there is a cash out of leave balances component to any retirement that had been budgeted for this current year. And that did not happen for this year, is not expected to happen by June of this fiscal year. So that has been moved out into year 1. The storm drain maintenance contract savings, $81,000. The Old Town landscape maintenance contract savings, $25,000. And then we get down into some reduction of tree maintenance and weed control, reduction to utility budgets that I had mentioned previously in another division, and reductions to supplies, uniforms, conferences, and trainings. That all of those items total up to $297,000.
Mark, I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, Kevin.
Mark, on the storm drain maintenance, are there any compliance issues with that would have us have to revisit this?
No, I don't believe when these cuts and these potential reductions were discussed with departments, we did keep in mind any health and safety issues needed to be maintained, and also any compliance issues needed to be maintained.
Thank you.
Next up, we have 2 more components to that $1.5 million reduction in expenditures. One was the library operations. This is primarily the contract for library services that was amended at a previous meeting for related to the 3 months of library being closed, and reduction in the level of staffing and operations required for a normal course of keeping the library open. That equates to about the largest chunk, $238,000, and some smaller items for supplies and postage. The library operations we will touch on a slide later on in the presentation, and we'll likely schedule some further discussions at a later date to address the operating levels for the library. As far as the police savings line, that $178,000, I guess, again, as with Public Works, this is a proportionality kind of a thing, where police sheriff contract with the county is the largest chunk of the general fund, $18 million. So $178,000 in relation to the total contract is a small amount, but to the general fund and to our bottom line, compared with all the other departments, it's a pretty sizable chunk. Where we start to see savings, we tend to see savings throughout the year with the sheriff's contract and the levels of service, is when a position is out on leave for an extended time. It's usually not backfilled. Now, up on the slide it says patrol, but actually the patrol is the one division that is backfilled. So many of the cases in this example of the 50,000 may be something like an SED unit or another unit that is not on patrol, that may have been out for a period of time, where we experience some savings because we're not billed by the county when a person is out on leave and not backfilled. Then a couple of the other items that contribute to that savings are special event overtime. I mean, that is kind of an estimate as of a given point in time. And then when we experience savings throughout the year, maybe we didn't need to spend as much overtime for a specific event, and we recognize some savings there. Same with the vehicle maintenance and fuel. And then again, there's the conferences and trainings that were impacted, I think, across the board for this last 3 to 4 months of the fiscal year.
Yes, Mr. Kildee?
Yeah, Mark, with the police savings, was this in consultation with our commander, or was this in consultation with the county that actually provides the service?
I think it's both. It's our communication with the commander who communicates with the county.
Susan?
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm. So we haven't done anything to reduce our police services at all.
Correct, and I should have said that from the start. It is not a reduction in levels of service.
Thanks, Mark.
Sean?
Susan got one of my questions, and thank you for asking that. Yeah, there was no reduction. The other one is not related to police services, but something I don't see here, transit operations. Council just early this month, if not late last month, made some changes to our transit operations and services. One was reducing or taking out the trolley, and the reduction of the dial-a-ride availability and who that was available to. There were some, at the time, there were some savings of it. I want to say it was around 25. I have to double check my notes. Somewhere between $25,000 and $36,000 a month. But I didn't see that detailed here.
Right, that had not been factored in to the current year budget at this time. We focused on the current year. I think the last time we really looked at it was maybe a week or so ago, or maybe longer, because we started to look at when the COVID hit, and you'll see it when we start getting into the year one. But when the COVID crisis hit, we backtracked and said, okay, shift the focus from year one that we had been focusing on the impacts. We said we need to shift over and look back at the current year, which normally we don't look at except at mid-year. But we shifted focus to the current year and came up with some of these cuts to get down to a level that matched our corresponding loss in revenues. But we had not updated that in the recent week or so, again, to focus our attention on year one. But one other component that would be built into the current year that we are still sifting through information is the CARES Act. There was a $3.7 million amount of money coming from VCTC to help towards the transit operations that Mr. Klotzel spoke about at the last meeting. And there may be some savings and impact to the current year as a result of that action. That is, I believe, goes back to January 10th, I want to say, of this current fiscal year. So there will be some savings there. Now, that is, see some savings as far as the general fund matching portion that I mentioned earlier, that many of the operations in transit are grant funded to a certain level or a certain percentage. The rest of it we kick in from general fund. Now this new CARES stimulus money will cover that matching portion. So back to your question, those items have not been built into the current year budget, or were not at this point in time.
The action that council took, that's been implemented, and the savings that were expected are being incurred as of right now. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and then from my back of the napkin count, that should amount to somewhere around $100,000 in additional savings through this current fiscal year. I'm rounding.
I think, again, we'll probably have to factor in any of the CARES money when we start talking about a savings, what that means. I mean, the reduction in service equates to one number, but then it also, I think, would impact the revenue that we would have coming back. So I think to say that in the current year, whatever the transit operation expenditure was estimated, and it is showing right now, would be offset by some of these CARES Act monies. So again, I think that's an area where we could probably come up with better information when we come back on the 13th to talk about transit operations and give some better information on how the previous action to reduce levels of service during this stay-at-home crisis look.
If we can, I'd appreciate that.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a comment?
Yes, please, Kevin.
Yeah, Mark, I think my understanding is that VCTC, I think, got a little over $3 million and some change on the CARES Act, but the city of Camarillo didn't get all that money. I think if I recall, and maybe it's a future slide, I think we got somewhere over a little over $1 million, 1.1 million, if I'm right on that.
Actually, Mr. Kildee, VCTC got about $71 million in CARES Act money. Of that $71 million, about $3.7 million approximately was apportioned to the city of Camarillo.
Okay, good. I'm going for the department updates too, that apparently it's broken down in some different departments. So thanks for the clarification.
Right, and I think Mark can clarify that as he moves through, because then there's an application of that 3.7 out in various aspects.
Thank you.
Yep, that is accurate. I believe in a normal full year, the amount of the general fund transfer or subsidy to the transit fund is about the 1.2 million that Mr. Kildee was referencing. But we do have the full 3.7 at our disposal.
Right. Okay, are we done with this slide? Okay, Mark, keep on plugging away.
Okay, so as a result of all of those slides, this is the roll-up. If you recall, several slides ago, we looked at a bottom line positive of $251,573 before any of the COVID-19 crisis hit. Then we adjusted our revenues downward by 1.5. We also found savings of 1.5, 1.6 to where the bottom line at that point in time when we looked at this for the current year was a positive 299,000. Keeping in mind that we still have yet some more information to process, such as the transit activities. And that is towards the bottom. I see our bullet point now. The staff is continuing to evaluate the additional impacts on the current year, and one of those is the second bullet, the maximize the use of the CARES stimulus funds for transit operations. In current year, that amount, $200,000, will likely change once we've gotten confirmation of how we can use that money. The use of gas tax, again, we talked about that money being programmed into the next round of pavement program effort in ST 5019 and ST 5020. And then the reduction of building permit revenue, that was an impact that I touched on a little bit earlier. That was the information we received Monday, was that one of the larger developments, collection of that building permit revenue had been shifted into year one. So we will see a reduction on the revenue of about $100,000 that had not been plugged into that bottom line number. You see it in the box at the top.
So, Sean, go ahead if you had a question. I'll follow up.
Yeah. Mark, you and I had talked separately already about this, but I was looking for clarification. We talked about how TDA funding is tied to sales tax, yes, and that with lower anticipated lower sales tax would likely come lower TDA funding. But that would that have any impact as of right now? Would that have any impact in this current fiscal year, or would we see the impacts in year one next fiscal year?
We are expecting, I think any day now, some actual numbers from VCTC on the impacts of the crisis on the TDA funding. I think the large part of the impact is going to be in year one. And there may be some impact to the current year, but we've already consulted with Public Works Department as to how we would be able to absorb that. And I think there's a slide later on that talks about this once we get to capital improvement projects. But not only the TDA funding, but also SB1 revenue related to gas tax sales will also be impacted, that we have not yet received some numbers and estimates on that portion of a revenue source. both of those sources are used for the annual pavement program. And in discussions, the plan for offsetting or combating those revenue reductions is that we would do the annual pavement program work to the level of the available revenues. So if we get $1 million cut, rather than a $4 million effort, we would do a $3 million effort that would be equal to the amount of funding that we are expected to receive.
Yeah, the other question is when do we usually recognize this revenue? So for gas tax, because there's a lag on everything. So are we this revenue from VCTC in terms of TDA for the TDA funding and the gas tax? Even though I guess it's based on what's happening right now, we won't see that revenue for quite a while. We'll probably receive it sometime in next fiscal year. Do we end up recognizing it in that respective fiscal year, or do we kind of backdate it and recognize it in this current fiscal year?
Let me try and answer it this way. Whenever the impact comes across, let's say gas tax sales or sales taxes are depressed right now because of store closures, however that impacts the TDA funding, we would recognize it in the year that we receive it. And I don't know off the top of my head what that kind of a timing that is from a sale of a gallon of gas today, how that comes into us as $1 of SB1 monies. But to answer the question this way, we would recognize it in the year that we receive it.
Okay.
Additional questions? Mark, a question for you then. So when I take the proposed expenditure adjustments juxtaposed against the proposed revenue adjustments, it's about a $47,800 positive net amount, right?
Correct.
Okay. But we also know, and then with that final figure, we also know then that, again, we're only talking out to June 30 of this year. This is the current fiscal year, about a $300,000 net. I guess what I would say, though, is we have so many question marks right now about some of the real immediate near-term impacts, particularly, I think, on a reduction in sales tax revenues and in transient occupancy tax revenues and so on, that I know that I will be looking forward to on May 20, seeing an update in that information and some of the other questions we've asked, so that we can get a better handle on what we're looking like out to the beginning of, or out to June 30. Because I think these numbers on this slide are really going to change. So that's I guess that's not really a question, it's more of an editorial comment. Okay, other questions, because if I'm seeing this right, we're at the end of this current fiscal year, out to June 30 of this year. That's all we've done to date. So from a macro view, from here on out, we're going to go to year 1 or year 20, beginning July 1, 2020.
Correct.
Are there any other questions from the council members on what is going on right now in this current fiscal year? Sean, I see you, and then Susan, I think you're on deck. I think I saw Sean first. Sean?
I don't have a question. I have an editorial comment.
Please.
Okay. That's, and it's kind of echo, I think, Mr. Mayor, what you had already kind of said. I think these numbers are going to change, and I think they're only going to get, revised further up in terms of potential losses. So down for us. That I'm thinking sales tax and TOT is going to come in with larger reductions than what we're anticipating. So I want to be mindful of that, and I want to be prepared for that. And I think we're going to have to react. I mean, if that comes to pass, I think we're going to have to be prepared to react accordingly.
Well, I agree with you. I think we're going to have to react on May 20 accordingly, and then chart out the path for the remaining of, the only 40 days are left so in the then remaining current fiscal year. But again, I'm editorializing, so.
That's all I had.
All right, Susan?
Yeah, I just wanted to recognize how difficult this process is right now, and how we're having to make assumptions, and so it means we're having to estimate and look back a year, and try to figure out what public health is going to tell us for the next couple of weeks, and so I think we all know these numbers are going to change, but I wanted to commend the work so far. In trying to make up for what we already know are some losses, and I know that you're looking at this stuff every day, and then it's coming at you every day, and so I appreciate the efforts to really look at it as reasonably and as rationally and as accurately as we can, recognizing that, if the numbers change, it's not that anybody did anything wrong, it's that things are changing, and it's just really hard to know without getting this feedback already. I really appreciate the work that's been gone into this already to get us to at least where we are, with the understanding that things are going to change.
And I'll second that, certainly. So there's an awful lot of effort. Okay, I notice it's 4:30 right now. The next set of slides we're going to go to are for year one, or 2020/21. Does anybody want to take a break for a few minutes before we get into the whole next set of slides? Mark, I'm thinking your next set of slides is now all going to be year one, right?
Correct.
Does anybody want to take a break, or should we just go right into, if anybody, okay, it doesn't sound like anybody, go ahead, sir.
I was going to say I thought that it would make more sense to take a break now instead of breaking during the discussion of the upcoming budget year.
I think you read my mind, Mrs. Craven.
I'd like to do too.
All right, okay. So let's go ahead and take, it's 4:33, so let's take a 10-minute, 12-minute break and come back at 4:45. Is that okay with everybody? All right, we will recess until 4:45. Thank you.
Thank you.
Does he know how to do it?
I can show him.
Okay, so I'm gonna send it to him. Okay, yeah, I just wasn't sure if you help set things up. I'll let him know that. Do a screen share, so start the PowerPoint, everybody.
It's a PowerPoint slide, right?
Yeah.
On the bus?
So here's what it looks like. If he had it
So what do you think we're going to do till 8, 9?
click share
Well,
screen.
it took us an hour and a half to get through 10 slides.
But when it comes up, it will list all the various applications that are running, and then you can choose to share that.
Because all you have to do is have it open. He doesn't have to like download it to the meeting. He just has to have it open.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, it just has to be on your computer.
Okay.
I haven't seen any comments. You said comments are still turned off?
They are, but I put in 1,000 words.
Oh, that's it.
for the team.
Okay, do we have everyone back? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, let's see. I'm not sure if we have Mr. Clifford back or not.
Yes, I'm here.
We now have you. Great. Thank you. All right. So, Mark, we've now, for those of us, the public who may just be joining us, so everything that we've discussed to date has been with respect to this current fiscal year. If I can, I'd just like to make a couple of comments to set the stage. We're now moving into a discussion of what, Mark, you're terming to be year one, or the 2020-2021 fiscal year, which begins July 1 of this year, of July 1 of 2020. Based on the discussion in the last round, I think we have a number of decision points, perhaps at the end of this presentation, that we'll need to talk about. So, just simply for sake of example, Charlotte's and Mrs. Craven's discussion regarding Fiesta, et cetera, about whether or not to put it in the in this year one budget, et cetera. That's just a very small item. But I think from a contextual standpoint, what I would like to say is, again, Mark, if I'm believing these are your preliminary insights into the budget today. You're coming back on May 20 with additional numbers that are informed by what's going on in the next few weeks. This is your first attempt to go through these numbers with us. The financial picture is changing daily. I think Tully indicated that the economic impact on some of these numbers is speculative at best, and I'm hoping that during the course of this presentation, you're also going to be talking about reviewing levels of service accordingly relative to city staff and making adjustments. So those were some of your notes that I especially internalized during your introduction of this. And Mark, before you begin, Tully, is there anything else that you want to indicate to us before Mark begins the presentation on the year one subject?
No, I have nothing further at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, Mark, with that, why don't we go ahead and start with the year one preliminary budget timeline, which I think is, we're going to be looking at it as Schedule B ultimately in our books, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So kind of a nice segue when just before we broke, discussions about how numbers are always changing. And I think I would probably sound like a broken record after we finish tonight, is that the numbers are constantly changing. We are constantly adapting, and that's in a normal budget year. And as I mentioned in the first part of the presentation, this is probably the most abnormal year many of us have been through in terms of just the crisis, the operations, the way the economy is going, the way we live, now translates into the way we prepare a budget. So started off with this timeline, and those gaps will quickly be filled in, but this is to show you what a normal budget year would look like. We typically start in February with a budget kickoff meeting. I mentioned earlier that kickoff meeting was a meeting with the departments where we give a message of, hey, you know what, these budgets, we're starting to see preliminarily a deficit that we should probably plan our budgets to be near status quo as much as possible to help balance the budget. Next, we look at a date of early March where the budget submissions are due, the preliminary budget submissions. We start to look at the preliminary budget as submitted. And then during that time, finance will typically review the department submissions, maybe ask some questions, and maybe ask why a budget may be going up from one year to the next, so that we can explain these when we do our presentations. Then we meet with the city manager and the departments to talk through their budgets, primarily to discuss any increases, any new projects, any new levels of service, or any new items that they want to try and accomplish in the next year that they would then want to fold into their budgets. And then we put together, then we go to a CIP study session towards the mid to late April, because again, those numbers do in fact impact the overall budget citywide, and in some cases that we'll get to a little bit later, the general fund specifically. Then we put together a preliminary budget that we then go to city council with a study session, and that was normally council's first look at the budget proposed at that point in time, and then we typically come back in June for the adoption. And back to the comment before we took the break was that the numbers are constantly changing in a normal year. We have to stop at certain points in time and go with the best information that we have available as of that point in time. So the example being in any other year, we look at a budget on May 20th, we bring it back at the first meeting in June, numbers may have changed, but we need to adopt a budget before June 30th, whether that's the first meeting in June or second meeting in June. That is going to also be based on the best information we have available at that point in time. And then we move into the new fiscal year, July 1st. Conditions are still changing, numbers are still changing, and we adjust accordingly as we go throughout the year. So now, that being a normal budget process, we shift over to what we're dealing with now with this pandemic and the large revenue reductions that we're dealing with, the shutdown of the economy and the impacts to our budget. So after our normal finance review of department submissions, we go back and talk with the departments and say, rather than understanding what's in your budget that may have been an increase, now we're saying, hey, let's look at your budget and see where we can reduce, where we can find some additional money of maybe one-time programs that we don't need to get to in the next fiscal year, or maybe some levels of service that we can achieve some savings. We have those discussions with the departments, and then we revise the original preliminary budget. Then in this year, the COVID crisis revenue updates hit. We had to make reductions. So that was just before the city manager and department meetings. So it was a different type of discussion this year, where it wasn't highlight what are some new programs or what is going on with your budget. It's more, how much more can you cut because we have these revenue reductions. Then after the, we talked about, we are meeting here tonight as a preliminary study session. In a normal year where we only have one, this year we're having two. This preliminary study session tonight, and as we mentioned, the one upcoming scheduled for May 20th, where many of the numbers will change. I'd also add that earlier I said the budget is primarily a bunch of estimates put together and saying where we think we're going to end the fiscal year this year, where we think we're going to go with the next fiscal year. A lot of assumptions are built into that. Many of those assumptions are going to be wrong, but the budget being a fluid document, we adjust as we get better information and move forward. So with this next series of slides, I'm going to walk you through a progression of the bottom line. General fund revenues over, or in many cases, we're looking at general fund revenues falling below the general fund operating expenditures that put us into a deficit position. So when we start getting to these next few slides, keep in mind that the numbers with parentheses around them mean that that is a negative. The general fund with balance or bottom line for the fiscal year as a negative number indicates it's a budgetary deficit. We're trying to close that and turn it into a positive number. So as we go through these slides and you see numbers with parentheses or without, the numbers without parentheses are positive numbers that help the bottom line. The numbers in parentheses are negative numbers. It could be a revenue or an expenditure that impact the bottom line negatively. So to illustrate the point of the moving target, you can kind of see from this graph where are different points in time when we looked at the budget. And as I go through the next slides, I'll touch on each of these 6 different points in time as a separate slide, because that will show the progression of how we've had to operate during this abnormal budget process and time that we're in. So we started off in early March, preliminary budget as submitted a $7.1 million deficit. Now, that seems like a very large number. It is a large number, frankly, but a big part of that is CIP projects that were planned, that we have to adjust for, that we have the ability to move around and some flexibility. So you'll see a big chunk of that being the contributor to the large deficit, and also some of the reconciling moves that we made to close that gap are related to capital projects. The next point in time, after some efforts, we got the bottom line to be a positive number, 317,000, and then all the way up to just under 900,000. Then that large drop-off is the impacts of the coronavirus and the revenue reductions of about $4 million. Offset to some extent by some other savings, brings us to a point in time where we were at 3.2 million in a deficit position. Then at the two other points in time, we were able to knock that down, chip away at it, to bring it from a $3.2 million deficit to a 1.3 million. And then where we stand as of I'll say as we went to print last week, was an $853,000 deficit that we will have a final slide after that one to show the ongoing efforts that are currently in process to further work on bringing that budget deficit down. So again, this is kind of to show you where we're going to go over the next few slides, touching on each of these points in time as far as how the budget, the bottom line budget deficit, in some cases surplus, looked, the bottom line for the general fund.
Before we go there, do any council members have any questions on that graphic, on that slide? Okay. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay, so starting in early March, preliminary budgets came in. In each of these boxes on the next few slides, that bottom line number is going to be the running total that we showed on that previous graph. So what we're attempting to do is, within the boxes, show you the primary drivers of the changes to that bottom line number. So in this first box, these are some of the key areas that took us out of a normally balanced budget into a deficit budget position. The first bullet there, the $4,675,000, is capital projects that came online. The Cam Hills Drain, and we'll talk about these a little bit further on in the capital improvement project slides. But the Cam Hills Drain, the total project it's a $14.3 million budget or project cost estimate. The general fund impact was a $2.4 million impact. And that is by virtue of a set-aside policy that we have for capital projects that I'll touch on in some later slides. But the impact to the general fund for that project in year one was $2.4 million as originally estimated in early March. Then we have a couple of other projects, the City Hall office expansion, the chamber remodel projects, office expansion, $1.6 million total cost, $600,000 to the general fund in year one. The chamber remodel, $2.3 million total project cost, $575,000 cost to the general fund in year one. And then the courthouse property reuse project, a $2.8 million total project cost estimate, and $1.1 million to the general fund in year one. We'll touch on that one a little bit later because, as you recall from the previous discussions with the CIP presentation last week, that courthouse property reuse is kind of a standalone item because there are general fund monies set aside in a commitment for that purpose, and we'll have further discussion as we get later on into the presentation. But those 4 projects primarily comprise that first number of the 4.675 million. The next line, I need to explain, the library.
Mark, sorry, before you go ahead, because I know you're walking us line by line through this slide. Are there any questions from council members as to that line item? Okay, I'm not seeing any questions. And again, Mark, I think it bears repeating that all of this is snapshot as of March 6th, before COVID-19 really hit. This is just the first box up in this presentation, right?
Correct. The first point in the line graph where we started from.
Okay, all right, thank you.
So this next line labeled library ISF, facility and IT expenditures. What that means is that the initials ISF stand for Internal Service Fund. The way the internal service funds work is they provide services to all of city departments. I'll use that as an example. We have a internal service fund for information systems, or our IT operations, where we charge to that fund the maintenance of the computer system, software, phone systems, all of those types of equipment equate to one total amount of cost per year in an internal service fund, and the charges out to the different departments are based on the number of computers used by that department, or the number of phones, or other pieces of equipment that that fund and that activity is accounted for. Then that is how the internal service fund receives its money from the different allocations out to the various departments. In most cases that we're going to be looking at here, those allocations are either all or the majority charged to the general fund. So with that understanding of how an internal service fund works, and maybe I'll pause for a second there to see before I get into the actual library internal service fund allocation. See if there's any questions on internal.
Any questions there? All right, apparently.
Okay, so with the library internal service fund, that is about $1 million, $1.1 million is the cost of operating the facility. That is not the contract cost for operations for librarians. That is more of the electricity to keep it open, some of the maintenance costs, grounds and maintenance, other expenditures for keeping the library open and running and maintained go into that $1.1 million number. And that's about that's an annual cost to that facility that would be allocated out to the general fund. Now, the reason it's showing up on this slide as a contributor to a deficit position is because in prior years, we were able to have benefit of some reserve balances in that internal service fund, in that specific library internal service fund that we could use, where we did not have to allocate those costs out to the general fund in previous years. So I guess you could say this is exacerbating the deficit position. We have a number of things, the CIP projects that are coming up and ready to be started. This library internal service fund situation where we have now exhausted all of our reserves in that fund while still maintaining reserve policy target levels, I'll add that, but we were able to bring down some of the excess reserves in that internal service fund to where we did not have to contribute in prior years, but we've exhausted that. So this is now another piece that adds on that was all part of the normal flow of activities that did not bring, that did not even happening before any of the COVID-19 crisis happened. So kind of leading toward the cliche of a perfect storm. I'll pause there for a minute because that is a little bit of accounting stuff going on that can get a little convoluted and a little difficult to understand if you don't deal with it every day. So I'll pause there for a moment just to see if there are any questions there.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Sure, Kevin.
So, Mark, what I'm hearing is in previous years we had some surpluses that could flatten that number in previous years. However, we've expended all of those reserves, and this is more of a true figure of what some of the maintenance and upkeep and the lighting and various things with the library. Is that on the outside of the library or on the inside of the library, or is that a combination of both of them?
That's a combination of both inside activities and outside maintenance.
And this number is fairly close to what you can ascertain that the true cost is for us to basically operate the library from that point of view?
Yes, let me clarify one more thing. What is also in that number of 1.1 million is a one-time cost of, I believe it's 350,000 or so of for a one-time computer refresh of all the computers in the library. I believe they're 5 years old, 4 or 5 years old. So we're planning in year one to replace all of those computers in the library at a cost of roughly $350,000 is part of that $1.1 million number. And to further clarify, aside from that $300,000 number, the normal level of ongoing maintenance activity would be closer to an $800,000 level. That would be an ongoing cost through years 2 through 5 and beyond, if we were to maintain those levels of maintenance and services for the library facility.
So the computer costs are added into the 1.1 million cost, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's a one-time expenditure.
Correct.
Have we done an analysis on the computers? And I don't know how far in we can go. I'm just saying, obviously the number's there, so the feeling is that, that's the number. How did you arrive at that 300,000?
I'll ask John Thomas from the Admin Services Department to speak to that.
Yeah. So this number for the refresh, we had originally budgeted for it a couple years earlier, and it's been pushed out. We're getting to a point where right now the operating system on those computers are Windows 7, and Windows 7 is coming to end of life and end of support here soon. And so in order to just be able to download patches and keep the system running and keeping it current, we're at a point where we really need to do it this year, in year one.
All right, thank you.
Susan?
Yeah, so it looks like, we've been pulling about 800,000 to support the library from the general fund. Is that correct?
That is correct. And again, what we were trying to point out on this slide is that in previous years we were able to absorb that cost through use of reserves, but now we're at a point where we can no longer have reserves to pay for that cost. So it is now turning back to a required contribution from the general fund.
But that number hasn't been changing over the past. Has that number been growing every year over the past 5 years?
I would say that it has likely grown just as a CPI type of an inflation rate.
Okay.
Nothing out of the ordinary. I don't believe there have been any added levels of service to that maintenance.
Okay. And at some point, were we doing a deeper dive into the library tonight, or?
Tonight, we will touch on the library operations, primarily the library operating contract for running the library internally. This could be a separate discussion, but mainly what we were looking to do was give you a better idea of those types of costs, this being one of them, but then also later on will be on the types of services with the library contract, where I believe we will be planning to have a much more in-depth discussion at a later date. Tonight was just an effort to give you an idea of how those activities are taking place and those costs, and then be able to get some feedback on any further information you would like to see once we schedule a deeper dive.
Okay, so just to clarify, so I heard right. So anything we talked about with level of service and the contract we have to run a library is separate than what these funds are.
Correct.
Okay.
This fund is the facility. The library operations are contained in the general fund as a line or a division in the general fund that we'll be touching on a little bit later.
Okay. Thanks, Mark.
Any other questions before Mark goes on to the third item? Okay, hearing none. Go ahead, Mark.
The third item, $660,000 is what I will.
Well, I'm sorry, Mark. Hang on a second. I think Sean had a question. I'm sorry, Sean.
Sorry, and I don't want to belabor this because I know we'll talk about it at a future date. But this is more for John Thomas and the computer update. Mentioned everything's operating on Windows 7. I know right now we're on Windows 10. I'm not a Windows guy, I'm a Mac guy, but I think in 2020 we have Windows 10. Windows 7 is a 2009 issuance. between then, we've had Windows 8 and Windows 8.1. Is there a reason why we can't update the operating system, or the reason that an updated operating system wouldn't be compatible with the hardware?
We would be looking at refreshing just the actual PCs themselves. The computers get used literally every day. The library, when it is in full operation, is open 7 days a week, and those PCs get used quite heavily, both the monitors, the keyboards, just the boxes themselves. And so, you know, it's been about, I believe it's 6 years now, and they're due for replacement.
So something where we can replace the keyboards and the mice, as opposed to.
Well, you know, we have started having to take some of the units off the shelf and get new hard drives in them and things like that, just because they're starting to, you know, some of them are kind of failing. I mean, not to an extent that we're not able to, you know, replace some of them, but it's, they just get heavily used, and just by updating the mice and the keyboard and changing the operating system, that's all changing the software, but really just the hardware parts themselves, the power supplies, just the internal units and components, they're at the age where they're at. We feel that and what we've seen in terms of the needed maintenance on them, we just feel that they do need to be replaced.
Okay. Thanks, John.
Okay, Mark?
Okay, moving on to that third line, the $660,000 amount. That is the salaries and maintenance of benefits. And what we have typically plugged in, and recall, this is at the beginning of the process. Our original estimates as of March 6th, we typically build in a 2% band movement and then a 5% merit increase. So the way that works is, here at Camarillo, each position has a band that the salary can move within that level of the band, a lower limit and an upper limit. And typically when we go through each year, we build in a 2% movement on that upper limit to the band. And within that band, as employees have their annual evaluations, we operate under a pay per performance system where, based on that evaluation, there will be a merit increase, and that can be anywhere up to the upper level of the band for that position. What we build in as an assumption is a 5% merit increase, because that has been the average looking over the past 3 years or so. So again, that was at the beginning of the process, before we knew anything about the impacts of coronavirus, and that does also include probably the larger portion, as opposed to salaries. It's the benefit side. The benefits maintenance of benefits at the current levels means the healthcare insurance and the PERS pension costs, which we'll also touch on a little bit later. But that was the preliminary estimate at that point in time. And you'll see this line and another line will move as we go out throughout this process, as other assumptions are made.
I don't hear any questions on this, Mark.
Okay.
Keep on going.
The next line is
Please.
that 308,000. That was a staff change. This is, I guess, back to that cliche, part of the perfect storm, where we had a staff position that was funded partially by some low-mod housing proceeds. I believe that was a sale of a property that was maintained in a separate fund, in the low-mod housing fund, that we were able to use those proceeds from that sale to help partially fund a position in the Community Development Department. Well, similar to the library ISF we spoke about earlier, the monies that were sitting in that low-mod housing fund have now been used completely. So that position in community development can no longer be funded by those low-mod monies, has to be brought back into the general fund. And that was something that had been planned once those proceeds from the sale had been recognized. The plan was always that we could get whatever use out of those proceeds towards that staff position for as long as we could. We've now run out. I'll move on to the next line if there are no questions.
No questions.
The next line, I'll remind you that the parentheses means a negative impact to the bottom line. The positive, it means a positive impact. So this line is a positive $210,000, and this is what I alluded to a little bit earlier on the discussion of building permits. The building and safety has a 30% revenue offset, meaning if the services that are provided by the building and safety consultant working on a business building permit, whatever that cost is covered by a revenue. So in this case, we're looking at an increase in services, an increase in building activity. That was assumed in early March. There would be some increase in building activity in year one, and that equated to an increase in the building permit revenue, but partially offset by the cost to provide that service to the tune of $210,000. I'll move on to the sheriff contract. The annual contract I mentioned was about an $18 million contract per year. The preliminary estimated increase for the contract services was a 4% increase. It equates to $800,000, and that is not including any increased levels of service. No additional positions, no additional services. That is maintaining the level of service, but factoring in a 4% increase for continued service. And primarily, I'm going to say that is going to be the personnel costs, the pension costs, healthcare costs, similar to what the city employees incur. The sheriff personnel has the same expense issues that they deal with, which equates to an increase per year. I will say in a typical year, we do use a 4% inflator as a target, as a budget estimate, and we will not learn what the actual cost estimate or contract increase is until December. And this is another line similar to the salaries and maintenance of benefits that as we progress through these slides, as we progress through this last month and a half or so of experiencing this COVID crisis is going to change. I'll move on to the general fund transfers out to other funds. I touched on this when we talked about the current year activity and shared a little bit of insight onto how these transfers work. The lighting and landscape fund and the transit operations are the two areas that the operating revenues are not sufficient to cover the operating costs, so the general fund subsidizes those two funds. What this line represents are some reductions in the costs in each of those funds that then translate over to less general fund money that has to be transferred over to those funds to subsidize their activities. And then that last line you see, revenues, I believe that was primarily, that was a combination of interest income. We revised our adjustments. We also had some preliminary indication from our consultants who are also HDL, a division of HDL, HDL Corn & Cone, who advises us on property tax matters. So there was a small component of that as property tax estimates. And that number is a couple of downward moves and also an anticipated increase in TOT revenues. And that, again, at that time, we assumed normal business as usual, but accounting for some rate increases by the hotels. So several things come together. Oh, I'm sorry. And I'm reminded that we also had factored in an increase in TOT revenues because there is one hotel in the city that has long been closed because they're undergoing renovations, and the anticipation was that they would be back online in year one. So those are the main items that turned us in a $7.1 million deficit when we took our first look at the budget on March 6th.
Any questions on this box number one? Okay, keep on going, Mark.
Before I move from this slide, I wanted to touch once again on that first bullet, because when you see the next slide, a very large portion of the savings measures taken to really immediately bring down that gap was through shifting of capital projects. So I wanted to remind you again, those projects in the first budget, the Cam Hills Drain, $2.4 million cost to the general fund, the City Hall office expansion, $600,000 to the general fund, the chamber remodel, $575,000, and the courthouse property use, $1.1. You'll see what we did working with the Public Works Department to restructure the capital improvement projects to quickly bring down that deficit. So here we go, that first number. We went from a 7.1 deficit to achieving almost $7.5 million in savings through shifting capital improvement projects. And I'll go ahead and walk through how that came to be in, I think, those first three bullets. The first bullet talks about the projects I mentioned, the Cam Hills Drain. We were able, by splitting the estimated timing of the construction cost between year 3 and year 4, and that's in reference to the 5-year outlook, the 5-year CIP plan. By moving some of those costs out, we were able to achieve a $2.5 million savings to the general fund. And we'll touch on this a little bit later in some more slides with CIP, but that's a portion of the $7.5 million number you see at the top of the box. The other pieces, the allocations for the City Hall office expansion and chamber remodel projects, this is a situation where those two projects are funded by a City Hall facility internal service fund, the ISF. So this is another situation similar to the library ISF we talked about on the previous slide, is that we had some reserves built up that we could use for that project. So that's why that use of fund balance, I think we also, we impacted the allocations, but that gained us a savings of about $3.2 million. The next bullet is in relation to the annual pavement program. We were able to reduce that from $5 million to $4 million, and that there eliminated the need for gas tax funding of $830,000. Again, if I can remind you how the gas tax funds work, the revenue we receive is typically transferred over into the general fund to help offset the cost of street personnel. The first year of the annual pavement program had been built to use $830,000 of those gas tax funds, but by reducing the program from $5 million to $4 million, we could then use that $830,000 of gas tax funds for the purpose of covering street personnel in the general fund. So we are able to then recover that through the transfer from gas tax fund to the general fund. And then,
Mark?
Yes.
Question. But what that does too, just to look at the other side of the coin, and that is that it elongates our annual pavement program. In other words, instead of having a pavement management program where all the streets are repaved or resurfaced within a specific period of years, I believe it's 7, it would actually extend out that time, correct? By going from $5 million per year to $4 million per year. Assuming that there's no other funding source.
Actually, with that reduced level, we still are able to maintain the level of pavement activity into that year. And we'll have more discussion on the pavement program, but that would not impact or, to use the term, elongate or extend the pavement program cycle. We would still be able to achieve what was planned for year 1 with that level of funding.
Right. I just meant that more as a long-term elongation. Maybe not in year 1, but why don't we? I think you're going to have a slide on that later, or we can talk about it at that point.
Yes, we can kind of expand a little bit on how the pavement program works.
Okay. Thanks.
So that third bullet is about $1 million. That's a combination of some budget savings due to either canceled projects, closed out or projects or shifting of funding within the CIP. And where we were able to achieve some savings there is the use of Camarillo corridor funds by shifting that funding source, shifting certain projects that were originally intended to be funded by general fund. By being able to use Camarillo corridor funds, we do not need to use the general fund. So those three bullets together combined add up to the 7.495 number at the top of your box. I'll move on to the next line. 211,000 is a position elimination. That was a planned elimination. We had a position that was brought in for a limited term and had was a planned retirement and not intended to be replaced once the retirement was completed. That next line goes back to the sheriff contract cost that we started out at a 4% reduction. We worked with the commander to see if we could bring that down to a 3.6, and that achieved us about $70,000. And as we get through this, you're going to see that every little bit counts. So that was one of the measures we used. And again, we will have one more bite at that apple as we move through the next few slides. The last line there, a revenue reduction. Well, those first three numbers were positive. That helped the bottom line. This last one knocked it down again by $385,000. That was when we started to look at our trends with our investments and the interest earnings and the financial markets. We felt that a 1.5% interest earnings rate was too high, so we brought that down in our estimate for year one to a 1%. So combined.
Mark, on the position elimination, was that a fully burdened cost figure?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So what those three items do is, if you recall back to our line item, we started at a negative 7.1. We brought that up to a positive $317,000 bottom line projection for year one. I'll move on to the next box, or the next round of efforts to work on that bottom line. That takes us, you see that bottom line number, it takes us from 317 up to almost a $900,000 surplus. And this is by way of working with the departments again, coming back and saying, hey, let's look at your budgets. Let's see if there's anything that we can push out, any additional savings that we can realize. And this was towards the end of March, where I'll try and go through each of those. The city council, as a negative number, that means that it was a further hit. So that is an expenditure line that was increased. It shows as a negative number because it negatively impacts the bottom line, but that represents the Law Day dinner that was canceled for this current fiscal year. And the suggestion was that we try and reschedule it for sometime, I believe, in the fall of this current fiscal year. Of next fiscal year, year one, that this budget is related to. So that becomes an additional cost in year one. And I think you'll see that number come up again in some of the slides coming up. We'll revisit that topic, because what this did was this shifted the Law Day dinner that did not happen in this current fiscal year to the fall of year one, but the budget also included a Law Day dinner in, I believe it's in May, is the typical time. So in effect, we had two Law Day dinners in one fiscal year next year, one in the fall and then the normally regularly scheduled event in May.
Your Honor,
Mrs. Craven?
could I just clarify, because I made that motion? We delayed it to a date uncertain, so I would hate to have fall put in there as the time certain.
Okay. That was my recollection. I know that we did not set a date. I was using that as a suggested time frame. Any other comments?
I think that's a topic perhaps that we can revisit at the end of the slide presentation, Mrs. Craven. hopefully, because I know we're going to be revisiting some other things as well, including Fiesta, et cetera. Would you agree with that? Okay.
I'm fine with that. I didn't mean to discuss it now. I just wanted to make it clear that my motion hadn't set a fall date.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Mark.
Okay. That next line, city manager, 13,000, is primarily conferences that have been sorry, we're talking about year one. So these were conferences that were removed from the budget. I'm going to skip a few lines because I have separate slides with some bullets on human resources, community development, public works, parks and facilities, the lighting and landscaping. Several of those coming up. I have separate bullet points, some at the bottom of this slide, some in the next few slides, but I will touch on that non-departmental item, the $50,000. That had typically been budgeted to represent the cost of any bad debt write-offs. It is an accounting function more than anything else. It is not an actual expense, so it was more of an accounting method and had been budgeted for previously, and when we started to look at it, it is money that's never spent. It was just in the budget, so we removed that. Now to move on to looking at, and these next few slides, I think go in order of dollars. The Public Works, $329,000. You'll see some of the bullets at the bottom of this slide. 3 intern positions were eliminated, $32,000. Overtime was brought down. The overtime estimate brought down by $12,000. Conferences and trainings reduced by $3,000. Supplies and fixtures, $14,000. Uniforms and clothing, $3,000. Equipment, $3,000. And then contracts for subdivision engineering and stormwater services, $232,000. On the next page, we're going to touch on the parks and facilities, $122,000. First one is Dizdar Park playground equipment and combination playground equipment and water and sewer utilities, $13,000. Constitution Park tree light bans and electrical, $3,000. These are all reductions to the year one budget. The PV Historical Society buildings and grounds maintenance, $1,000. Library city scene for printing and postage, that $6,000 reduction, that brings it more in line with what we've been experiencing as far as the costs of printing and postage for the city scene. Water gets a portion of that, sewer gets a portion of that. The library also gets a portion of that because of the contents of the newsletter and sections that are related to those activities. The next bullet, second from the bottom, the police facility reserve study. There are certain items that were, I believe, scheduled for some replacement in year one that we were able to either eliminate or postpone. And the last one, the library facility, some ADA compliant expenditures that were able to be delayed for $72,000.
Mark, on the ADA expenditure delays, is that something, though, that leaves the city at risk if it doesn't undertake those expenditures?
No, not in year one.
Okay. Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, now I'll move over to a couple more of those lines from the previous box we saw. The citywide lighting and landscaping, again, this is one of those, this is the one fund where the general fund subsidizes through a transfer. So by bringing down the expenditures in that fund, the operating expenditures for that fund, we achieve savings to the general fund by reducing the transfer to that fund. That $100,000 is $32,000 for electrical and sewer costs, conferences and training, supplies and fixtures, and contracts for subdivision engineering and stormwater services. Under the community development line, $75,000 was achieved by delaying the Oscar element update from year one to years 2 and 3. And under city clerk, $19,000, there are some savings for the access to offsite storage, scanning services, reduction of legal publications to reflect our actual levels, and conferences and trainings. So I'll pause there. That, if you recall, on the line item, the line graph at the beginning tracking the movement of the bottom line from the general fund would have ended us at a $887,000 surplus. Then COVID-19 hit. I'll touch on that big red number there, the 4.1 million in revenues, in just a bit. That's the primary, impact for this box. We were able to offset it at that same time with those first two lines. This is, again, coming back to the salaries and maintenance of benefits. In the original budget assumptions, we had a 2% band movement and a 5% merit increase. By then bringing it down to a 0 band movement and a 4% merit increase in salaries, while still maintaining the level of benefits, achieves an $180,000 savings. And then on the, that was a positive impact to the bottom line. Next line, a negative impact, $173,000. That is related to the transit operations, where there was a reduction in the projected revenues in the transit operation that then means the general fund would have to cover that as a subsidy by a transfer out.
Mark, on that one, that's not CARES Act related, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out. I had meant to do that. Then when we get to the breakdown of the revenue reductions, in our original budget, we had put in a nominal increase to many of our major revenues, a 2% for the most part on all of these revenues. Now, with the coronavirus hitting, the stores being closed, travel being suspended, stay-at-home orders, many of our major revenues are taking a huge hit that we talked about when we're looking at the current year. This is the estimate moving into year one, starting with sales tax. Sales tax, property tax, the two largest revenue sources in the general fund, over 30% each to the bottom line, are looking at these types of impacts. Sales tax, $1.7 million. That's about an 11% decrease from a typical level of $15 million. And what that is based on is the expected recovery from this recession. And in talking with our consultants, HDL, on sales tax, they are plugging into their estimates the assumption that we will return to pre-COVID levels of sales tax revenue in 3 to 4 years. By comparison, I mentioned at the start of the presentation that with the Great Recession, many agencies were seeing a recovery to pre-Great Recession level sales tax in a matter of 5 to 6 years. We recovered a lot quicker than most in a 3 to 4 year period. So with that in mind, this assumption still at this point in time projects that we'll recover from the pre-COVID levels in a 3 to 4 year period.
Mark, could you walk us through, though, that 1.7 million figure again? Because I'm not sure I understand. That is a current estimate from, or preliminary current estimate from HDL?
Correct. They will have new information, I believe, at the end of this month. Right now, their projections are all based on historical data and what they're starting to hear in the news as far as store closures, economic shutdown. When it won't be until the end of this month that they start to see some numbers from the second quarter of the calendar year. I think I have that right.
I guess it just seems to me anecdotally to be a small number. and perhaps significantly too small. And so I don't have a lot of comfort in that number just looking at it. Based on the percentage, it's not a very high percentage of the overall sales tax revenue realized in a typical fiscal year.
That was of April 2nd, wasn't it?
Yes, that was at the onset of the COVID-19 impacts. And
But this is a preliminary reduction in year one revenues, and I'm trying to. I know we had that prior slide, Charlotte. I'm just trying to relate it to year one now.
correct. This is in relation to only year one. And again, this is their preliminary estimate with the assumptions that we talked about during the current year was that stores will start to, well, actually the assumption built into the current year is that the stores will remain closed through the end of May. With that assumption moving forward, this is their estimate on the likelihood of recovery gradually coming back up to those levels. So that is a drop-off from where we estimated. We had factored in some decreases to the current year revenue. I believe this is in addition, that after we take away the reductions from the current year, that becomes the new baseline level moving into year one. So we are taking the already reduced level of the projection, how we think we're going to end the current year, starting with that as a baseline, we then knock it down a further 1.7 million. So this is a kind of a building effect of using that new base brought down in the current year to now this reduction of 1.7.
Well, a follow-up question, Mark. Do you anticipate that for our May 20 meeting, we're going to have a number from HDL that will obviously be more informed? We'll have 3 more weeks worth of time for them to make some further projections. We'll have 3 more weeks of information. But do you anticipate that we'll have a number that is that estimates what the sales tax revenue decreases may be by quarter in the fiscal year? In other words, first quarter of next fiscal year, second quarter, third quarter, fourth quarter, based on an incremental gradation? Or are we just going to get a lump sum from HDL as to what their best guess is at that point?
I don't know what their plan was that they were going to be rolling out to their clients, but I know that we can work with them to get that level of information. I will add that the impacts, as you were discussing more information, the other piece of information that we will have, aside from the consultants receiving actual information from the State Board, is that we will have the governor's May revise that will give an outlook on the state's sales tax projections for year one.
Okay, I mean, I'm just 1 of 5, and this is just me personally, but the more information that I can have, the better, and particularly on the sales tax side, both in terms of the overall macro hit that we're going to have, as well as what the projection is as to what the timing of that hit may be. In other words, how much are we going to have in terms of revenues each quarter from a cash flow standpoint? I would appreciate that information. I think, Mrs. Craven, I think you had a question.
I was going to make a comment that this was as of April 2nd, and on April 2nd, the closure orders were still through April 30th, and people were looking at starting up again. Those were assumptions. Now it's been extended through May 30th, and everybody's realizing it's going to go longer than that, and things will be coming on in different stages. So I think that you're right. The next one is going to be a whole lot different than 1.7. But I think that explains why they gave us this 1.7 in early April.
I agree with you, Charlotte. I'm just discomfited because it's a smaller number than I anticipate ultimately it will be. It's a much smaller number.
Mr. Mayor?
Sean?
Does anyone, Mark, is I guess directed at you, but maybe Charlotte or even Kevin know this. What was the hit to sales tax figures through 2009 following that recession?
Right. I believe that was about a 10% hit. I'm looking for confirmation of that, but I seem to recall when we first looked at it, a 6%. A 6%, and that was a much slower impact over time. I think this one is more immediate and deeper.
No, and I asked that because everyone who's, at least every economic or economist on TV says this will be more immediate and will be deeper in terms of sales and sales tax revenue to municipalities and states.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask you?
Yes, Kevin.
Keep in mind that, yes, back in the last recession of 07, 08, businesses were not forced to close down back then. Now, several of them did due to economic concerns. However, there's been a tremendous increase of online buying since those days, too. My understanding, I believe Amazon does pay state sales tax, if I'm not mistaken, and I think several other of them, I believe, have got to pay state sales tax as well.
That's right. And any of the revenues from the online sales goes into the county pool. And we share in that pool based on our proportionate share of local sales tax for that quarter. And it gets updated on a quarterly basis. So there are a number of different assumptions to be made when trying to come up with a sales tax projection in terms of consumer behavior. Are more people now that are doing online shopping because they're forced to stay at home going to stay and be more comfortable with online shopping versus going out to the malls? So again, just one example of some of the factors that would have to be assumptions with really not knowing much data until we've experienced partial recovery and seeing real data coming in to see what these trends are going to be.
All right, are there?
Can I make
Go ahead, Kevin.
comment? Yes, I agree with that. However, the interesting part with online sales is you don't get what they call the multiplier effect, which means when somebody gets out and goes to a brick and mortar store, they go into a shopping center, they're apt to see other businesses, and unplanned events with their spending could happen. Typically, when you buy online, you typically don't have the multiplier effect.
Or an impulse buy effect?
I hate to throw another, monkey wrench into all this, but if we have the second wave and have to back up on the phases of opening, then this number is going to grow.
Yes.
I think that has to be part of our planning going forward, just from a worst-case scenario.
Yeah,
So I certainly agree with that.
That's a good point, because I'll add to this. In conjunction with the concept that the budget and the target and the assumptions and the circumstances with the economy are constantly changing, what we have done as a further step, besides this additional study session, is we will be having more formal meetings with the departments on a monthly basis to review their budgets and their spending trends throughout the fiscal year, and as well as quarterly updates with council rather than the single mid-year budget review. We'll be doing one at the end of the first quarter and one at the end of the third quarter leading up to the next budget cycle.
Yeah, I think that's all warranted. I don't know if things change drastically, and they even need to do it more often.
I think that I agree with that as well. All right, so does anybody have any additional questions on this slide? Because I realize, Mark, you've now got us up to April 2, or through April 2, and you need to bring us forward again. Any other questions on this slide? All right, hearing none. Mark, I think your next slide is going to bring us, up to April 15.
Correct. So this slide leaves us off at a negative $3.2 million. At the next point in time, we found some savings. Back to the sheriff contract, when we started at a 4% contract increase, moved to a 3.625. Now, the commander came in one day and said, hey, great news, we're not going to do any kind of an increase for year one. And I think I looked at him like, is this a gift? Is this a recognition that we are in a crisis situation and this is their give? It wasn't exactly the case. This is just, I would say, coincidental that this is the impact of revising their pension program. I don't know how many years ago, similar to the Pension Reform Act for cities and CalPERS, the sheriff and the county have a pension program that went through a revision, and this is the recognized now impact. After several years of that, they saw an adjustment where they do not expect to have an increase to the contract costs in year one, but it will be a different story when we start getting into year 2, 3, and 4. That next line goes back to transit and the CARES stimulus package that we talked about earlier when talking about current year. A total of $3.7 million has been earmarked for the city of Camarillo that we are able to use toward transit activities for whatever period of time we can stretch it to. So what year one indicates is no change in the levels of service, no change in the operation for year one would equate to about $1.2 million out of that 3.7. And as mentioned, we will be having a separate discussion on the 13th on the transit operation and possibly some ways to reduce those levels of service that we can stretch out that $3.7 million in CARES stimulus package money.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Mark, as a point of clarification, all the budgeting for year one assumes a reversion back to the original status quo prior to all of COVID-19, so that the actions that council has taken since COVID-19 as it pertains to transit and the library, this budget assumes that those changes were never made and that they won't be carried on through starting July 1st. Is that correct?
That is correct, because we do not yet have direction to do otherwise.
Okay, but this transit number does include, I know we're using the CARES stimulus package, but these costs or coverages does take into consideration the new contract signed with RepDev?
Correct.
Okay, thanks.
So what that does, those two items alone bring us from a $3.2 million deficit down to a $1.3 million deficit. So I've got one more box to show, well, actually two more, but this last box, or this box number 6, shows further efforts to chip away at that deficit, where we go from a $1.3 million deficit down to an $853,000 deficit, and that is the point, as I use the term, where we went to print, where we landed. So that is the number that is, I think, consistent through your other documents as where we landed as of April 24th. So I'll walk through those steps, and then in the next slide, we'll get into some continuing efforts. So the first one there, I think you will recall that was a council action to cancel certain special events, the 4th of July, the concerts, the fiesta, SciArt, and Camarillo Wings event contributions for a total of $122,000. This is the Law Day dinner, the $18,000, and I think this one is assumes limiting the Law Day dinner event one time in fiscal year 2021. Or in year one, rather than the previous slide, we showed it shifting to a later date that would be out of current year into year one, but still maintaining the normal event in May. So this would then remove the 2-event thought and putting it back to a 1-event thought. And that, with several of these other things, is up for discussion. But that is what has gone into the assumption as of this point in time. The next line there, under Public Works, that was looking at the lighting and landscaping function, and seems like we were able to achieve some savings through looking at the proposed expenditures, the proposed budgets, and be able to save in the lighting and landscaping fund, and therefore a transfer out from the general fund to that fund of $108,000. The next line, $102,700 is staff vacancy savings. To the general fund, we currently have, I believe, 8 vacancies and 9 vacancies. And the 3 that are, there are 3 that are built into this number of vacancy savings because those are the general fund impact positions. 3 of them where we made the assumption that we will likely not complete a recruitment process and hire a new person for those 3 positions until 3 months into the new fiscal year. That equates to a savings of $102,000. And again, that was the assumption as of April 24th. The city manager's office, a negative number means an additional cost that had not been plugged into any of the prior slides in the budget progression was an additional temporary assignment in the city manager's office. And that last item, the courthouse property reuse, the term exclusion from CIP reserve policy, I'll make that a little clearer when we get to the CIP slides, but if you recall, earlier in the discussion, I mentioned that that project had been earmarked with a general fund commitment of fund balance so that it is not subject to the policy where the general fund sets aside money as we as we go through the years closer to that project starting. And again, I'll touch on that a little bit more, but that was the realized savings from that project and the set-aside commitment of $150,000. So all of those items bring the bottom line to a negative $853,000.
And that's as of April 24.
Correct.
Any questions on this slide? Okay, Mark, keep on going.
So this next slide starts on April 24th at the time we printed the previous slides and shows what other efforts were in the works. The first one, unfortunately, is a negative, but looking at the realistic potential that healthcare costs could increase further than what we anticipated. We anticipated a 5% increase in the year 1, but with this virus pandemic and with the discussions that a vaccine may not be available for another 12 to 18 months, we were going with the expectation that that could have an impact on healthcare costs, additional impact on healthcare costs.
John,
This is Craven.
is that with a discussion with the CalPERS people, or I know if you try to get a hold of them, it just says we're not doing business now, nothing's going to be mailed out. So, or is that an estimate on our
That was
on
just,
our part?
yes, that was just an internal assumption and change to the estimate. And it is not with CalPERS, it was the other healthcare costs, flex benefits. That next line, the bridge policy fund balance to use towards Cam Hills Drain CIP project, $195,000. This, if we don't touch on it later in the CIP, I'll go ahead and try and explain now, is with these CIP projects, there can be many different funding sources. There are specific special revenue funds that collect monies from developers for a specific purpose. The traffic mitigation fees are one example. I think SIBA fees are another example. The bridge policy fees are fees that were collected through development that may be used for specific purposes, and the Cam Hills Drain project was one of those purposes. When we went back to look at the CIP plan again and took a second look at the funding sources, we saw that there are some fund balance reserves in that bridge policy fund that are available to be applied to the Cam Hills Drain project, which then relieves the need for general fund monies. And then that next line is the third chip away at band and merit for salaries. We started with a 2% band and a 5% merit. We went to a 2% band and a 4% merit. I'm sorry, 0% band and 4% merit, and now we're at a 0% band and a 0% merit, maintaining benefits, but effectively freezing salaries where they are now for the next fiscal year. That next item, 40,500, forego OPEB contribution. We received a updated analysis from our OPEB actuary, who recommends that we do not need to contribute any money towards the OPEB trust fund at this point for this next fiscal year. The next item, the landscape contract savings, is an item that is under review to see if we talk about levels of service, what we can do to achieve some savings in that area.
Mark, can you give an example of what that might look like?
I think we are looking at some options. I think for the most part, this is the trimming of the grass, the cutting of trees. I think maintaining any medium hardscape. In some cases, it's removing trash. There are, I think, probably different levels of service that we could look at as far as a reduction from where we have been, where we are now, what's been plugged into the budget.
Okay, thank you.
So we drew a line after that item because these are the two additional items that came to light on Monday. So again, back to this concept of a constantly a moving target and trying to adjust as we go. The building permit reduction, this was a revised estimate on where we think building activity will go in the next fiscal year. So that equates to a reduction of $240,000. Now recall that that is an offset. I think that this had started out as a $700,000 reduction to revenue, but it also means a reduction in the contract service to pull those permits and to do the work to process a permit. So there is an offset to the expenditure. Then the net impact is a negative $240,000. I'm sorry. So this is actually an increase to anticipated. I'm sorry. I take that back. I'm confusing myself now with the different signs. This is a negative. So this is a decrease to the revenue, a decrease to the level of anticipated building permit activity. And the SB2 revenue for the housing element update, I believe that is a shift into year one, because we recognize those monies, even though they had been identified, we will not realize those monies until that housing element has been updated and completed.
And if I recall correctly, Mark, that's something that the city must do, correct? Legally?
In current year, but we're going to contract for that service in the current year, but the cost and the offsetting revenue will be experienced in fiscal year 2021.
Right, okay. In other words, it's not like the open space element where we can defer it. This is something that needs to be done, but on the other hand, HCD is funding it.
Correct.
Okay.
So that is the information we had. I'm going to show you two more bullets at the bottom of this page because, again, this is new information or information that is yet to be discussed when we get to the CIP. The use of corridor funds from the Dizdar Park project. We will show you some slides when we get to the CIP section of this presentation that suggest if we were able to push that Dizdar Park project either out to future years or if we were able to push it out, we could then use the corridor funds that were earmarked for that project for the Cam Hills Drain project that then turns into a savings to the general fund. So it's kind of a domino effect, but we'll discuss that a little bit later. But that is something else that is in the works, that kind of a savings could save the general fund $1.9 million and clearly wipe out that deficit.
Your Honor.
Charlotte?
When we talk about Camarillo corridor funds, those are the redevelopment funds, right?
Yes.
And we submitted a plan to the Department of Finance, which was approved by the Department of Finance, that listed certain projects in there. Was the Camarillo, excuse me, was the Camarillo Hills Drain one of those projects? Because I thought it had to be in the approved plan to use the money for those projects.
I think we may have to do some follow-up on that, and maybe if we get to another break at some point this evening, we'll see if we can get that question answered.
Thank you, because I think that's important before we start transferring money.
Okay. That last bullet there is, I think the new information I alluded to earlier was the information that came through on Monday that related to sales tax. I think Councilmember Moshe touched on TDA monies are linked to sales tax with the state, and there will be an impact, and there will be a reduction, estimating about $1 million to the TDA revenues, and we are still waiting to hear some kind of a projection in the next couple of weeks on where we can expect the SB1 level of revenue to be for year one, and that is the SB1 being related to gas tax revenue. And that was the comment was in order to, the plan to offset any type of reduction on those two funding sources would be to match the level of pavement project effort to whatever available funds we receive from those two sources.
Mr. Mayor?
So that brings us all the way down to where we are today in this effort to close the gap. I have one more slide that goes to some possible scenarios that would, if things got worse. So if there are any questions on these last 7 slides, I'll be happy to answer those.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, may I?
Yeah, go ahead, Sean.
Mark, on the last bullet point, reduction in TDA and SB1 payment funding. As of right now, we, as a placeholder, as a preliminary projection, we anticipate combined those two comprising a reduction of $1 million.
You know, the preliminary indication we have is $1 million only for the TDA. We have not seen a number yet
okay.
for SB1. So
okay, so the $1 million TDA. Okay, $1 million TDA, SB1 to be determined.
correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, Mark.
Moving on, I know this slide has a lot of numbers, a lot of columns. I'll try and walk you through it as best I can, but what this shows is the budget as it stands at the point we talked about an $853,000 deficit. At that point, these are the expenditures by department for year one. And if I can just turn your attention to those middle columns that have the light orange shading, the fourth column under the light shading is the total budget by department, coming to a total of that highlighted number, $38,445,000. Then you see the breakdown of every department's total budget. The 3 previous columns in that light shaded area break down that total budget into 3 categories that we normally discuss expenditures using those 3 terms. Category 1 being the first column, being salaries and benefits, personnel costs. Category 2 being the operating budget. And category 3, the allocations, such as the internal service funds that we mentioned a couple of times. So that shows you the breakout by department of those 3 categories that make up their total budget. Then what we did was on that first, in the column that has the red box around it, if we said an additional 5% revenue decrease. Recall that in year one, we had built in what equates to an overall nearly 10% decrease in general fund revenues. So an additional 5% would mean an overall 15% decrease to general fund revenues. So what we tried to illustrate here is what it would mean to each department if we thought we were going to experience an additional 5% revenue decrease or a 15% overall revenue decrease rather than the 10% that we are currently working under that assumption for the general fund. So what we tried to do was to take each department, using again that total budget in the last column of the light shaded area, taking that total budget, divided by the yellow highlighted number, the total budget for the general fund, we came up with a proportional share of the general fund expenses. And that's that first column of percentages following the department description. And we use that proportional share as a way of then proportionately sharing in the additional 5% revenue decrease, which at the bottom of that boxed column is close to $2 million. And in the next slide, I'll try and illustrate that using one department as an example. Since nobody volunteered, I took finance. The total general fund budget for the finance department is that $1.399, call it $1.4 million total budget. And that's broken out between $1.1 million in Category 1 personnel costs, $152,000, I'm rounding now, $152,000 in operating costs, and then $100,000 in allocations. That's the way the budget sets right now for the finance department, and that's how it breaks down. And that represents 3.64% of the total general fund budget, that yellow highlighted number. So then in the first column, if we were to take that bottom line number, $1,952,000, as the additional 5% revenue reduction, finance's share, 3.64% of that bottom line, $1,952,000, equates to $71,000. So what that means, taking that $71,000 finance, if the assumption was that every department would share equally based on their proportional share of the general fund expenditures, the hit to the finance department, $71,000, means probably, if you look at the operating line, $151,000. I seem to recall that the audit contract for audit services is about $70,000, roughly. And so we would still have room to cut that $151,000 down by $71,000 to absorb that additional 5% revenue decrease. And what that would mean is some of our consulting services primarily, the sales tax we talked about with HDL, the property tax consulting services. We have our actuary that I talked about for the OPEB trust. If we were to choose to not have any staffing reductions, we would have to cut out some of those services. So then I'll move it over to the 10% assumption. That equates to $142,000. I'm sorry, let's start with the bottom line of that last column. The bottom line doubles. It goes to a $3.9 million overall revenue reduction. What that means to the finance department as their proportional share of the total general fund expenditures is $142,000. So if we were to start looking at that level of a reduction for the finance department, that means we would have to do some staffing impacts, because out of that operating column, $151,900, I just mentioned the audit contract being approximately $70,000 out of that. We do not have the option to not do an audit. So to absorb $142,000 to the general fund, to the finance department would mean staffing impacts. So I'll pause there. That was an attempt to illustrate how this chart works, what it means, and then I'll entertain any questions.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Sean.
Mark, in order so we can tie this one to everything we've talked about up to this point, this budget say the highlighted number is 38.44 or whatever, for 38.45. Right now, that will, with the projected revenues and reduction to revenues you've already anticipated thus far for year one, this will result in a approximately $610,000 loss as of right now. Is that correct?
That is correct. If we, going off of the last slide and the efforts to bring down the deficit to a level of $610,000, correct.
Okay. We've not, as of right now, for budgeting purposes this far, we have not gotten into the additional 5% decrease and or the additional 10% revenue decrease, right?
Correct. The budget right now, as it stands, is reflecting that total budget column, the last column under the light shaded area, and the highlighted number, 38.4 million.
Perfect. Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question.
Kevin?
Mark, I'm not following how you got the proportional percentage share of this, of the general fund. How did you do that again?
Okay, so using the finance department as the example, that total budget, the last column under the light orange shaded section, 1,399,147.
Right.
If you divide that by the yellow highlighted number, the total expenditures for the general fund, 38,445,000, you get 3.64%.
Okay. So all of them are at 3 point, okay, but the percentages, you're looking at, I'm not following this real well. You're not, okay, so you're looking at the proportional percentage of these to be equal basically to all of the departments in their proportion, not necessarily their percentage, but their proportion.
To maintain their proportion, yes.
Right.
So if, let's put it this way, if finance, that number of 1,399,147, if we looked at that as finance's share of the general fund budget,
okay,
if we, being 3.64, that's finance's share of the total general fund budget. If we had to absorb an additional 5% cut of, call it $2 million, then finance's same proportional share of 3.64% of $2 million is that $71,000 number you see in the first box and the cross box.
okay, thank you, that helps.
I have a question.
Susan?
Mark, this is probably one way to look at making cuts, correct? I mean,
Correct. This is just one way to take an assumption of an additional revenue decrease. This is just one method of approaching that type of a reduction.
because and this is just a hypothetical, but we could decide, for instance, that we are not going to touch police services at all. Therefore, that percentage of their share would have to be absorbed by the other departments.
Correct.
However we decide.
All right, are there other questions? Mark, on this is, I think as Susan said, I agree, this is one approach. If you go back to the prior slide, which shows about, I think it was $609,000 or $610,000 deficit, I think that, Sean, that's the number that you used, I think that's correct. You really have three ways to close that gap, right? I mean, you can either do it through, number one, expenditure cuts. Number two, reduced levels of service. And number three, use of reserves, right? I mean, aren't those the three basic ways in which you would balance that budget? If it were that way today, that's how you would look to try to balance the budget, right?
Right. We would be having a discussion on all three of those levels and options.
But, and I know we'll have discussion later relative to reserves and so on, but now going back to the slide that was just in front of us, the 5% and 10% revenue decreases, that is a planning tool that we could utilize to see, for example, how Public Works, not to pick, I'll just pick on a department. That's how if we said to Public Works, tell us what would happen in your department if we wanted you to plan for an additional A, 5% revenue decrease, and B, a 10% revenue decrease, right? It's basically a planning level exercise.
Yes, it was an attempt to put an additional 5% and 10% revenue reduction into perspective, using the one assumption that everybody does their fair share.
Right, but what it would look like programmatically and from a personnel standpoint, we would be able to, if we asked you to, if the council asked for that tonight, then the departments would go back, and on May 20, we would see what that would look like, right? If we were to ask for that.
Yes.
Both programmatically and personnel-wise.
Yes.
And I'm not excluding out discussion on levels of service, further expenditure cuts, and use of reserves.
Correct.
Okay. All right. More questions on this part of the presentation, because I have a feeling we're about to transition into the next portion. Mark, that's number 22, if I'm reading the screen right. And I think you've got, how many slides? 51?
Right, and this next section would be what I termed a mini CIP study session.
Well, let me inquire of the council first. It's now...
Yeah.
Yeah, Charlie.
I had a comment on this particular slide.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I don't know. My experience has been in our agency, and also in watching what happened with other agencies and with still other agencies that I was involved with, because the city sent me off to represent the city there. Just taking a straight percentage decrease isn't always the best way to do it. So I think that's where Susan was going with her comment, but I want to go a little farther. There are other ways to make reductions, and I do not think that just straight percentage decreases from this point on are necessarily the best way to do it. I think we have to look at certain things, and there may be more things that we want to do away with completely. I think those things have to be looked at before we decide on one of these options.
And my response back is I certainly understand that, and I appreciate it. I think the way I personally look at it is this is one method to utilize where you would send the departments back and say, if there were an additional 5% revenue decrease, A, or B, if there were an additional 10% revenue decrease, go through the planning level exercise and come back to us on May 20 and tell us what that would look like. What is the result? So I look on this as giving us, I look on this in some ways as giving us some options, but it would really force a discussion at each department level on what would happen if we had to effectuate the cuts. I understand what you're saying about straight percentage decreases, but at the same time, it's also, I look at it, like I said before, as a planning level tool.
Mr. Mayor?
Kevin?
I'd like to see some other options too. I tend to agree that straight across the board, 5 or 10% aren't always the best, but it is one way of doing it. But there are other opportunities out there. And I think staff would be able to have some flexibility to bring those forward as well.
I would say that this is an attempt to put those types of cuts into perspective, show what that would mean to each department, given that assumption that is using an exact proportional share. But I would again repeat that we will have much better information in the next couple of weeks to see if these are even things that are possibilities.
Mr. Mayor?
Susan?
I was just going to say, I mean, one way we could look at it would be to tell everybody, you know, go back and find 5%, and let's see what that looks like. Does it change your level of service? Does it affect your department in a significant or substantial way? You know, it might be a starting point to have people really dig deeper than they have the previous 3 times. But it just might be a starting point. I don't know.
Personally, I think that's what my view is this is what we should do as a planning level exercise. I'm not necessarily advocating straight across cuts, but I think it's a technique that will help us and help the departments find further ways to reduce their expenditures. All that said, we also have the other side of the coin here, other ways to make up these gaps, right? We've got the other expenditure cuts, levels of service, and use of reserves. But I think as a planning level exercise, speaking for myself only, this has some utility to it, and it also provides some options and some ranges that we don't have in front of us. So I don't know whether or not we want to take this part of the conversation further now or leave it until the end of the whole presentation tonight, because we've got other topics to come back to. Maybe if everybody's nodding their heads, maybe we reserve this and come back to it and then go through the CIP portion of the presentation with maybe a break first, and I'm going to ask about that in a minute, and then come back at the end. Is that okay with everybody to come back to reserve this until discussion a little bit later tonight?
Yes.
Okay, I see nodding heads on that one. Mark, the next slide and the balance of the slides, most of them are all CIP related, are they not?
We have a section on CIP. We'll have a couple of slides just to show what the reserve levels are and how we came to those and what the policies are on reserves. Then we've got a couple slides on the general fund 5-year outlook. And then we'll be touching on lightly touch on some of the other operations. We talked about the library operation, the citywide lighting and landscaping, the transit, those activities that impact the general fund through transfers or subsidies. And then a couple of slides on the water and sewer funds, not to exclude them totally from this discussion, but to put a little perspective to how those operations are looking.
Okay. So it's almost 6:30 now. What's the pleasure of the council? Do you want to take a break for like a half-hour break to get something to eat and then come back at 7, or do you want to start in on this right now? What would you like to do?
I think for us, taking a break would be fine. I think poor Mark has been standing there for 3.5 hours, except for a short break. And I think all of us need a little bit of a break.
I agree.
Okay. And Mark, you have, and you've been doing a good job. So, okay, let's do this. Does a half-hour break sound okay to everybody until 7 o'clock? All right, let's go ahead and recess until 7 o'clock, and then we will reconvene and start on the CIP portion of the presentation. So we're in recess. Thank you.
On the, that camp forward funds, I think it still applies though that they need to be spent.
They're on their way.
Thank you.
Right, for the housing on that.
Tony, this is John. Have you been able to get the presentation back on your device?
Yes, I have. Thank you, John.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Question now.
Well, I think we've got almost everyone here.
Okay, so the money sits in corridor fund, but we do a transfer from SIPA fund to corridor to fund this project.
This is not one.
Right.
Quarter.
So if you look into,
All right, I think we have everyone back. All right, let the record reflect that we'll go ahead and we've been on a half-hour recess. We're going to go ahead and reconvene. We just finished.
you see 4.3 transfer out.
I'm sorry, can you all hear me okay?
I hear
Okay. Okay. We'll let the record reflect then that the council and its associated entities are back into session at 7:02 p.m. And Mark, the floor is yours. I think you have the next segment of the presentation. Unless there are any other comments by council members prior to Mark going ahead with the next segment of his presentation? Okay, hearing none. Mark, go ahead, please. Thank you.
Thank you. This next section will be touching on the CIP program, capital improvement projects. And if you recall, last week we had a session talking about capital improvement projects, all of the projects. Where what I'm primarily going to focus on this evening is the projects that impact the general fund. I believe last Wednesday you saw this slide, if you recall. This lists out the projects from the 5-year CIP, proposed 5-year CIP that is still in draft format. For each of the 5 years, these are the projects that have the impact to the general fund. We talked about the policy of funding projects a little bit at a time, 20% per year, and I'll touch on that again. But what that bottom line, what this means is for each of the 5 years, these are the projects listed down the left-hand column, and the total costs out at the far right, with each year showing the amount of the total for that year with the general fund reserve requirement in the yellow highlighted area. Now, this is the CIP plan as it is currently drafted. Part of the discussion we wanted to have was whether or not we could shift some projects out into either year 5 or beyond year 5 to recognize some savings or some shifting of funding sources to relieve the general fund from the expenditures or the transfers or the funding of those projects. So bottom line here shows the CIP as drafted right now. Year 1, the general fund requirement is $6.8 million. The year 2, 2.763. Year 3, 2.757. Year 4, 1.392, and in year 5, $64,000. And I will touch on it later, but the way that works is using, for example, in year 3, the largest project, the Cam Hills drain replacement, $6.3 million in year 3. What the funding policy says is that by the time we hit year 3, the general fund would have set aside enough money in the capital improvement fund to pay for that project at a rate per policy of 20% per year for a 5-year ramp-up plan. The first project we want to talk about is the Dizdar Park renovation. This is primarily funded by 3.8 million of Camrio corridor funds. And let me take a minute to clarify a question that came up before the break, was whether or not we could use Camrio corridor funds for, I believe it was the Cam Hills drain replacement project. And we need to, I think, correct our terminology. We use the term Camrio corridor funds, and that has, I think, over the years been equated to mean bond proceeds from redevelopment bonds, former redevelopment agency bonds. That is not the use of funds that we are talking about now. Those bonds that were intended for capital projects have been fully spent. What we're talking about now is we continue to use the Camrio Corridor Fund as a capital improvement type fund for accounting purposes, but the monies that go into that fund are actually SIBA fees, Springville Interchange Benefit Area fees that are collected through development and can be used for this type of a project. So it was a different type of definition of the term Camrio Corridor Project Funds. So now when we're talking about, on this slide, 3.08 million of Camrio Corridor funds, that is the same funding source of SIBA fees rather than any remaining bond proceeds that have now been fully spent. So that being the case, 3.8 million of Camrio Corridor funds, 50,000 of general fund, and 106,000 of parking in lieu fund fees. The recommendation was to move this project out to future years, out beyond the 5-year CIP. Then that would mean that using that $3.08 million of Camrio Corridor funds on the Camrio Hills drain replacement project, that would then relieve the general fund of the requirement to set aside funds for that project.
Your Honor?
Yes, Charlotte.
Could you tell us more about what parking in lieu fees are and what their intended purpose is?
I'm looking around the room. I'm looking around the room for someone that may have a better understanding than I do for how the parking in lieu fees.
Good evening, City Council. Joe Vaca here. So the parking and lieu fees were established several years ago for the Old Town area where a use may be changing from a previously permitted use that requires more parking. And if they did not have sufficient area to construct those parking spaces, they could pay into the parking in lieu fund and offset the requirement to provide those spaces. And then that money's been reserved for use to expand parking in Old Town.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Yes, go ahead.
So they can be used for this park renovation because we're going to be adding parking to the park?
Yes, for the parking component, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions, but I do have some comments, Your Honor.
Yes, that's fine. Go ahead.
This has been going on for a long time. I mean, like 15, 20 years with the fire station there, and the fire station is a component of this park. I really hate to defer into the out years, past year 5, the raising of that fire station. I really think we need to work on it. And I did notice later on, I'm going to go ahead and discuss it now, but in a couple of slides, there'll be something on the courthouse, and that is from a designated fund that we set aside. And I'm wondering if it's possible to redesignate that from a fairly new project, redesignate that to Isdar Park.
like this is one of the decision points that, unless Mark, you tell us no, that this is one of the decision or one of the guidance items that you would like to hear from council this evening. Is that correct?
I would answer that this way, that one of the discussions would be on general fund commitments, but to, not this one specifically, but to Councilmember Craven's comment, yes, that would be an option at council's discretion to designate, or using the term, the GASB term, commitment of fund balance could be for any purpose, and this project being one of them.
Okay, then here's my suggestion, members of the council. Why don't we go ahead and discuss this now, and we can discuss it with the courthouse park, et cetera, but go ahead and start making these decisions as we go through. Is any objection to that? Okay, so let me throw it open to response to what Charlotte had to say relative to DISDAR and the courthouse.
Mr. Mayor, Sean, start off if you'd like.
Or Kevin, go ahead. Sean, you're on deck, sorry.
Yeah, we've been waiting an awful long time for this. It's been decades. I mean, if you really, add up the number of years here. And I understand that we have to prioritize this, and the Camarillo drain is a huge priority. I get that, but I think it's also important to realize it's the only park that we have down in this area of town. I would not be in favor of extending it past the 5 years. Now, we can certainly talk about some of the outliner years, but I'd like to have this somewhere in that 5-year program, because if we don't, then it's gonna drag on. And I understand it's a lot of money here, but we have to remember. My feeling is this is a very important public piece of property here that, to a certain extent, is well used by residents in that area of town, and they've been very patient. They've been waiting a long time. So those are my thoughts.
I think Sean, you were on deck, or Sean, you were next, and then Susan, you're on deck.
Yeah, I echo both Charlotte and Kevin's sentiment on this. I've known the courtyard, or I've known the DISDAR Park project, the former fire station, for ages. It seems like it has been going on, in my opinion, for far too long. It is a very visible park. It is used, and I think it would be would achieve a greater use if we continue to move forward with this project the way we had originally anticipated. And then you just have the issue of Old Town. And there's a general sentiment that we've kind of let Old Town languish since it got its last reface. And I know a lot of business owners, there's a lot of people that are willing to make investments in Old Town, who want to make investments in Old Town, but have a lot of trepidation. I know the COVID-19 and the fallout from that is going to only heighten that trepidation and some of those issues. But I think this is one part of Old Town. If we had to trade one for the other, I want to proceed with DISDAR Park and the redevelopment of this park. If it means that we have to push out the courthouse project, that's something that I'd be willing to live with. I think that actually might come to, there may be opportunities down the road when it comes to that courthouse project to envision something even greater than what we had already anticipated in terms of what happens with that school site. Because I personally am determined to see something happen at school site, although I know it's out of the control of the city council. It lies with the school district. But in terms of DISDAR Park, it's just not something I want to let keep going. I think it's just been far too long.
Susan?
I agree with everything that everybody said. My problem is, I'm very much willing to put off a courthouse in exchange to get DISDAR done. But I went ahead in the slides because I think we might be jumping ahead a little bit in terms of, I think we probably need to go through all of these projects and see what the impact is on the general fund if we're talking about having to use some of that money. I'm looking at the courthouse, and I don't see equal amounts of money. So even if we took all the money from the courthouse project and put it towards DISDAR, we're still short. And if we have a deficit, then...
Okay.
Anyway, I think we need to... What?
Susan, I couldn't hear the last part of your statement.
I didn't hear what Charlotte said.
I hadn't said anything. I was just saying it looks to me like they're about the same cost. 3.75 million, 3.08, 50,000, and 106,000.
But the court...
If I'm going up to page 36,
Well, I was looking on page 34 that has 2.83 million from the general fund committed.
Here's my suggestion. Well, go ahead, Charlotte, if you want to respond, then I'm going to respond.
So, I mean, if we're talking about the general fund portion, that's 2.83, which is still short of... I guess maybe that's why I feel it's a little premature to just talk about the very first project we got to. Maybe we should be looking at it all, and
I understand maybe the way to do this is to go ahead and we'll just finish our preliminary comments and then come back on this from a macro standpoint at the very end. And I think that's well put, Susan. So we can come back and be able to look at this in perspective of other things. But let me just give a couple of comments on my thoughts on DISDAR. I'm generally in agreement. To me, doing the DISDAR Park redevelopment is, to me, an important component of Old Town recovery. And I think we're looking here under current circumstances at an economic recovery over the course of probably 3 to 5 years. I mean, we've got near term, midterm, and then 3 to 5 years. And I think this is, to me, this is an important component. It ranks more highly with me than redeveloping the courthouse property, certainly. And so I don't want to take it out of the CIP. I don't want to put it in future years of the CIP. I would be inclined to put it more toward year 5, at least preliminarily. We can talk about this a little bit later. I do think we would have a sufficient number of years ahead of us if we did that, where we could see what was going on in a few more years. I really am inclined to want to have in excess of $3 million available in Camarillo corridor funds to offset the general funds required for Camarillo Hills Drain, because to me, my understanding based on our meeting last week is that Camarillo Hills Drain replacement project is extremely important, and it's deteriorated to the point where the work needs to be done right away. So I don't want to have that burden on the general fund. Okay, well, how's that for a preliminary discussion? Is everybody amenable to then coming back and we'll try to wrap this all up later?
Could I just add something to what I said earlier? I don't object at all to taking these funds and putting them on Camarillo Hills Drain, because we certainly need that work to be done. That's the most important thing. I was talking about shifting other funds over to here, but I did want to point out to everybody that we have owned the fire station 12 to 15 years longer than we've owned the courthouse. So I think it's time we get on that. And when we get to that point, start talking about putting this project ahead of that project, because those are all discretionary funds. Anyway, thank you.
Very well, thanks. All right, well, go ahead, Susan.
No, I completely agree. I just want to make sure that if we're... Oops, sorry. I completely agree. I just want to make sure that if we're just talking about transfer of funds, that we have the amount that's needed or know where we're going to get it.
Okay. All right, well, I think we've carried that one about as far as we can go. Why don't we go on then, Mark, to the next slide, please.
Okay, next slide is the Camarillo Hills drain replacement. The total project cost, looking for that, I don't see it, but the funded by $1.2 million of bridge policy funds, $385,000 of Camarillo corridor funds, and $12.7 million of the general fund. This is where we were talking about looking at different mechanisms to try and bring down that commitment from, or that allotment from general fund of $12.7 million. We spoke a little bit earlier about some use of, I think, other bridge policy funds, a couple $100,000, but we'll continue the discussion when we get to some further slides, when we start talking about the Disdarts Park project and the courthouse reuse projects, as far as shifting some monies around. But the recommendation is to keep this one on the current project schedule and looking at the funding sources with different options of shifts.
Do any council members have any comments on
Mr. Mayor?
this slide? Yes, Kevin.
Yeah, I don't think we can hold this off. Although it's a huge price tag, I get all that. But I don't think we can delay this much more, if any. This is really important, I think, for us to get moving on.
Any other comments? I think, Sean, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, Mark, during last week's meeting, a request was made to get because this project jumped $7 or $8 million in anticipated cost. It more than doubled, and we just found that out as of last week. I found that out as of last week during our discussion on the CIP budget. A request was made to get the report on this, because we were going to have to approach it in a different way in terms of how we constructed it.
Okay.
Good evening, Council. Dave Klotzel. I can shed some light on that. And in last year's CIP, we were working off of the estimate that we were able to develop at that time. And yes, the cost was much lower, total cost. Since that time, we've been in a preliminary design mode. We have a consultant that has prepared design options and alternatives, looking at the cost impacts for the different alternatives, including the type of phasing that's going to be required to minimize impacts to one of the busiest intersections, if not the busiest intersection in town, Ventura Boulevard and Las Posas. So through this past year in developing the preliminary design information, we have a better handle on the actual cost, and that's where our estimate has now gone up to the total project cost is at $14.2 million, and that 12 million or so of general fund in the funding scenario right now. So that's where we've gone from last year to this year under preliminary design, having a better estimate of actual cost. Of course, final cost to be determined when we finish design and then eventually go out to bid. But that's the explanation on why the cost is where it is.
Dave, could you give me? I just want to follow up on that because I hadn't seen anything since the request was made last week. But could you send me and our council just if anyone wants it, I guess, for whatever kind of report or whatever it came, however we got to that cost.
Right. Actually, we've had on the plan a study session to bring the specific information having to do with the results of the preliminary design. We're wrapping that information up to put it together into it would be ideal to have a study session in the ACR again. Hope someday, maybe soon, we'll see. Otherwise, it'll be an agenda item that we'll bring back with further explanation and information given to council ahead of time to look at the results of that preliminary design to give more context. Right now, I don't have anything available just to send out in an email to everybody. So we'll be coming back to council with more information as we move forward.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Sean. I think there's I sense a general consensus. All council members we really want to see more information on this, Dave. So.
Of course.
At the earliest possible time. Okay. I think there is a consensus too on how important this project is. So I don't think that there's anyone who is opposed to keeping the current project schedule, is what I'm hearing. So I think we're done with this particular one. And I'm not seeing anybody object to that, or hearing anybody object to that. So, Mark, why don't we go on to the next slide?
The next couple of slides are just trying to illustrate what those impacts would be if we were to take any of those directions, whether it be moving the Dizdar Park project out or other ways of relieving the amount impacted on the general fund. So this is the slide we saw before, and given an assumption of moving Dizdar out, which I understand is not yet fully discussed and is probably not one of the best options, but that would also bring down the Cameron Hills drain replacement project from 6.3 million to 3.2 by way of moving those funds that were earmarked for the Dizdar project as far as the corridor funds down into the drain replacement. So your bottom line, instead of going across that yellow line, 6.8, 2.7, 2.7 is now 4.9, 2.1, 2.1. Just to give some perspective, an example of how that shift impacts the bottom line general fund amounts of funding that would be required. This next slide is a picture of the Capital Improvement Fund, Fund 410. This is the fund where the general fund deposits the money as part of the policy that I'll walk through in the next slide. But this gives you an idea of the types of expenditures. The 4.7 million in expenditures is the planned projects for that fund, but also the transfers in number, just 2 lines above that highlighted number. In year 1 is the 5.4 million would have been, as it stood, the part of the general fund transfer in to fund these projects. Now the numbers are off slightly because we're looking at that bottom line fund balance of 7.5 million projected for year 1 is kind of the methodology, the effort each year to balance what is in that fund balance with what the commitment is or the policy is to fund projects 20% per year, so that in the year that the project is going to start construction, the funding is available in this fund. So this is the slide we looked at last Wednesday on the Capital Improvement Fund reserve policy. It says towards the bottom, if the project starts in year 1 of the plan, the balance shall be 100%, meaning that in year 5 of the plan, the general fund would contribute 20%, and in each year thereafter, another 20% until the project is ready to go with 100% funding available. And here's the example we talked about last Wednesday, using a hypothetical $1 million project set to begin construction in year 5, the general fund reserve requirement per the policy would be to put $200,000 into the fund in year 1, year 2, year 3, and year 4, and in year 5, so that the total $1 million would be in that fund available for the construction to begin. Now I'll add on the lines we just looked at as an example of the comparison between the CIP plan and the general fund commitment based on these 20% set-asides per year based on the current draft CIP plan, and one of the options that was discussed of shifting funding around so that the general fund does not have to contribute as much. On this next slide, we're moving over to the annual pavement program. Mainly, we had talked about this earlier from the standpoint of the current year's project, ST 5017. Those are the project numbers we use, but that is the current year's pavement program that has been, was in process, I believe possibly halfway completed, but is 20%, I'm hearing, 20% completed, on hold, suspended due to the current emergency situation with the COVID-19. Then what we talked about was reducing the budget for the annual pavement program from $5 million to $4 million to reflect the projected funding. And up in those boxes on the top, you'll see that the 2 primary sources of funding are the TDA Article 8 monies, at this point plugged in at $2.7 million, and the SB1 monies at this point plugged in at $1.3 million for a total of close to $4 million. So What we also talked about earlier was that third bullet, that we now have information as of Monday that TDA Article 8 money will be reduced as a result of these COVID-19 impacts by approximately $1 million. And the SB1 money, we should expect to hear some projections on how those funding sources will be impacted. Again, the TDA Article 8 money tied to sales tax at the state level, and the SB1 funding tied to gas tax revenues. So expected to have reductions in both of those. The plan to accommodate those types of reductions is to reduce the level of pavement project activity to match the level of funding available.
Your Honor.
Yes, Charlotte.
So does the chart include the reduced TDA funding?
No.
Or is the $1 million subtracted from that 2.6 million?
No, we would have to subtract the 1 million from that 2.6 million. So if I could continue the thought, if the funding sources were reduced to, let's say, 3 million or even 2.5, for the next upcoming fiscal year, we would reduce the level of annual pavement program expenditures to match that funding source. But recall that we are also looking at, in the next fiscal year, meeting to discuss the plan for the next multi-year pavement program. This, I believe, is next fiscal year is going to be year 7 of the 7-year pavement program plan. So we would be ready to next year start discussing what is the plan for the next multi-year pavement program. Is it 7 years? Can it be 10 years or even more? And those will all be discussions that will be coming forth in the next fiscal year.
Well, that also gets to what I asked about earlier, Mark, which is the elongation out of the pavement management plan over a greater number of years than 7, right? Just depending on their availability of funding sources.
Yes, that the plan is to complete the final year of the program now whether it's to the level that we had originally planned or to some lesser level, because we are limited by the funding sources, I still think we would be on track to start discussions about the new multi-year pavement program.
Oh, I agree with that wholly. I mean, I think I wholly agree with that, because I really wasn't thinking about this upcoming year 7. I was thinking out over a 3 to 5 year period and the entire next 7-year cycle on what we were going to do with it. So, but those are just my editorial comments. Any other questions on this slide?
Your Honor.
Yeah, Charlotte.
I don't have another question, but I do have a comment. I think it's important for us to keep in mind that we need to keep whatever money we have every year, we need to keep working on this pavement program. When we lost our money before, we went for 3 years without doing any repaving of any kind. And when we started up, we found that the streets were much drier than we thought they should have been. They just soaked everything down. The slurry just powdered. It went all over the place because the streets had not been maintained in the way they should have been. And so and it ended up costing us more in the long run. So we need to make sure we do keep on treating the worst of the streets.
Your Honor.
And that's well said. Kevin.
I don't really have a question, but a comment. It's somewhat akin to what Charlotte said. Yes, I think we should spend any monies we can, and I'll tell you why. As a business owner here, this is just one facet of it. I've had several business people come up and tell me that I have several businesses in other cities, and your road infrastructure is one of the best that I've seen. And you can look at this from a lot of different ways, but you can also look at it as an economic development catalyst too here. People do notice this. And as Mrs. Craven has said, that when you don't do it, oftentimes you come in and it could cost anywhere from 2 to 3 times more than what it potentially could have been if you do have the money to keep up. Now, I understand that there's cities out there that don't have the money to keep up, but it's a costly way. And so any monies that we can have to put back on this I think it's money well spent, not only on the examples I had mentioned, but on several other examples as well.
Yeah, and let me just respond. I'm not advocating that we extend out from over a period of years, because I fully recognize and I agree with both of you, Charlotte and Kevin, that actually to the extent that you do that, you end up spending possibly more money in the long run in terms of maintenance. All I'm saying is that, this slide shows a reduction from $5 million to $4 million to reflect project funding for this 5-year program. That just has the necessary consequence, possibly, unless we find other funding sources, of elongating that program. So it's a very serious thing that we've got to chat about. Oh. All right. Any other? Sean.
I agree that we need to continue the program. I do have a concern, or I want a point of clarification. We're looking to reduce this from $5 million to $4 million. The two funding sources, TDA Article 8 funds and the SB1 funds that are up here, this is before any reductions.
Correct.
So, it's safe to say that we won't have the TDA and or SB1 funds even to fund wholly the $4 million.
Correct.
Right, we're going to get at least another $1 million hit.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah, at least. Because we were already expecting at least a $1 million hit in the TDA, and that's not, that we haven't even considered, or we don't even have preliminary projections on the SB1 yet. So, I know it's the elephant in the room. I'm just saying we got to kind of figure that out. I mean, I do agree that this is an important program. I do hear similar comments as to what Kevin had said as well. I think our roads do look terrific. I think we do maintain them pretty dang well. People have that expectation, and I think it reflects very well on us and our community. But this is definitely a hurdle that we're going to have to overcome if we want to maintain that.
I agree fully. I think this is one of those we're just going to have to know that we've got a lot of discussion on this one going forward.
Yeah.
Your Honor, there's also a bill that's being introduced at the federal level to get infrastructure money specifically for streets and roads. I don't know the details yet because they haven't come out. I think that bill will pass the House. I have no idea if it'll pass the Senate, but it would pump money. It's designed to pump money fairly quickly to state and local governments for infrastructure projects, specifically streets and roads.
So I think the bottom line here is stay tuned. Not to be too flip about it, but that's really what it is. All right, Mark, you want to go on to the next slide without objection from it? All right, next slide.
Yeah, the next two projects had been discussed last Wednesday, so just wanted to bring these back to at least get the direction to move forward with the CIP that has been drafted and discussed last week and will be brought forward for adoption in June. First one being the City Hall Chambers Remodel Project. The current schedule is to finish design in year 1 and then to begin construction in year 3. This was funded by $600,000 in City Hall facility funds and $1.2 million in PEG fees. The $600,000 is currently in the facility funds fund balance and available. So this is not another contribution from the general fund necessary for this project. And I think I'll
Your Honor.
Charlotte, let me recognize Charlotte first, and Kevin, you're on deck.
These funds that are designated, is that right? Committed, I lose track of the two terms, but they're funds that we set aside, especially they came out of the general fund at one point, and we said, let's do this, but they're not necessarily written in stone that they have to go to this City Hall Chamber Remodel project?
Correct. Let me try and clarify, because it does get a little tricky with these types of projects that are in the facility funds. Because a couple of slides ago, I talked about the policy to set aside 20% in each year leading up to a 5-year project. These internal service fund, these facility fund projects are not subject to that set-aside policy. These projects in the facility funds would need to have the full allocation in the year of construction. Now that is something we can look at in the future as far as maybe going to a similar policy, but it does equate to somehow having to come up with the funding in the year that the construction is planned. So I believe with this particular project, for the $600,000 figure in City Hall facility funds, that money is currently in the fund balance and available for the project. And
Well, let me just finish.
yeah, if I could just complete the thought, I'm sorry, because to clarify the term commitment, that one relates to the general fund balance as a commitment for a specific purpose, and that is at council's discretion. We typically bring back an agenda item in June of each year in coordination with the budget to establish what those commitments are. And an example of one of those is the courthouse property reuse, which we'll get to in a couple of slides, but that is a way of trying to, I guess, explain the three different types of funding from the general fund. The first one being a project funded through the Capital Projects Fund, where we have I'm calling it a 20% set aside each year leading up to the construction date of the project. The second one being a facility fund, where the general fund would normally take the hit in that year that the construction is set to begin. And then the third piece being a separate commitment of general fund balance that has been identified. I sometimes use the same term designated because it is a council commitment, a council discretion to commit those funds for a specific purpose. And it does not tie you to using those funds for that purpose. It is just a way of separating those from the other available funds in the general fund to be used for any purpose.
So let me just finish and then I'll be done with this one. But the next one is the City Hall office expansion. And it seems to me that these two projects can go together. You know, I don't know that our council chambers are in that bad a shape that we need to rush this through now when we're going to put the rest of it through at a later date. Those are just my comments on that.
I think Kevin was next. Oh, Kevin, sorry. Take yourself off mute.
Sorry. Mark, the PEG funds, could you walk me through those and what they are, if they're time specific, the fees?
I don't believe they're time specific. There are fees that are collected, I believe, through the cable providers. This is for the maintenance of the public access channel, and those fees can be used, I believe, for purposes related to the presentation or I keep saying production, public access, but the broadcast of a meeting such as this. So the typical items would be the camera setup, the lighting, the microphones, things of that nature. There are efforts right now to look into allowable uses of those PEG fees for other purposes that might help relieve the general fund of some of this money, because we do have other PEG funds available beyond that 1.2 million, but it gets down to the specific itemization of the components of this project and whether or not they are eligible for PEG fee funding. And I think one of the reasons we were proposing to move on this project as opposed to the City Hall office expansion is because of the availability of those PEG fees.
Well, I'd like to get some more information on those PEG fees and see if not, we have a little bit of options as to whether or not we can move that around.
Do we have other questions or comments? Sean?
Well, to follow up on Kevin's question on the PEG fees, and Mark, your response that we have more than $1.2 million available in PEG fees, provided we can't move those around and we can't utilize those fees for other things other than say, a project designated like this, why could we not use more PEG fees and not have to rely on the $600,000 facility funds and push that back into the general fund?
Yeah, I mean, that would be the ideal situation. The question that is being researched is whether or not the $600,000, I'll refer to it as the $600,000 portion of this project is eligible for PEG fee. We haven't determined that yet. I don't recall the specifics of this project, but I would say something like maybe replacing chairs in the City Hall. I don't know that that would qualify necessarily for the broadcast, putting together a broadcast, which is kind of a strict interpretation of PEG fee of eligibility.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see in this climate and the likely economic climate we're already finding ourselves in, I don't see necessarily that this project is a high priority much anymore. But I guess a large part of that is dependent upon what we can use those PEG fees for, and if we can use that for other things. So, okay.
Susan?
Yeah, you know, if we find that the PEG fees are very much, if we can't really use them for anything else, we could possibly be looking at, I mean, don't we need some upgrades in our broadcasting capabilities, and would we go ahead with that part of it?
I'm looking for advice. I think before Mr. Klotzel comes up to try and respond to that, I think I heard the question as being, could we do some pieces that are clearly PEG fee eligible versus the entire project? And I'll let him respond in a moment. But I think what the Public Works Department is looking for is some direction to then move forward with the draft CIP to either include this as is in year 3 for construction, or I'm hearing there's no reason to wait till year 3 if we deem that the PEG fees can be used for the entire project. It could happen in year 2, but I think part of it may hinge on the $600,000 requirement from general fund versus using all of the PEG fees. So that is still, again, under analysis, but I'll let Mr. Klotzel speak to the possibility of doing a piece at a time just to use all of the PEG fee funded portion.
Mayor, this is Brian Eric. I've got an answer on the PEG fees question.
Go ahead, Brian.
Yes, you can use PEG fees for, let me step back up. For things related to the chambers such as microphones, lighting, the studio floor, capital improvements, things of that nature. So they're specifically related to the government channel.
Does that answer that question? Okay. Brian, thank you for that. Dave, did you have some additional, Mr. Klotzel, did you have some additional information?
Yes, I could shed some more light on that. And exactly as Brian said, CIP staff has been in communication with city attorney's staff to analyze that and look at that. With the as far as the information goes that we have now, it's likely that 1.2 million in PEG fees is what we can spend on the project, and that there is a portion of the project that PEG fees cannot be used for. And the other piece to this project is there are ADA required improvements also that have been identified. So as far as and as we've gone forward in design and put this project together, it's the most efficient project to make those ADA improvements along with the audio-visual recording broadcast improvements in one total project, rather than piece them out to only use PEG fees. Knowing that, yes, there's a $600,000 of the City Hall facility funds, but I mean, those are, like Mark mentioned, are already set aside in there. So with the availability of the majority of the project and the PEG fees, readily available, City Hall facility funds already there. We're in final design right now, and that is the schedule that's put there, is the finished design now going into year one. And initially, the thought was to push any project out that utilized any type of general fund colored money out to year three out of the first 2 years of the budget, years 1 and 2. With that funding in place, if council concurs with the $600,000 in facility funds and the $1.2 million in PEG, we can finish design and move right into construction towards the probably beginning in year 2, fiscal year 21-22. And the other element to that is no promises, but right now we're starting to see construction prices, bid prices are coming in at or below engineers' estimates. So just another piece to this puzzle to put into the discussion. So that's the additional information I can shed on this.
More comments from?
I have a question.
Mr. Kildee.
Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about the $600,000. Is there a way we can pare that number down and still get the project that we want? Perhaps not to the level that it is now, but one that would be workable for the foreseeable future.
There could be the possibility to look at cost reduction measures through the design and selection of materials. We actually have another study session, not a date certain yet, but the intent was to come back to City Council with some renderings. The consultant is at that point now where we're compiling that information to bring back to City Council for confirmation on next direction on the design. There may be some, level of cost options that we can look at. And again, this 600,000 and 1.2, the total project is estimate at this point. As we go through final design and some of these decisions are made, we'll be able to better refine the estimate. And that's the engineer's design estimate for construction. Again, not knowing what the actual ultimate cost is when we go out to bid. That'll really tell us what the cost is, and that's another step that council has the decision to move forward or not, even at that point, even after we get bids. So all that to say, a long answer to say, really it's hard to put a specific, can we reduce it to 500,000 or 450 or is it 550? It's an estimate at this point that'll be better refined as we finish design and then go out to bid.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
So, Dave, so what is, right now in the estimate, what is the $600,000 actually being attributed to, expense-wise?
The ADA improvements and the where basically we're new layout. If council recalls, we did bring forward the conceptual layouts that we ended up deciding on one as far as the staff table layout. So we're changing the layout of the floor down here. And so there's hard construction improvements, if you will. It gets to be a gray area as far as what's considered part of the studio for the PEG eligible costs. So it gets to be into that gray area, but there are some specifics of where we are removing chairs and putting more in other locations. We also need to build an access pathway that's zero slope from the back of the chambers area up to the presentation area. If you will, when anybody comes and receives an award right now, they have to open a gate and go up 2 steps to get up there to the presentation area. What it'll be is a flat ramp from the back of the room up to that presentation area. So those types of improvements is what we're identifying as being outside of PEG eligible costs. And not only the construction of that, but also the design portion of that is non-PEG eligible also. So that's what that 600,000 estimate, again, a rough estimate spread of PEG eligible costs and non-PEG eligible costs.
So as I hear it, the design and build of the ADA ramp and the design and build of staff seating or area?
That's the bulk of it, and also the right, and to accommodate that, we do need to relocate some of the seats in chambers, and also provide ADA accessible seating areas. So that also would be outside of the PEG eligible. You know, we need to provide designated seating area that's accessible by that ADA compliant pathway of travel.
But the seating themselves is eligible for PEG fees.
We don't, at this point, we don't believe so.
So the 600,000 also includes redoing all the seating in the chamber?
Correct.
The public?
Right.
Okay. Go ahead, Charlotte.
I was going to ask, when we approved our ADA plan, when we did that study, I asked the question, is there something in the law that says we have to accomplish so much a year? And I believe I was told, or when we have to make these improvements, and I believe I was told there was no time deadline, but if we did some remodeling, if we did anything to the structure, then we had to make the improvement. Did I remember correct? So these don't have to be made within the next year or two. Is that correct?
I'm not too sure who's best to answer that. I don't know the details of the ADA plan.
Okay, the person who made the presentation to us was Kevin Jorgensen.
So this is Brian again. I would say that what you recall sounds right to me, but it's been a while since we looked at this. I'll have an answer for you for your next session, but it does sound right.
More questions? I have a question, and then I've got my comments. The question is to Mark. Is there 600,000? I'm thinking about footnote 3 on the city's current balance sheet, which is where we have all of the, trying to remember the exact nomenclature. It's either the designated or committed funds for specific purposes, and I think the appropriate term used on footnote 3 is committed. Is this $600,000 committed and as shown within footnote 3?
No. This money would be in the facility fund reserves, not the general fund reserves, which the term commitment is tied to.
Okay. All right. And then let me reframe. I guess I got to reframe the question again regarding ADA. So if I understand it correctly, and this is a joint question to Dave and to Brian, we can't use the PEG fees to do the ADA improvements. Is that about what it comes down to?
Well, this is Brian. The answer to that is you could use them, provided that it is related to the channel capacity, educational capacity, or producing the broadcast programming, or gaining access to any of those. So if the ADA improvements were to accomplish any of that, then yes. But if not, if it's, for example, if it's gaining access to the staging area where there are presentations and such made, I would say that's not assisting with the studio or the cameras or the channel itself. It's basically to allow access to the area adjacent there to the dais.
Of course, Brian, it would be access to the production area as well.
Well, except for there's already access to the production area, which I believe that could be accomplished without building the ramp.
Okay.
That is currently ADA compliant.
Okay. I guess my take on this, and maybe this is something we push out to May 20, so we can get some further information back. But I'm really leery of spending $600,000 in general fund monies right now. I'd rather hold. This is my personal view. I'd rather hold on to those funds. I'd rather preserve them because we potentially may need to use them someplace else. I'd be inclined to push it, to do two things. A, push it out another year or two, beyond year 3. I'd push it out to year 5 because I just don't see a real need a burning need for this, particularly in light of if from an ADA standpoint, we don't have to do it right away. This gets to Charlotte's question. Or alternatively, we could utilize the PEG funds as they exist and do a more segmented project. But I don't think I have enough information to arrive at a conclusion on that right now. But if there's a consensus, and I'm not sure I'm hearing a consensus on the part of the council,
I have a question.
particular approach. Susan.
Dave, this is in like final design, right?
That's correct. The consultant has prepared preliminary design, and those are the concepts that we brought forth to council to settle on one concept, and then council approved the final design contract. I think it was right in the beginning of the year, January, I think it was a council item. So they've initiated the final design. I'm guessing they're less than 50% complete with final design, somewhere between definitely more than 0, but probably not much more than 50%. So, yeah.
And would we lose anything financially if we were to just put this off?
Well, yeah, if you cancel design right now, a majority of all that work will need to be done again, whether it's, and especially even more work with building codes and that kind of thing. 5 years from now, it'll be a bigger restart than it would be 2 years from now. It's not a complete throwaway. We have information. But as far as the momentum, where we have momentum right now with the design, with this consultant who's gone through the preliminary conceptual to this point. So, yeah, there is a loss to stop, definitely. But it's a matter of cutting the loss at this point. It's early enough in the design that you would cut some of the loss.
Thanks.
Yep. Mr. Mayor?
Sean?
My opinion would be to finish the design. If we choose to delay it, we can always just sit on the design and actually construct it at a later date. Although I do assume, and Dave, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but in finishing the design, we will have exhausted some of that $600,000 in funds, I presume.
Correct.
Because some of that's being apportioned to design.
Correct. And that proportion is what we're going to have to hammer out the details when continuing to coordinate with the city attorney to get a final answer on what all is PEG eligible and what's not.
I think Mayor Tremblay may have already suggested that we probably have to continue this to later in May and have a more deep dive and see what the city attorney comes back on, at least in terms of the PEG fees.
That was my suggestion. Okay, I'm not hearing an objection.
Yeah, I'd agree with your suggestion.
I agree.
Susan, Kevin?
Mr. Mayor,
yeah.
I agree, but, people usually ask me, and Sean can probably shed some light on this, but when you're doing a project, they typically come and say, okay, what's your budget? And you pretty much tell them what your budget is, and then that's my budget, not to exceed a certain dollar amount. And that's my budget. And then either you go forward with the project or you don't, or you pare back on, what you need to pare back to keep within your budget. So I think it's absolutely right. We can wait and get some more information on this, but, perhaps you want to see, instead of 600, maybe we pare that down to 300. Maybe we don't. Maybe we don't do the project at all. But I do think that we need to get some more information and really think about, the funding mechanisms and the timing of this. So those are my thoughts.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. And my priority is to try to preserve general funds where we can. So that's okay. I think we've just about exhausted this one, and I'm not hearing any objection to the contrary. So why don't we go on to the next slide, please, number 33.
The next one is the City Hall office expansion we touched on briefly. This one is a project that is, the design phase has been 95% complete. Construction is currently scheduled for year 3. This would be funded by $1.5 million of City Hall facility funds. And the recommendation is to finish the design, move construction to the future years beyond the 5-year CIP period. And what that would do is provide the general fund with flexibility to use any accumulated fund balance in the facility fund to bring back and cover operating expenditures if that was a mechanism to help relieve the general fund deficit.
Your Honor,
Charlotte.
I agree with that 100%.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I agree. I think we're 95 again. It's the last comments that I made. We're 95% already spent money on this. We need to finish this design, but I think we can move out this project into some, later years here. Maybe, the bidding will stay, hopefully it'll get it more competitive than what it has, but I don't think if we move it out 1 or 2 or 3 years, I don't think that's something that we should be able to do.
John?
Yep, I agree.
Susan?
Ditto.
Okay, I agree, but I do want a question answered, and that is this. If we finish that design now, my question is a consistency question. I think it's directed at Dave. If we were told on the prior item that if we finish the design, we'd have to redo the whole design process in X years when we finally did the project for the Chambers remodel, why isn't that the same thing here? And I'm playing devil's advocate because I'm trying to think of why should we get to the end of the design process and spend more general fund monies right now? Are the two oranges and apples?
No, and to clarify, if I did, I misspoke. If I said the whole design would have to be redone regardless, it really is dependent on how far we get on design on the chambers and at what point in time is it started up again, and what, if any, changes to building code requirements would then apply. I mean, quite a few unknowns there to say for certain that there will be no additional cost to start back up and carry design forward to completion in the future on Chambers remodel. And on the City Hall office expansion, again, it depends on the timing. We're in coordination, final coordination, and finishing up the design, and in coordination with building and safety. Obviously, the design right now is moving forward in compliance with all current building codes, and then it's just going to depend on when it comes off the shelf, what level of refresh is needed. Likely, there will need to be some. Again, how the permitting rules and laws apply at that time when a permit is pulled to do the actual construction, if it's in 3 or 4 or 5 years, there may need to be some revisions to those plans that we would need to hire a consultant to do. But our estimate is that it would be a fraction of what has already been spent to finish design, what has already been spent and will need to be spent to finish design. So
how much money will it cost to? Oh, go ahead, Dave. Sorry.
No, I think I may be answering your next question. It's just it's difficult. We can't put a dollar amount on what that cost is going to be like.
No, how much will it cost to finish the final 5% of design?
I mean that's already been under contract and encumbered. I don't have a dollar amount on what's left on their scope and fee. Essentially, that's what we're saying is, we've hired the consultant for X amount of money to do this design. And again, we're maybe 5% left on that to complete. $32,000 is the number coming from finance.
And what I'm hearing is, generally speaking, is it better to have 100% finished plans rather than 95%?
Most definitely. Take it off the shelf, dust it off, and update whatever is needed to go out to bid would be much easier to be done with final plans that are signed, that have gone through the full review from building and safety, that can essentially be, I don't know if an actual stamp would be applied. Typically, I think that's when a permit's issued, but essentially it will have gone to the point where it's ready to be permitted for construction, and that's much more valuable to do that than not.
Okay, well, I think that ultimately results in cost savings down the line rather than pulling the plug at 95%. So I think it sounds to me like you got consensus from council as to staff's recommendation under the fourth bullet on this slide.
Okay, thank you.
Without objection, what's our next one?
Next and last project for discussion, the courthouse property reuse. We touched on this one a little bit, and before I leave this slide, I'll go into a couple more slides talking specifically about the commitment of general fund balance, because this one is estimated at $2.83 million of general fund, not the economic development reserve, but it is committed general fund reserve specifically for this courthouse property reuse purpose. So what I wanted to do was then talk a little bit about the reserves and the commitments, keeping in mind that this estimate right now is $2.83 million. What we actually have in the commitments, which you'll see in a couple slides, is $3.7 million. So this slide is a snapshot from the city's CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2019, the last completed audit. And this section or excerpt is showing the total fund balances, that red box, $67.9 million, and then wanted to point out the components of that. The $240,000 is non-spendable. That is primarily deposits that the city is holding for different purposes that cannot be spent, need to be returned to whoever put the deposit up. The restricted amount, the $5,455,000, is the balance as of June 30th in the Pension Rate Stabilization Trust Fund. The committed amount, I'll get to on the next slide, $51.2 million. The assigned portion, $143,000, is encumbrances or purchase orders that are carrying over and still outstanding and cannot be spent. That money has been, I guess, encumbered into the POs. And then that bottom line, the unassigned number, $10.9 million, is another number that we'll be talking about as we go further into general fund reserve. So two components, the committed portion and then the unassigned portion, 51.2 and 10.9. On the next slide, the commitments. That commitment total of $51.2 million is comprised of a $21.5 million city council reserve policy goal, which is 50% of general fund expenditures. Then we've got that one is separated because that is a separate city council policy that establishes the goal of 50% of general fund expenditures. The other commitments now in the next several bullets are the council's discretion. The economic development, $7.75 million. The highlighted one, which we were talking about, the courthouse property reuse money, $3.75. Natural disaster recovery, $10 million. Camarillo Springs debris barrier remediation maintenance, $200,000. And then the Pleasant Valley Rec and Park District, $8 million. I'm putting this up. That's the total commitments of 29.7. That combined with the top bullet, the reserve level policy target of 21.5, bring you to the 51.2 million. And I'm showing this slide to show where the commitments of fund balance stand as of June 30, 2019. This is the item that we will bring to council in June for action on whether or not you wanted to change any of those commitments for the current fiscal year ended June 30, 2020. So I believe at this point, there was some discussion on use of commitments for the courthouse property use. There were also some discussions on whether we swap that for, I think it was the Dizdar Park was the other option of whether or not we could possibly change that committed fund balance of 3.75 to be from the courthouse property to the Dizdar Park project.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Who would like to start us off on this?
Your Honor, I brought this up before, and that would be my preference, would be to uncommit those funds to the courthouse property reuse and to redesignate them for Dizdar Park. And I gave all my reasons before. This is a newer project. We've owned it several years, but not nearly as long as we've owned the other one. We boarded up fire station that needs to come down, that needs to be raised more than anything on this courthouse property. And it is the only playground for children and park that exists for people in that part of town. They have to cross the freeway or go all the way over to, the parks at Village at the Park are really private parks. So for all those reasons, I think the council should consider changing this to become the Disdar Park funding.
Who's next?
Kevin, like me to go?
Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
I agree with that, and reasons I said before, I look at this as economic development, and if you look at where Disdar Park is, that we really haven't done, it needs a little love down there, if you will, and, it's a kind of a segue, too, to a certain extent, of the boulevard here. That's kind of where the business district, not kind of, it's actually where the business district in Camarillo started, is that part of the boulevard. And I do look at this as a catalyst for economic development, too. I think the courthouse is extremely important. I'd love to do that. But with the priority for me would be the Disdar Park. And we are known throughout the county for our quality parks. And I think that this one here should not be one that is forgotten up to our standards of our parks in this city. And I think it would be money well spent. I know that it's challenging and difficult when you've got to do this kind of musical chairs with your funding. And the courthouse has been around a long time, but it's not quite as up front and center as this park is. And my feeling is that if we can get this park constructed there, that it will really give a shot in the arm to that part, in a good way, that part of the boulevard.
Thank you. Who wants to be next? Susan?
Sure. Yeah, I agree. I'm glad that this is why I kind of wanted to go through all the slides. I didn't even realize this was here. I wanted to see exactly how much was set aside. So I think it makes sense that we need to move on the firehouse and Disdar. Ideally, I'd love to see them both done, but I think it's really important for that area, especially now as we're looking at economic recovery. I think this is an integral part of it in Old Town. So I'm okay with recommitting or whatever the terminology is.
Sean?
I will agree. I think Disdar does need to be a priority and the priority, particularly amongst these two. Down the line, and Mayor Tremblay, you brought this up before about reserve policies and whatnot. I know I see here on slide 35, we have $11 million in unassigned above and beyond our committed, which includes our 50% reserve policy. I don't know what discussions we've had thus far. I don't recall any discussions about utilizing any of those unassigned funds. Certainly they're there for a rainy day, just as that 50% reserve is. But I would, for now, I would support reassigning and recommitting those funds from the courthouse to Disdar.
All right, and my comment is ditto. So I'll be succinct.
Okay, thank you. So we have the direction. What we will do, what you can expect is an agenda item coming forth in June related to the commitment of fund balance that will replace, we'll have more discussion at the May 20th budget study session to see if there's any other changes that you would like to do to any of the other commitments. But at this point, we will draft something for discussion on the May 20th meeting that will show commitments of fund balance as the Disdar Park 3.75, replacing the courthouse property reuse.
Okay, what's our next slide, Mark? Thank you.
I think we need one more piece of direction for Public Works to move forward on the CIP.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. If I could just take another minute to get some clarification on the direction on what to show in the CIP having to do with Disdar. I understand the discussion that just occurred, and that makes sense. But as far as timing goes, the recommendation back on the previous slide was to move things out to future years. So I just wanted to confirm timing on Disdar Park. When this change is made for now funding Disdar with the those other funds, the designated economic reserve funds, then as far as timing of the project, I feel like if we can get concurrence on timing on that, if that would happen in June, do we continue forward with where we are? The conceptual design is occurring right now. With David Goodell has been putting that information together, and the next step would be to move into final design starting next fiscal year, and then could move right on into construction with using that funding source that council sounds like is moving towards designating for this project. I'll throw in another, if I can just throw in another option for you as far as how it may affect timing, and I think we mentioned this at the CIP study session. One option would be to take down the the firehouse and the chambers building, which is needed for this project, to remove those. Those could be leveled. The site could be left in a safe, fully open state with decomposed granite, DG, in those areas, and the park accessible until final design and then construction is accomplished according to the schedule that council would like to see.
Well, Dave, that kind of sounds like option 3 of what we were talking about last week, which I didn't really support too much. But could you do me a favor? Could staff put back up on the PowerPoint, because I don't have it in front of me, slide number, was it 24 on DISTAR?
24, yes.
Could you bring that back, please? Did that show timing on it at all?
R2 in our CIP books.
Lumos. There we go.
Okay. So it didn't have the recommendation was to move to future years beyond year 5.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
If you turn to page R2, which is the very last page in the CIP book, it shows the plan was to do the current year at $96,000, and then year 1 and year 2 to continue that, and it looked to me like construction would be in year 2. If we wanted to push all that back 1 year, I think that would be fine, but we'd at least be working on it. And then the first thing, whenever they do start, will have to be raising of those 2 buildings.
I'm not in support of raising those 2 buildings and letting that site just be like that for a couple of years. I'm more inclined to say do it all at once, but let's talk about the timing. I think I interrupted Susan first, and then Kevin on deck.
Yeah, I'm not. Am I missing something? Since this doesn't have to be set aside, is there some sort of savings for putting it off?
No.
Or does it work better with?
No.
I'm missing the point of putting it off.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Right. That was the option that we constructed with going into tonight's meeting.
Okay.
And with one of the main goals still in that recommendation, obviously, with using this other economic development reserve funds, it's going to move that $3.08 million to Cambria Corridor, which really accomplishes the offset of general funds. Even in this current, year 1, it's going to shift the general fund deficit from a deficit to a positive number, because that's $1.9 million that goes towards general fund, right?
Right. I guess as I see it is if we have the funding to do it, I agree with Tony. I don't like the idea of raising it and waiting. And let's take advantage of maybe a better price on construction and some jobs, and let's get it done.
Who wants to speak next?
I'll go.
Sean?
I will ditto Susan's comments. I think we got the money. We achieved an offsetting the corridor funds to open up for Cambria Hills Drain, and I think I just don't see the need to sit on this. I think pardon the pun, but I think we can plow right ahead. We should plow right ahead.
Mayor, I'll agree with that. I don't think we should raise those buildings until we're ready to go with this project. I don't see the benefit to that at all. We do have the money. Perhaps we'll get a better bid on it. I don't think delaying it a year is really going to help us very much. So I would concur with what other council members have said.
All right. Charlotte?
Your Honor, I'll say ditto, and when we get to the discussion of the courthouse, I'd say put that one out into future years.
I'll agree with what everyone else has said, and my only comment would be I'm not sure if it's either plow or bulldoze, but in any event, we move forward on it. Mr. Klotzel, Dave, does that give you the guidance that you need?
Yes, thank you. Just to summarize, we will move forward with the schedule as currently presented on page R02, as Councilmember Craven mentioned, and the funding shift will occur with the change of using the Economic Development Reserve funds. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, without objection. That's what we'll do. All right, what's next?
Well, since we've closed the general fund deficit, I think we're done. No.
What were that to be?
I say that.
But thank you for that thought.
Jokingly, of course, because we still have some discussion on years 2 through 5. That is a huge impact to the general fund, a positive impact. But again, as we're going to continue the discussion, the way the budget is built right now without that additional piece, we were looking at some ongoing structural imbalances when we start looking at years 2 through 5. So I wanted to go back to this slide. Now that we've discussed the committed portion, and we'll revisit that, wanted to focus on, and I think Councilmember Moshe stole a little of my thunder, because the next step was looking at that $10.9 million of unassigned fund balance and comparing that to the where we left off the general fund before this discussion was that yellow highlighted number, the negative 876,000, or that level of deficit, knowing that we may have other impacts that are coming through, and this is constantly a moving number. I think what I wanted to do was at least broach the subject of the use of reserves to cover any kind of a deficit, whether it be in year 1 or years 2 through 5. And I say that not to begin the discussion of whether or not to use reserves, but just to keep in mind that that is yet another option for closing a gap, and that there are likely 5 different ideas up there of how much of reserves you all would be comfortable with. But something to wait, because we still have a lot more work to do. We still have information pending as far as the state budget, as far as the COVID crisis continuation, and we will be coming back on May 20th. But that to say that we will have more to chew on once we start looking at the 5-year projection, as in terms of whether or not we wanted to use fund balance to cover a current year, a year 1 budgetary gap, or what we're going to see in the 5-year. So on the 5-year slide, it is a little busy, very busy, but I'll start it off.
Mark, I'm sorry. I want to ask you a question, though, on slide 37. Actually, I have 2 questions for you. Because what you're showing is the first page of Schedule C that you provided to us in the preliminary materials.
Correct. And
for fiscal year 2020/21, under proposed budget, that highlighted 876,159 figure does not marry up. It doesn't tie to Schedule B, which is a different number. That's the 853,100 number on box 6 on Schedule B. Can you explain why there is an inconsistency there? And can you also, since I want to ask you a compound question, can you please describe why that is minus 392.7%? Because that figure kind of jumped out at me.
Okay. Yes, in regards to the first question, that's primarily due to rounding. When we went through the boxes and the progression on the budget deficit and where we landed as the stopping point, there was a highlighted number when we go all the way back to slide 20. It was $853,000, $853,100, as you mentioned. That was primarily due to rounding. And there were also probably some other minor adjustments that we did not factor into each of the slides when we compiled that progression and all of the different boxes that we walked through. So I apologize, I did mean to mention that it was not a direct tie-in, but the number, looking at the current slide 37, is the actual number, 876,159. And then in regards to the second part of that question, that negative 392, I'm thinking, just looking at the numbers, I believe that that's a percentage moving from the current year budget, where we had a revenues over expenditures on the yellow highlighted line of a positive $299,377. Moving from that number to the negative 876 is a decrease of 1.175 million, which equates to a 392% difference.
Okay, thanks. I'll crunch all those numbers later.
Okay, I know it is a little daunting, but because we have such a small number of positive moving to a large number of negative, it does calculate that way.
Okay, thanks for answering those two questions. I know you want to go on to slide 38.
Okay, and this is the 5-year outlook. As I mentioned, the conditions are changing. Some of the impacts to the general fund that we reconciled were sometimes pushing expenditures or programs out into year 2 or beyond. And so what we're looking at here is a bottom line of, I will say, not the bottom line, but if we look at that green line, that is the progression of the bottom line deficit. So again, we're looking at a number there of 876,159, and I know that is yet another number of the bottom line deficit, but I'm sorry, that is the number from the previous slide that was highlighted, $876,159. So that was, again, at the point in time, which was last Friday when we printed these materials, that is what the year 1 deficit looked like. Again, when we start moving into year 2, 3, 4, 5, those deficits, before we had these discussions about shifting some capital projects around, looked like you see as we continue that green line across to the right through the years, going from 876,000 negative to 4.5 million, 4.8 million, 5.3 million, and 4.8 million as far as annual deficits to the general fund. I'll pause. Let me clarify one more thing. If you are looking up above, how this schedule works is we take total revenues and compare to total expenditures, and we have a figure of revenues over or under expenditures, and that's before transfers. So in year 1, we were at a positive $603,928 in the gray shaded area. Then once you factor in the transfers, transfer in of 1.5 million is the gas tax transfer, monies that we spoke earlier coming in from gas tax to cover our street personnel costs. Then the transfers out for operations that we talked about, the 2 funds, primarily the citywide lighting and landscaping and the transit fund to subsidize those activities. We end up with the negative 832,908, and then a small portion to the CIP fund, 43,000, brings us down to that bottom line $876,000 deficit number for year 1. The other columns follow that same logic. I will point out that the PERS impact in year 3, that $445,380, and the numbers in the following years should be negative with a parentheses around them. Those are negative numbers, but the bottom line in the green is calculated correctly. It was just an oversight on putting the parentheses around those negative impacts. Those are estimates to what we expect to see from PERS. I mentioned it's a 2-year lag, and I believe those were largely based on the impacts from the Great Recession that we experienced with our PERS rates. So I will, If there are no questions.
Mark, hold on a second. I think Sean has a question.
Okay.
Or, well, yeah, I'll ask it now. Maybe, hopefully I'm not getting ahead of myself or you. This does not include, does this include plugging in that $3.7 million for transit over the course of several years? It was included in the CARES Act?
It does. And that by plugging that in, the assumption built into this schedule is that we would maintain the level of operations that we currently have.
That's going to be my follow-up question. So again, this again assumes status quo prior to anything we made, any changes we've made prior to COVID-19.
Correct.
Yeah, okay. That's all I got. Thanks.
You bet. Other questions on this slide right now?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Charlotte.
How are we estimating sales tax incomes for years 2, 3, 4, and 5, and property tax income?
I believe that in those years, we had built in a 2% escalator to those revenues based on the levels that we had brought down in the current year and then again in year one as a result of the COVID emergency. So just to put it a different way, is we had brought down the current year to a new baseline level, and then from there we further brought down year one to yet another baseline level to where we start to build up at a recovery, if you will, of 2% per year.
So that would, not including compounding, it would be about an 8 or 10% increase from a very low level at year 5?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And the same with property tax?
Correct.
Okay, that may be low when estimating.
Yes, I tend to agree based on some of the indications we've gotten that this may be a quicker recovery, that we may be back to pre-COVID levels in 3 years. I think this is another piece that we would revisit with better information.
Can I just add one more thing, Your Honor? You know, Mark has said several times that a budget for the upcoming year is a lot of guessing. A lot of changes were made during this year. Changes will be made. And I think that this current year has shown that we can look at 5-year forecasts, but we certainly never know what's going to happen in the future. And our forecasting can always prove to be a bit off.
Well, I can certainly agree with that, since this appears to be the ultimate crystal ball. So we just don't know at this point. Sean, I thought did you have another question?
I did. It was a tag on to Charlotte's question about revenues and 2% escalator in revenues throughout these 5 years. When it comes to expenditures, I see expenditures rising back up in year 2 at a far quicker pace, from 38.4 million to 40.1. Are we somehow, when it comes to the expenditure line, how is something reverting there?
I think that a large portion of that is the salaries and benefits. If we were to go back to a situation where I think what we had built in was a 2% band movement, 5% merit increases, we would be back to that similar situation that, again, has not been decided at this point. But as far as the assumptions, that is what has been plugged in.
Okay. I know
if I could add one more piece. Other pieces that do drive it up quicker than the revenue side are some of the one-time fixes that we did in the current year that got pushed out into year 2.
What would those be outside of?
For example, I think there was portions of the general ADA projects. I believe it might be a portion of the general plan amendment components that were planned for year one and were delayed a year, as examples.
To tag on to that, I would be interested in seeing, as part of year one, what project or what kind of projects or expenditures we are just simply delaying and pushing out year two.
Okay, we can bring that for the May 20th.
Thanks.
All right, are there other questions on this slide? Hearing none. Mark, you want to go to the next one, please?
Yeah, the next one shows the same information, but this is with the assumptions that we talked about earlier with shifting corridor funds. So you can see that we are no longer looking at the green area. We've gone from in year one, a negative 876,000 to a positive 1 million. In years 2 through 5, we've gone from 4.5 to 3.8, 4.8 to 4.2, 5.3 stays about the same, and the next 2 years stay about the same.
Any questions on this slide? Next.
The next couple of slides was where we focus a little bit about, we talked throughout this presentation about the activities or the funding levels that require a great deal of general fund monies, one being the library operation. Wanted to just give you an idea of what those activities are so that when we come back at a later date to further discuss the library operation, this will set a little bit of a foundation. So I highlighted there the operational charges, salaries and benefits about 182,000. The operational charges, 1.9 million. That is primarily the contract for services with LS&S, 1.8 million. And then when we look at the grants allocations line, the internal service fund allocations, the facility we talked about a little bit earlier, $1 million. That's the maintenance of the facility. And then also the information systems internal service fund also charges the library operation for their computers and electronic media. Again, further discussion on this operation, the contract components and potential to make some changes will be brought forth at a later meeting.
Thank you. Any questions?
I have a question. So,
Kevin?
Mark, what type of changes are you specifically looking for? Are you looking for economies of scale? Are you looking for programs? Are you looking for staffing levels? Could you elaborate just a little bit on?
Yes, I'll let John Thomas expand on that.
So just to inform you as to where we're at with the contract, we're in it's a 5-year contract with LS&S, and we are entering into the final year of the 5-year contract. You know, as we recently had amended the existing contract, given the COVID-19 situation, we may be looking at amending the contract again, and we could be talking about looking at staffing levels, hours of operation, the types of programs that are offered and are available. And so we've been operating fairly consistently for a number of years, and so we all have kind of that feel of how the library operates and what it looks like and what it provides for the citizens. But this would be an opportunity to look at some of these things and say, could we pull back some of the services possibly, and just take a look at that, and then what savings might be gained by doing that. So we're looking at a lot of different aspects of the library and its operation and the existing contract.
Just a little bit of follow-up. I think this is an ideal time for us to look at all of the operations of the library and see where efficiencies can come in and service levels and just kind of what we provide to the city, because like everything else, libraries are changing as well. So to me, this is an ideal time for us to look at the whole operation.
Sure. Yes.
Thank you. Other other comments or questions?
I have one.
Sean?
We're still servicing the debt on the library, is that right?
Yes, we are.
Do we know when that's going to be paid off? Or does that sunset?
We're looking that up.
Yeah, we'll look that up and have that for you shortly.
Okay, thanks.
18 more years?
Was it 18?
It's 30 and we're in 12, aren't we?
I think that's probably close.
Okay.
So I'll come back with that. If there are no other questions on the library.
I don't hear any further questions. Let's go on to the next slide, please. Thank you.
Next one is the Citywide Lighting and Landscaping Fund that I touched on several times throughout the presentation. This is a separate fund that year 2033 is the final debt service on the bonds. Okay, so the Citywide Lighting and Landscaping Fund, that fund does receive some property tax revenue through assessments to the tune of about $2.1 million. And then the expenditures, the line highlighted, $4.5 million is obviously far exceeding the revenues available. And so that requires a transfer in from the general fund of about $2.5 million. So this is another area where we are doing in an ongoing effort to look at those costs and contracts to see if there are opportunities to make some reductions. And at that point in time where we do have some information, by the 20th, we'll be able to explain what those mean in terms of levels of service and what it would look like. Down below, you can see that out of that 4.5 million, 1.5 million is in salaries and benefits, 2.6 is the operational charges, and those 5 bullets there are not the total to 2.6, but the larger ticket items, the electrical costs, 794,000, the landscape maintenance contract, 711,000, the tree trimming contract, almost 500,000, and then some landscape maintenance, pressure washing, and storm drain maintenance. No questions?
So, Mark, you'll be looking at all of the operational charge categories, or staff will be looking at all operational charge categories?
Yes.
As well as, well, the entire, all of the bullets, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any other questions on this slide? Okay, next.
Next, I guess the final leg of the general fund contributions is the transit operations. And this one, again, we've talked about several times. We have some more information coming scheduled for the 13th, but the expenditures of $3.4 million, largely offset by FTA grant revenues, and then matched by general fund share that in at least portion of the current year, all of year one, and into year two, use of that $3.7 million in CARES stimulus money. The discussion will be steering toward looking at possible operational levels of service reduction so that we can stretch out that $3.7 million.
Are there questions on this slide? Yeah, I certainly want to echo that in terms of operational expenditures. And the good thing on the CARES Act money is those funds are not subject to the typical 20% match that we have.
Those are designed to replace the 20% match, or actually to replace all of the FTA funding, including the match.
Correct. All right, I'm not hearing any questions on this item. All right,
So that concludes the general fund portion, the general fund focused portion, which was the majority of the presentation. Now, in the next few slides, I'll be going through the components of the water utility operation, which is 4 different funds, and the sanitary district operation, which is 3 different funds. Just to kind of explain a little bit of how those operations work, how those funds work. So the first one, the Water Utility Fund, this is sometimes referred to as the operating fund. We are looking at expenditures of 15.2 million, revenues of 15.6 million, and there's a transfer out of 2.24 million. I think what I would like to state is just some general comments about the water and sewer operations. Those operations are funded by customer rate revenues. We do a water and sewer rate study every year. We adopt rates for a 2-year period pursuant to a Prop 218 process, but we do look at the water and sewer rate models every year for an update to determine whether in every other year, whether we need to make an adjustment to rates or whether we need to bring in new information to satisfy ourselves that the trend for 5 years, it does look at a 5-year outlook to see where we are trending and what we might have coming up for the next round of rate review. The typical drivers to that process are not only the operating costs, and I will term it as inflationary costs throughout the year as a factor, but also the capital improvement projects and reserve levels. And now that the water fund does have some bond debt, the debt issuance expenditures, debt coverage, debt service expenditures to service that debt that the water operation now has. And again, with these next few slides, I was just planning to talk a little bit about how each fund works. So if there are any specific questions, I will start to move through those.
Sean?
Mark, the transfers out of in the proposed budget for year 1, 2.2, is that for infrastructure improvements?
Yes.
And then what are we doing with the adjustments? What are the adjustments for every year?
The adjustments are, for the most part, an accounting entry because we, by GFOA, GASB standards, we were supposed to use a term of working capital for enterprise funds, and this can get very convoluted as a discussion of working capital versus fund balance, because enterprise funds operate on a working capital type of measurement, and working capital being current assets minus current liabilities. But the adjustments are primarily to remove any depreciation expense, because that is a non-cash item. So it can get very deep into accounting nerd stuff.
Okay, I understand that. Thank you.
All right. Keep on going, Mark.
Okay. The Reclaim Water Fund. We do offer reclaimed water to certain customers where it can be made available. There is a charge for that service, and it is primarily captured in that revenue number. I'm focusing on year 1. That is the $445,000 number. The expenditures, I will say the revenues do cover the operating expenditures. Where you see that large transfer in, and the I'm sorry, let me start with the expenditures. 4.862 million by far exceeds the revenues coming in, as primarily due to capital projects. So that requires a transfer in of 4,535,000 for capital projects. Okay, I will move on to.
Your Honor, could you tell us what those are? And we're expecting not to get grants for those?
Yes, I'm looking around for someone who has a CIP book. There was a page on water CIP projects, and I believe there's one of them that is the Reclaim Water Fund. I can't recall off the top of my head, but we're looking for that.
And then, while they're doing that, Your Honor, I had another question on this whole fund.
Go ahead, Charlotte.
Mark, this is a city fund, and it's underwater. So does the city buy reclaimed water from the Fanny District?
Yes, we do.
So the Sandy District then gets revenue from the sale of water to the city. So the city, as a water agency, can sell the water to reclaimed water customers.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
What Councilmember Craven is referring to is that at the sanitation plant, the sewage that comes in is treated to a level that can be used as reclaimed water. Recycled water is another term used for it. That water is then sold to the water division that then provides the reclaimed water to the customers who are eligible to use reclaimed water.
And this is fairly new in the last couple of years, if I remember right, because it used to be that when we first were trying to get them set up, that we just gave them the water. The Sandy District just gave the water away, and then the pipes were built. And I'm glad to see that we're now having a proper system where it's being sold to the fund that's selling the water.
Yes. Going back to the first question on capital projects, it is the Reclaimed Water Storage Reservoir Project.
Right, and I was just about to say, it's on page Water 05 of the capital improvement project binder, and it looks like it's a $4.5 million expenditure in year one. Am I reading that right?
Yes.
It corresponds to line 2 of this slide, 4.535 million.
Yes.
And in large part, it's funded through about $3.5 million in water capital fees, right?
Correct.
Okay. I think that answers Charlotte's question.
And we're getting a grant for this too? We've gotten...
There is an application for a $2 million grant.
I think, aren't we waiting to hear on Prop 1 grant funding?
Yes.
Did we get past the Prop 1, Prop 84 area of funding dialogue, I guess, for want of a better term? In other words, is this one of the projects that's being pitched to the state board under Prop 1 by the county?
It has been submitted by the county. Are you hearing me?
So the answer is yes.
The answer is yes. It has been submitted.
Oh, okay, as a recommended project for one of the for funds from the Prop 1 purse, so to speak. This $2 million would be part of those funds that have been requested, right?
Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
So
Any other questions on this slide? All right, hearing none, why don't we go to the next one, Mark?
Okay, this is the Water Conservation Credit Fund. This is somewhat of a standalone fund. We received some significant monies from a development for specifically to be used for water conservation activities. So that's why you see a fairly large fund balance. When you look at the current year, 1.5 million, we are spending it down, plan to spend it down by about 450,000 in year one, and that brings the fund balance down to $1 million. But this is money that has no restriction on the timing that we need to spend it, but I believe it is intended for water conservation programs.
Okay, any questions?
So the next one is the Water Capital Projects Fund. Looking at if you look at the current year, the column and the recommended budget for the current year, all the way down at the bottom, that working capital balance, 21.7 million, seems like a large balance sitting in that fund, but it will quickly be spent down by the desalter project. When you see that highlighted line, $21.6 million, then our fund balance comes down to next to nothing. Next up.
All right.
Next up, we have the Water Debt Service Fund. This is the new fund that is built for the new water bonds that were issued for the desalter project. So you see a lot of activity in the current year when the bonds were issued. And then as we start moving to the next fiscal year and beyond, it will be just making the annual debt service payments of about $800,000 a year. And that concludes the water funds and the water operation and the funds that are used to account for those activities. If there are no questions, I'll move on to the Camarillo Sanitary District.
Any questions? Okay, let's move on to the sanitary district.
Okay. Similar to the water, I mentioned we do a rate study every year that takes into account reserve levels, operating costs, capital improvement costs, and debt service. So in this fund, the Camarillo Sanitary District Operating Fund, you see expenditures highlighted of the $12.1 million. You also see the revenues of $14.2 million, so revenues exceeding expenditures for a surplus of $2.1 million, and you see a balance in that fund of $24 million. It seems like a high balance. It seems like there is monies accumulating, and they are for specific projects that if we were to look at the 5-year capital improvement plan under the sanitary district, there are some projects. I believe the force main project is a large one, and I forget the other one, but there was a couple of large CSD projects that are planned in years 1 through 5 that would quickly bring down that fund balance. Again, this is a mechanism of building up money so that we can pay for the project rather than having to resort to a debt issuance.
Any questions?
I have one, Mr. Mayor.
Sean?
Mark, what do we attribute the reduction in expenditures by, what is it, over $400,000? Yeah, from our current fiscal year. Next year, we're projecting expenditures to come in below what this year's are.
Yeah, that's a good question, because we did not limit our exercise of going back and discussing with departments possible reductions to their budgets. We did not limit that exercise to only the general fund or general fund impacted expenditures. We also stretched it out to every fund, including the water and sani, so that's what that could be attributed to.
But no, it doesn't, we're not delaying needed maintenance on anything.
Correct. And with these funds, it's especially important because whatever the budgets end up being presented in June for adoption, once they're adopted, those are then plugged into the model for the water and sewer rate studies to then try and develop where to set rates.
And sort of pile on, last week during the CIP discussion, staff had mentioned that what is it called? The force main, Pleasant Valley Force Main.
Yes.
Project that staff.
Haley? Oh, that one.
The $19 million, the big one. That staff was looking at ways of potentially working some alternative project to achieve similar results.
Correct.
Will staff have, when will staff, or maybe this is a question for Dave or someone, when will staff have more information on that?
Yes, we did mention that at our last meeting, and we are currently in an initial study phase with a consultant. That's several parts to it, including determining as best we can the condition of the existing pipe. So there's those efforts going on. We'll be doing some excavation out there as a part of that effort. That's ongoing over the next into next fiscal year, and ending up with a final analysis on recommended next steps to move forward with recommendations likely of how we can implement cost-effective bypass measures in case there is a need to bypass and not necessarily build a whole new pipeline. especially when you get to, say, the railroad tracks. That becomes a real big, costly effort to put a new pipe there. We could incorporate the ability to bypass there rather quickly, and some cost-saving measures in the project total. So anyway, that's an ongoing effort. As far as when, we don't have it, it's not time certain yet. We'll be continuing to work on that in this coming fiscal year, and either come back to council at the time that it's to take the next step and hire another consultant to move forward. That'd be a time that we could come to council with further information. Depending on the timing of that, we'll also be updating the CIP again. About 10 months from now, we'll start again on updating the next CIP, and we'll incorporate that updated information at that time also. So this is it's a long-term project that we're continuing to work on the early phase here to determine next steps.
Am I correct to presume that a more concrete picture of that particular project won't come before us and the costs associated with it prior to our next rate setting meeting and discussion?
That's correct. We may have a little bit of information to maybe refine it as much as we can, but I'd have to guess likely not significantly at this point.
Okay.
Any other questions on this slide? Okay, thanks. Mark, can we go to slide 49, please?
Before I leave this slide, pointing out that bottom number again, the $24 million sitting in the operating fund. When we get to the capital projects fund, you'll see another large balance, but we treat the two of those together as the monies that will be used for capital projects combined. In the debt service fund, this $1.3 million is the annual debt service. This is a pretty straightforward fund. The annual debt service doesn't change much. And I don't recall, maybe we can have for you the end date or the final debt service date before we finish the next slide. Putting a challenge on the staff here. And then this is the CSD Capital Projects Fund. As I mentioned, the expenditures, $7.9 million tied to the CIP, 5-year CIP project for year one, and that bottom line number, $21.5 million, is the fairly sizable fund balance, but it is sitting there for planned projects in the future.
Your Honor.
Charlotte.
Does this include that Daily Drive sewer line that is undersized?
Yes.
For the current?
Yes, $2 million, I believe that project is? In year one. $7.4 million total.
Okay, but it includes it. Thank you.
I have a question. Yeah, Mark, where do the revenues for this fund typically come from?
For this capital projects fund?
Yes.
The revenues of $3.1 million are primarily from developer fees, connection fees.
And the fund balance, do we have most of those monies appropriated on projects?
Yes. All of it.
When they go out 5 years?
Yes.
Thank you.
And we've checked and got an answer. The wastewater bonds are the final payment is in 2036. And that concludes my brief presentation.
Given the fact, Mark, that you've now been going on an elapsed time basis almost 5.5 hours, that doesn't include the times we've recessed, et cetera, I really want to compliment you for both the presentation and the stamina going through this. I know I have an additional couple of questions for you, but I almost hesitate to say this, but I want to ask council members, do you have additional questions for Mark on any aspect of the presentation? Okay, Charlotte, do you have a question?
I have comments at the end.
Okay, I still have a couple of questions. Kevin?
Yeah, I guess it's question comment. I think it's, very thorough. There's a lot of information here that we've got to kind of massage here. So we'll be doing that. I just have anything with Mark. Is there anything that we should be looking at that we're not, that you can think of?
I think I'll answer that with an answer is nothing that we can think of at this point, but the parting thought I have for everyone is that there is still a lot of work to be done between now and May 20th. This is, as I keep saying throughout, constantly a moving target, so still much work to be done, still information coming in the next couple of weeks that we will hopefully be able to build into a revised proposed budget to bring forth at the May 20th study session.
I have a couple of questions, just Mark, generally, and then I know we probably all have some comments. I think there are some subjects that we want to go back to and deal with, and then any additional thoughts or guidance that any one of us wants to raise and see if there's consensus on guidance by the rest of the council. Before we do that, maybe I can just ask a couple of questions of Mark. Again, Mark, I thought this was an excellent presentation. This is a little bit out of left field, but I wrote it down a long time ago, and I wanted to ask you again. What percentage of the sales tax revenue is attributable to Camarillo outlets, if you know?
It tends to vary from year to year, but I would say a range is between 24 and 36%, off the top of my head.
So if the sales tax revenue in the general fund is about 13 to 14 million, or so it's about 32%, 33, somewhere in there. It's about a third, and the property tax is another third. About 24% to 36% of that total sales tax revenue is derived from the outlets?
Correct.
Okay. Thanks for that. I also had a question on Schedule C, which I know was in our binders, and my eyebrows went way up when I was looking at it. It's on page 7 of Schedule C, and it's the total, it's fiscal year 2020/21, and for the total city of Camarillo, and it's 2019/20 compared to 2020/21, and it shows revenues under the current fiscal year budget of almost $121 million, and we all know that that's right. But then for fiscal year 2020/21, it goes to approximately $89 million. So we're going from $121 million in revenue to about $89 million in revenue. And Mark, that really caught me short, but am I correct in thinking that's not all COVID-19, that's the desalter and some other projects, correct?
Correct. That is primarily one-time revenues that came in the current year. Yes, the desalter bond issuance being one of those. We reflected the full 20.1 million, almost 21 million in revenues for the desalter. That includes not only the bond issue, I believe it included some grant funds that were recorded in the current year.
Okay. All right. That's it for my question.
I believe one of the follow-up items, if I recall, was on slide 6. It was the discussion on the Startup VC weekend event.
Yeah, I think I'm sorry, I put myself on mute. There are a number of things we needed to come back to. Do you want to go, that okay with everybody on council? Let's go back to number 6. And let's talk about that specific issue.
Your Honor, I brought that up. I guess my point was, we don't know what we know what's going to happen. Well, we don't know what's going to happen in the upcoming year, the 2021 fiscal year. But before anything is that we have taken out, that we as a council took out, before it's automatically put back, I think it should come back to council. Just because somebody requested and we told them we weren't going to do it for next year, I don't know that we're going to automatically put it in later next year or the following budget year, because I don't know how much money we're going to have. So I think all of those things that we took out, we made those decisions on last week or last council meeting. I'm losing track of time here. Whenever we made those decisions, then I think those need to come back and council needs to make a decision whether we're going to fund them or not in upcoming years. That was the point I was trying to make.
Thoughts on that comment?
I would even go further. I mean, are there things coming up in this calendar year that we may not want to have automatically be budget? That we don't want to automatically budget for, or that we should be rethinking. But I don't know how to compile a list of those things or know what those are.
I'm sorry, was that a question for me?
Yeah, I think that was a question for you, Mark.
Could you repeat it, please?
Yeah, I don't know if it was a question. I guess what I'm thinking about is other types of events or things that we contribute financially to that have not come across for us to reconsider, that we may want to reconsider now. Does that make sense?
It does, and I'm trying to think because nothing immediately jumps to my mind, but some of the
things.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, Mark, I'm sorry, Susan. I mean, one of the things we talked about early on this evening was circling back at the end of the presentation and talking about things like the Fiesta and things like that. And I agree. I agree with what Charlotte had to say. My guidance to council, my own personal view, is that should not be put in the 2020, those items should not be put in the 2021 budget unless they specifically come back to the council for approval. Is that what you were getting at? Somewhat? I may have missed your point.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
So in terms of guidance to staff, I think my guidance would be on items like that, then we would not want to see them included on May 20 unless you were to bring them to us. In other words, they would be excluded from the budget, the proposed budget on May 20, what you're bringing back to us, but then you could bring us a list of things like that, and you'd say, do you want to affirmatively put this in the budget for 2021? Otherwise, the default would be they would not be included. Does that make sense?
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Kevin.
I think they should not be automatically put into a budget without council direction. And I do not think that they should be brought back up this year. It seemed to me that they could bring it to a one-year budget. They could bring it up again at the appropriate time, which is when we do our next budget round here. So just because we've delayed it doesn't mean that we want it budgeted. I think we need to have a discussion as to whether or not how we want to deal with it in the future, because who knows when we're going to get back up and running.
Right.
I think that we should have a list of things that would be coming up the next fiscal year when we approve the next year's budget. We may decide to not approve them and do it one at a time, but there may be some that we decide in that moment that, yes, these are important and we are going to put them in the budget and we are going to plan.
I think that makes good sense, and I would rather not have them there and then be able to restore them if we feel as a policy standpoint that makes sense. So I guess if the request is to have staff put together that list, I would be supportive of that, but I don't know if they've got guidance on everything we're thinking about right now.
Your Honor,
Yeah, Charlotte.
I'm not sure of the timing because I think that we already told them a whole list of things to not include in the 2021 budget. But I was meaning I don't want them automatically put into the 21-22 budget. If we eliminated them from this budget, I think we need thoughtful consideration before we start putting them back or giving any guidance on when to put them back. They need to come back to us either as a list or one by one. But when we told staff to remove these things at the previous meeting, I didn't mean to bring them back for consideration into the 2021 budget. So I'm not sure the timing that you and Susan are talking about.
We may be talking about two different things.
Well, are there things, for instance, coming up in the first half of 2021 that we?
I think those that are coming up in the first half of fiscal year 2021 have already been canceled. Things such as the examples are the Wings event, the Fiesta, 4th of July. I believe that the one that is still in the budget that we did not hear was being canceled was the holiday parade.
And that one we made a specific decision to fund it.
Correct.
I'm sorry, I thought we canceled those for 2020, this year.
Well, okay.
That's the 2021 budget.
Right, we're getting calendar year and fiscal year.
Sorry, yeah, okay,
Right, we did, but we've kept the holiday parade
yeah,
year one.
okay.
All right, I know we have some additional things. I just want to make sure that I recap because I think there's I know we needed additional information back from staff on May 20th, I believe. Updated projections, of course, on sales tax revenue along the lines of what we asked about earlier. Updated projections on transient occupancy tax revenue and how that falls out. I'm going back on my list. I know we had asked for additional information on transit operations. I think Sean, and specifically, you had asked for that. I'm just going back on my list here. And then I think there are a couple of additional things I know that I would like to talk about for our consideration. But those are we dealt with the capital improvement side. I think we dealt with DISDAR. We dealt with Old Courthouse property. I can't think of anything else,
Mr. Mayor,
that we're circling back on. But I do want to talk about a couple of additional items. Kevin.
yeah, could we also talk about any projects that might be delayed too, vis-a-vis any building projects or anything of that nature? Have we heard any word with anything?
That would be useful if staff had. You mean in terms of development projects in town?
Development projects and/or building in general. Yes.
If we could have that, if we're aware of anything, that would be great. Sure, let's add that to our request. Susan?
I don't know if it's a request for them, but as one of the things that we wanted to talk about, and I'm trying to find the slide, was if we wanted to direct departments to look for more savings in that scenario across the board, or?
I wanted to go back. That's one of the 2 or 3 things I wanted to talk about.
As long as it's on the list.
Is it okay if we could talk about that now? Anybody have any objection? I, for one, would like to see staff go back, and it was on slide 22 under my notes. I would like to see staff go back and for May 20 provide us with information on how they would meet two different scenarios on the right-hand column, the additional 5% revenue decrease and the additional 10% revenue decrease, just because there are so many uncertain, so many unknowns right now. And the way I see this is, I see this fundamentally also as a level of service exercise too, because it gets into level of service, it gets into programmatic, and I think that for all we know, we may end up, you know, I'm not quite sure what numbers we're going to have on May 20. I don't think anybody is, because it is so uncertain. And I, for one, would like to see the departments, I would like to see us as a council request the departments to go back and go through that exercise. So that's one of my pitches here.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Kevin.
You recommending they do both the 5 and the 10%, or either one, or either or both?
No, I recommend that they do both because I would like to see the options. I'd like to see that range. That's my request. But that I'm just one council member.
Mayor?
Sean.
If I can, and I'm not opposed to this. I share some concerns that Charlotte had voiced earlier, that just simply taking a across-the-board approach is not always the best. But what I do see is this, it starts to force certain conversations, and it starts to force you to really think and drill down into each respective department's budget, not just how you can simply pare back expenses, but how you can find cost savings. And I'd hope, and I see Tully came on the screen, how you start to think about how you can operate a little bit differently, how we can take a different approach, how we can approach what we do every single day, and maybe do it differently in order to achieve similar, if not better, outcomes, ideally at a reduced cost. Does that mean, less labor and or maybe fewer people doing those things through some sort of automation, or I can't think. I have a few different ideas and suggestions which I've shared already privately, but I think there are savings. I think we can kind of reapproach how we do business. I don't think all the savings is going to be derived from simply doing things differently. I understand that we're going to have to do less of stuff. There will have to be cuts in terms of the level of service. But I certainly think there are significant savings in really kind of reevaluating how it is we go about doing our business day in and day out, and really trying to, as Tully had said earlier at the outset of this whole meeting, really think creatively about how we approach our jobs and our duties and whatnot. He said he'd already indicated that staff is really starting to brainstorm ideas about kind of thinking outside the box. And I'm hoping that this kind of exercise would emphasize that kind of thinking and achieving some of these goals. So.
Thank you. I agree with you, and I think this furthers that exercise, as a level with this exercise. Anyway, I'm sorry. I want to make sure everybody gets heard on this one.
Mr. Mayor?
Susan.
I don't think that the answer is across the board cut, but I think that this exercise is important, because I want to hear if a department comes back and says we can only get to a 6% of this, or whatever the number it is. This is why, and then that will help me make a better informed decision about where the cuts should go. So part of it is that exercise of just really getting down into the weeds and digging deep and seeing what more can be cut. Another is how to re-innovate and be creative, as Sean was talking about. Another one is to let us know that, no, we can't do this because this will suffer, and this has always been, this is one of your goals as council, or this is something that the city has always made a priority. So I think it will give us some more information to help us decide as well what we see as priorities when we're looking for cuts and savings.
Mr. Mayor, could I amend my comments really quick?
Sure.
I was searching for a term as it's referred to, and I couldn't think of it now. Now I thought of it. Zero-based budgeting, and it's where you have to go through. And I think we've talked about this before. And I understand it's time-consuming, although I think this situation calls for it. But where you have to go through line by item, you have to justify how it is you have to justify every dollar you spend, and it kind of, people have to play devil's advocate, and you have to say, why this is the best use of that dollar, and it's going to result in the best potential outcome, and that it can't be used more efficiently or in a better way. I understand it's costly doing it year after year after year, but I think a similar approach, at least one time here, would be beneficial.
And I agree with that wholeheartedly. And the first proponent of that was, I think it was Professor Wildavsky, Aaron Wildavsky, who was the large proponent of zero-based budgeting. I'm probably showing my age on that one, but anyway, that's who first came out with it. Kevin?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I think, I want this to be in addition to, not necessarily in lieu of, that I think there's other options out there for us too, and I just don't want us to be married to these across-the-board cuts. Now, I understand that, staff can go through and really fine-tune, but my understanding, they've been meeting on a consistent basis, looking at all of these funds several times. So to give them direction to see if you can find a 5 or a 10%, we can do that. But I also want to be open-minded enough to think about some other ways that we could go about this too, because there's other ways to do budgeting other than this that could be effective as well.
Charlotte?
Yes, I am not a fan of across-the-board cuts, and I think if we ask staff to do the scenarios of exactly what would have to happen at 5% and 10%, it just sounds to me like it's very time-consuming at this time of year. I'd like to hear from the city manager or the assistant city manager or the finance director or somebody on how much time they think developing these things will take in the next 4 weeks, and if they think we can get everything else done we need done in the next 4 weeks plus this.
If that's a question to Mr. Clifford, but I guess let me just first respond. I think this is, in my personal opinion, and I'm not sure I would ever agree to across-the-board cuts from a proportional standpoint, but it's the exercise involved in going through that process. And my sense is that if there was ever a year to do that, it's this one. And the value of doing it and the utility of doing it, to me, seems apparent. But maybe that's a question we should just pose to Mr. Clifford.
That's what I meant to do.
Yeah, and I think that there's not an easy answer to that question, and you're talking about the amount of time it will take to do that. In reality, there are only 2 weeks available prior to the May 20th meeting to do all of the analysis and to formulate recommendations. That's because we have to have the information ready basically 1 week prior to the meeting. And so we won't be able to do zero-based budgeting and departmental across-the-board cuts and a review of levels of service and programs and any other really, I guess, formation or formulation of any of those together. Instead, we're going to have to take a look at what we feel will be the most appropriate use of the budget to effectuate the programs that we feel are appropriate for city and in accordance with city council guidance. And we will come back to city council and indicate levels of service that we feel appropriate and the resources that are required to provide those levels of service. And so we'll do a combination really of everything you've been talking about in order to bring forward with some analysis an appropriate budget for the first year. But what's going to happen, what will have to happen over time is as a lot of the estimates come in and become more known qualities, as we gain real data on our revenue sources, we'll have to adjust throughout the year on what it is we're doing. So we can't do absolutely everything you're asking for, not at all, especially not in just 2 weeks that are available prior to the May 20th meeting. But what we can do is come up with a series of alternatives to say, if you want an additional 5% decrease, here's potentials. If you want the additional 10%, here are some of the alternatives for you. That we can take a look at doing. And Carmen may have additional comments.
Thank you, Tully. I would 100% agree with Mr. Clifford. I'd heard comments as digging in the weeds, doing analysis, look at an innovative technology, different methods, looking at options, other ways. For us to come to you with a strong recommendation or with well thought out suggestions, we would need more time. And so I just caution that with the 2 weeks or 4 weeks, even if it were 4 weeks, that it's not sufficient time for the department heads at this time when we're focusing on the current budget crisis to come up with reliable information. I agree with Mr. Clifford that we could bring potential concepts to you. We discussed some of those today. We discussed looking at library programs and seeing what we can do there. It takes time to get a hold of the contractor and start discussing that. There is calculations that come behind that. So in order for us to give you a recommendation, for example, on a library contract, it would take time to get that information. We talked about other concepts such as looking at the landscape maintenance contract, and I know Mr. Klotzel's been working on that, but that also takes time and effort. So for us to give you a prepared recommendation, we will not be able to bring that to you. We need time to do that. The analysis that we're currently doing right now, or the further information that we'll be getting from finance as we get numbers, we refine the number, will allow us to bring options to you as how we close the gap. But we would not be able to do that, an assessment of the organization for you with well thought out and with numbers. Again, we're prepared to bring you concepts, but numbers, we could not do that.
I guess I'm not sure what concepts look like. What I'm hearing you say is you wouldn't be able to go, the department heads wouldn't be able to have time sufficient right now to go back and look and assess what it looks like if there was an additional 5% revenue decrease and alternatively an additional 10% revenue decrease department by department. But what I'm hearing you say is that you do have the ability to bring concepts, quote unquote, to the council, and I'm still not quite sure what that means. I guess what that means is, what does it look like if what impacts will there be? What does it look like if there's a additional 5% revenue decrease in toto? And what does it look like if there's an additional 10% revenue decrease in toto? In other words, what will the impacts be? I'm not clear on what you can bring to us then on May 20th. I'd like to plumb that out a little bit and talk about it.
Okay, well, we could bring you ideas. We've brought to you already. We've talked about a couple of them. We can go back to the respective departments and look at the programs that we currently have, look at some of the services that we currently provide, and bring you ideas on what reduction of services we could bring to you. That would be a concept of reduction of services. So we'd have to look at those programs. We could give you a round park figure of what we might be able to reduce, but without that being checked out and thoroughly vetted, that number is arbitrary. So I just wouldn't count on that. We could bring you information on what we think that would look like, but we couldn't really put some realistic numbers behind it.
not sure. I'm just one of 5. I'm not sure that we're getting to where I was hoping that we would get to. If you say, Carmen, that we can look at programs in the departments and look at reduction of services, to me, that's a level of service. Maybe it's not, we won't call it an analysis, but it's at least a level of service review and what could happen programmatically if there was 5% less or 10% less to work with on a department by department basis. I think I'm hearing you say that you could do that.
That's correct. We could do that. We could look at programs and service levels and bring those to you. What I'm concerned with is that we can't be tied to a number because we really don't know without doing a proper assessment that we could fill that 5% gap. We could bring to you what we could think we could reduce and what that would look like. For example, on the landscape maintenance contract, if we cut services to half of whatever it currently is, we could estimate what that number could be, but we wouldn't know that until we did a full assessment. So while we could bring these ideas to you and some hopefully good guesses, that's all they are. So yes, we can do this exercise, but we'd have to, it'd be just a very, very periphery review of what we could, what services we could reduce. Councilmember Mulchay had a comment about, whether there's technology or software or there's, different, let's call it software because Councilmember Mulchay, I can't remember exactly what term you used, but we'd have to look into that further. That would take a little time to study and to determine, could our operations support that? And what would it take to implement something like that? Are there costs that are upfront to implement and there are cost savings long term? So those are the thoughts that I have, just kind of my knee-jerk reaction on. Before we would, as a part of studying this, we'd have to see what is the immediate impact and maybe cost, and then what are the long-term cost savings. So it just takes a time to study all that. So again, Mayor, yes, we can go back and discuss these, and we could make the time for that. I just not sure that we could bring you realistic numbers at this time.
Go ahead, Sean.
Yeah, no, let me, I do want to expand on my comments too. I certainly want to get the ball rolling and I want to get people thinking, particularly this time. I don't think that we're going to completely reimagine the way we operate in 2 weeks' time and be able to put numbers to it. I understand that's not reasonable or achievable. So I know those are longer term goals, but I think now is the time to just start that discussion and start that analysis. Understanding it'll take several months of time, and there are little things that we can do, and there are much larger things that we can do, and there will certainly be costs up front. But my personal goal would be that we would see reoccurring cost savings year after year after year by hopefully what comes of it. So.
I agree with that. All right. Are there other comments, other council members?
I have a comment. Already.
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
It seemed to me, hearing all the discussion, that we could direct staff to go back to the department heads and see if there's any other cuts that they can make, or is there any, I don't want to say fat in the budget or anything that's non-essential. Is there anything else that is there? And they can come back perhaps with some more recommendations on that. Now, that could be, you could say something to the tune of, is there a 5% opportunity in a budget to see that they might be able to pare that down, for instance? Are there any other options out there as far as the budgeting goes? I think we could direct staff to definitely meet again, and my understanding, they've been meeting on a consistent basis here, and they've got a lot of data tonight that they've shared with us, and obviously we all need time to kind of massage that data, and they can meet with the department heads again and speak about, the meeting tonight and see if perhaps there is any more opportunities for any more budget cuts. And as Mr. Reevy and Tully and Carmen has said, this is a moving, this is a moving scenario here. We don't quite know exactly the numbers, but that's kind of budgeting in general too. So it would just seem to me that they can meet again and come back with us with perhaps some more talking points and some more opportunities to see if there's anywhere else that we can find any monies that can be cut. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. I know that I want a range. I want some options and a range. And the difficult part for everybody, for both staff and council, in my view, is there are so many factors this year that are completely out of our control. I mean, the length and the severity of the pandemic, and whether the city's going to get any additional assistance beyond, the transit assistance. What consumer spending is going to look like in terms of generation of sales taxes and TOTs, or a lack thereof. There's so much that's beyond our control that this is the time, in my view, to as much as possible in that exercise, or do that kind of exercise. So I don't know. I think, is there any further discussion on this specific item?
Your Honor? Maybe we don't need the answer in 2 weeks. We're not going to have all the information in 2 weeks. Maybe we just ask that we start this process and at least get it started.
I can agree to that. To the greatest extent we can get it started, I'd like to get it started. So it may just not be ready on May 20, but I think we should try and start it. All right. Are there at least a couple other council members that are okay with moving forward in that realm? I'm seeing some nodding heads, so okay. I had at least one other matter I wanted to just chat about. I know I said it at the last meeting, but I'm going to repeat it again. I do think that as a council, we should do a couple of things. I would like us to give direction to staff to eliminate on the current year budget and going forward into 2021, but we don't know exactly how long the emergency orders are going to be, to eliminate our motor vehicle allowance, council's motor vehicle allowance during the time that the pandemic or during the emergency orders are in effect. And if they have to, reclaim money's already paid out, on the back end sometime in year one, that's fine too. It's $200 a month. I also think that while it may be symbolic and not a large amount, I think in order to demonstrate leadership, I would like us to consider, and my suggestion is that we consider taking a 5% cut in our monthly stipend. Our monthly stipend is, if I recall it correctly, it's $1,482.57 a month. And I would propose that we ask staff to put in for next year's budget that be cut back by 5% or $74.12 to a total monthly stipend of $1,408.44. I think it demonstrates leadership on our part. I think we're all in this together. So that's my final pitch to you.
Your Honor?
Yes, Charlotte.
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
No, I'm good. I made my pitch. Thanks.
Okay. Let me tell you what we did before on reimbursable expenses, which is really what our mileage is considered, our mileage allowance is considered. Each individual council member went into finance and filled out a form and asked them to not give it to us. I'm not sure what you meant by the current year and the next budget year. Did you mean that we're to go back to last July and pay all that back?
Sorry, no. What I meant was I haven't been driving my car much on city business in March and April, and I don't anticipate I'll be doing much in May. So there's at least, and I just don't know how far going forward. So it's really probably pragmatically, it's more for the current year, and I just think that we ought to give up our motor vehicle allowance for the months in which the emergency orders are in effect.
I don't have a problem with it that way. I didn't want to go all the way back to July because I did do a lot of driving.
No, I'm not asking to go back to July. I was just thinking March, starting in March.
I think that's fine. We don't have any idea when these emergency orders are going to be, what do we call them, rescinded?
Yeah, that's why I was struggling with year one, what we do in year one.
Well, I think they should be in there, and I think that each of us should go into finance, as we did before, and before, I mean 1988, or 87 sometime, and just take care of it that way. Okay, I've said what I think on that one, but I think it should be in next year's budget. Otherwise, we've got to go through and add it. The other thing is on the salary. I disagree with that. We're not asking our staff to take a cut, and so it's not a leadership thing that we're doing it because staff is doing it. We're going to ask staff to do it. At least I haven't heard anything about that. Everything I've heard is maintain what they're getting. We're going to be making some tough decisions, and this is not going to stop soon. We're going to be having many more late night discussions. We're going to be going for many extra meetings, I'm sure. We're going to be hearing many things that's going to force us to make many tough decisions in the future and in the upcoming year as we learn what all the changes are. So I think that we will be earning our $1,400 and whatever dollars it is a month. But I support not receiving the reimbursable for gas or for fuel during the time of the stay-at-home order. But and I don't know what the stages of opening up again will be. When we start having to go to other meetings again, then at that point we need to start getting those again. So as I said, I think that having them taken out of the current budget year is fine, or just having them not pay us, whatever's left is there, and it's a small amount, but leaving it in next year's budget so it's there when the orders are rescinded.
Wants to go next?
Your Honor, I'll go next. Am I ready?
Yeah, no, go ahead, Kevin, sorry.
I agree. I think that each individual council member had to go into finance and decide what he or she wants to do with the $200 there. I totally understand that probably none of us are driving very much now. I get that, but I think it ought to be up to individual council members to make that determination. And I do think that we should keep our $1,400 or whatever it is. We have a lot of meetings, and I get that. This is what we signed up for. It's absolutely not a complaint with here, but I do think that we should keep that. If, in fact, the 5% cut, we haven't asked staff to do that, but if we do, I'm more than willing to cut that and more from my own personal opinion on that. Would never not do, take a cut, ask staff to take a cut and not take the cut myself. Absolutely. I'm totally against that. So that could be a discussion downstream, but I think at this particular point, as far as the $200, I agree that each individual should be up to each individual council member to go in and see what he or she wants to do to finance. And right now, I think we should keep our current compensation level at this point. And we can always have a discussion at that at a later date.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? Susan? Sean?
I'm a little torn about this. We haven't asked staff to take a cut, but we have ensured that they won't get their merit or band increases next year. You know, I take a lot of time off of my other job, and so I lose money to be here, and that's fine. But that's how my stipend for being a council member helps me be able to do this. You know, I don't know. I think, though, that I'm not sure. If we did ask staff to take cuts, then I would be absolutely in favor of us taking a cut. I'm going to use the next few minutes to think more.
Your Honor?
Yes, Charlotte.
I do want to say that as far as next year, I don't think generally staff brings us a resolution to increase our pay or an ordinance or whatever it is. And I don't think that any of our pay should increase next year in the upcoming budget year, 2021.
Okay. Thank you. Sean?
I'll go, and to touch on what Charlotte just said, I would agree. I'm opposed to us receiving any pay increase. That's just my personal opinion. I'm not in this for the money. The $200, no, I'm not deserving of that. I'm not driving on behalf of the city. I have no problem foregoing that whatsoever. I'm certainly not earning that $200, so I don't think I should be receiving the $200. The pay, I do 5%. It's small. It's really not that big of a deal. I do on principle. I do agree with Charlotte, Kevin, what Susan has said, that we are working and we're working overtime. I'm putting a lot. I'm putting. Although I'm not going to meetings, I'm definitely on behalf of the city as often. But we're doing a lot more of these meetings. I'm probably engaging with staff and a lot of other people more often than I otherwise normally would. I think I am deserving of money. I've taken a $1,000 pay cut at my personal job because we're not excluded from the economic impacts. And so I'm definitely feeling in my wallet personally. The $200, though, I have no issue with giving it up. But I do agree that I'm not particularly in favor of increasing our pay any going forward, though.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm hearing from at least three members is on the motor. I think I'm hearing from everybody on the motor vehicle allowance. Go in and go to finance department ourselves and just address it, but that's on our own volition. And then with regard to taking a 5% cut in the stipend, it doesn't sound like there's support for that. So understood, and thanks for letting me talk about that. I don't have any other specific items personally on budget that I wanted to bring up. Does anybody else?
Your Honor, I have some thoughts. I've given this a whole lot of thought, and if you'll bear with me, I'd like to tell you what I've been thinking about for the last probably 6 weeks.
Sure.
Unless somebody else has a specific budget item they wanted to bring up.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Some of this has been said before this evening. I wrote my thoughts down in the last week or so and finished them up today. So I want to tell you what I've been thinking. And that's that the city of Camarillo has been through this before. The city's budget for fiscal year 1986-87 was about $40.6 million. Because of investment losses of about somewhere between $25 and $31 million, the 1987-88 budget was about $32.8 million. That was about 1/5 or 20% chopped off the budget in 1 year. At the same time, every city bill was paid, every payroll was met, all public services continued, we maintained a good level of service, we maintained our employee benefits, and we only cut one position. That person who was fired was the investment officer. You could say that was different. You could say that then we had money coming in, while now we're sure that less money is going to come in. But you don't understand the circumstances. Currently, we're not sure how much less sales tax we'll get because many stores are closed. But we're not sure people will pay their property tax or if they're going to be paying it late. You have to understand that in 1988, we got no property tax, and we didn't even have an outlet center to get sales tax from. How did we survive? For governments, money does keep coming in. Money from utility bill payments, money from developer fees, money from permits, money from state and federal governments. What the biggest difference is between now and 1987 is that we now have reserves. In 1987, we didn't have any reserves because they were all lost. But after 1987, we developed them, and we now have a 58% reserve in the general fund. That is something that very, very few cities have. To paraphrase Gloria Gaynor, we will survive. We'll get the sales tax money, maybe not as much as the last few years, but we're going to get some. We'll get property tax money, and we'll get developer fees and permit fees and money from the state and federal government. So we need to figure out how we're going to move forward. We need to provide services for the public and maintain a good level of service, which might not equal what we're doing right now, but still a good level of service. We need to keep our employees, although we're obviously going to need to freeze salaries. We are not a full-service city, and that has lots of positions that can be cut. We're a contract city with a skeleton crew, and in order to continue to do what we do for the public, we need to keep our employees. We also need to continue all of the capital projects whose money do not come from the general fund. We also need to look at every single contract, not just the big ones, but the little ones, all of them during the next year, and see how we can reduce levels of contract services. So we're going to get through this because we have spent the last 30 years preparing for a crisis like this. Our revenues might be less, but they will come in, and we have reserves to dip into if we need to. This is just the kind of situation we reserved those, we saved up those reserves for. So we as a council are at the helm. We need to continue to show good, thoughtful, and unemotional leadership to steer this ship on a stable course. And thanks for bearing with me.
Thank you, Charlotte. Any other comments? I had, Kevin, please.
I have a comment. And I've had a conversation with Tully about this, and as a small business owner, I've gone through several rounds of the CARES process here. I've learned far more about it than anyone should. However, when you have a small business in this type of environment, this is what you do. And I have been reading several articles on it, as many of us have here. And I believe it's the city of El Monte has come up with an idea that they'd like to put aside $10,000 in loan forgiveness for businesses. I believe it's 25 employees or less. It is, I believe they were going to spend $500,000 on this, and I know we don't have the money right now to do that, but we do have strong reserves. And my idea, and I have talked to staff about this to a certain extent, looking for some more information. And my idea is perhaps do 25 at $10,000, which would be $250,000. And we would have to get a blue ribbon committee together to look at who's worthy and who's not. All of them are going to be worthy. There's going to be far, far, far more than 25 businesses try to apply this. But I've had several conversations with very small business owners that looks like they're not going to be able to be open for way into the future, and they are really struggling. And if there's anything we can do to help them, if there's any interest in the council to go forward with this, we do not have to make the decision tonight. I just wanted to let you know one thing that I've been talking to staff about, and an idea that may help some of the small businesses in Camarillo.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Susan?
Okay. So first of all, thank you, Charlotte. And I would really like to thank all of the council members who have come before me because of your thoughtfulness and what you did financially for this town. We are in a much better position than we could be. I've seen a lot of other cities really struggling. And while I am still daunted by, this task is still daunting. It is still scary to sit here and think what we're going to cut. And I don't want to lay people off, and economically people are suffering, and I don't want to add to that suffering in any way. But knowing that we have our reserves, I feel so much better about it. So I think we owe some recognition to the past council, Charlotte and Kevin, and kind of you, Tony.
Not really.
But I really think this city has a lot to be grateful for, and the service of the council members before us. And Kevin, I love that idea. I have been thinking about how we can help small business, and I look at that as an investment. I look at it as economic development. I see that as helping the individual businesses, but helping our city. And I think we need to take a serious look at a program like that. And I'm really happy you brought that up.
This is Brian, Tony. My suggestion is on that subject that if you want to give direction for that to be put on a future agenda, that could be done, but there shouldn't be any further discussion about it at this point. But you could give direction to have it put on a future agenda if that's the will of the council.
Okay. Thank you, Brian. I think Kevin's suggestion, and I think Susan is supportive. I personally am supportive of putting that on an agenda. I'm not sure what it all would look like, but if it requires Kevin coming forward with the suggestion and having the support of at least one other council member, I think it's already there. And so it sounds like it'll be an item for our next adding to staff's pile of work for a soon-to-be agenda. I don't know if it's the next agenda, but it's certainly timely. I just wanted to say, Charlotte, thank you for that, and I agree. And Susan, thank you for those comments too. And I agree. I think we owe an awful lot to council members. I know I've said this before personally, that I owe a lot to the council members and the managers who have gone before, and have really made this city strong. Two other thoughts. It's a scary time because like I said before, there are so many factors that are beyond our control right now, and we really don't know what things are going to look like coming up. It's like having it's a huge crystal ball. My thoughts on this is that my usual approach is just from a philosophic standpoint is that it's better to make deeper cuts to the extent that it's necessary to make deeper cuts up front and restore later, rather than having to make additional cuts later on, because as things improve, hopefully you restore them. And then as far as the use of the reserves is concerned, I mean, I know I've been on this dais before and I've talked about our healthy reserves, for which we owe a lot to our predecessors. And I know we're going to have that discussion ahead of us. It's a real balancing act because I think the taxpayers expect that government uses its reserves at very difficult times, and this is a difficult time because it's the taxpayers' money. You know, we'll use funds provided by the taxpayers. The difficulty is, and part of the balancing act is, that because things are so uncertain, you want to keep the bulk of reserves not touched because, again, we really don't know where things are going. And in my view, just looking out, my speculation is that we're probably looking at somewhere between a 3 to 5 year recovery. But that assumes a lot of things that may or may not happen. So anyway, we've got a lot of work ahead of us. Let's see. Anybody else have any further questions or comments on this budget item? I know we have one more open session item that we've got to deal with.
I got a quick comment.
Sean.
I'll be short because everyone's more or less said everything already. But I do agree. Camarillo's always been scrappy, been frugal. We do have healthy reserves, and we owe a lot to the people who have come before us, both city staff, city managers, and city council. That's one thing I will never fault the city of Camarillo for, and that's even on the campaign trail where people wanted to make arguments about money. I said, no, you can't argue that one. You can talk about the stuff around the edges or whatnot, but when it comes to fiscal management, Camarillo has always been very, very good. And I think we've kind of set a model. I never want to lose sight of that. Usually, when cities see a large stockpile of cash, they start thinking about how they can spend it. And with a lot of change having come to the council in the last few short years, where there might be different mindsets, that's something I don't want the mindset of the city of Camarillo to change. Reserves are to be used in dire situations like this, but we do have reoccurring operational imbalances, so I'll call them, that should be addressed and need to be addressed because they do threaten the operational sustainability of the city year after year after year going forward. They have to be addressed. We can't allow some of these things to grow into reoccurring losses. But I agree with pretty much everything everyone has said here. Charlotte, we will survive, absolutely. Kevin, I appreciate your comments and your thought of the small business owner. And I know, what you have to go in and day out. It's a lot of what I've had to do myself. And you learn to be scrappy and resourceful. And I think we continue with that mindset. Thank you.
All right, I think if that's it from everybody, and maybe I could just also convey thanks and appreciation again to Mark and to Carmen and Tully and everyone else who worked so hard. It was a very thoughtful and a lengthy presentation tonight, but I think it stands us in good stead. All right, hearing nothing further on this item 1, I know we have item number 2 that we can go to. It's the resolution confirming the EOC Director Amended Order 20-2, COVID-19 staying evictions in the city of Camarillo. And Mr. Pierik, I think we can only have, 3 council members on? Anyway, would you guide us through this, please?
Sure. We had made a decision pursuant to the rule of necessity back on March 25th about the eviction matters, and so Councilmember Moshe and Craven will need to check out of the meeting. They can certainly listen and watch, but they could not be seen or speak. So they'll need to mute their mics and I don't know if you call it mute your camera, but whatever. Okay, so I promise this item will not take as long as the last item. This is a resolution which would confirm the EOC amended order number 20-2 to stay evictions in the city of Camarillo. I do have a PowerPoint, and I'll ask that the next slide be put up. So on March 16th of 2020, there was an order from the governor that authorized cities and counties to take action to stay evictions for both commercial and residential tenants. Next slide. Now, based on that order, the EOC director, who was David Norman at the time, issued an order designated as 20-2 to stay evictions in the city of Camarillo, and that was ratified by the council at its meeting on March 25th. Next slide. So on March 27th, the governor issued another order with regards to staying of evictions. This one was limited to residential, but that does not take away the power of the city to have evictions stayed for commercial as well. It did not require local action under that order. However, the previous order remained in force. On the next slide. On April 23rd of 2020, EOC Director Tully Clifford issued an amended order to Order 2020 to stay evictions in Camarillo, and I'm about to explain how that differs from the prior order. Can I have the next slide, please? So these are the primary differences between the prior order and the amended order. There's two. Number one is Section 7 was revised on no-fault evictions to apply to multifamily housing that is more than 15 years old. This is to be consistent with AB 1482. And then the second provision is Section 8 has been added to the amended order, and that would provide that tenants would have up to 120 days after the termination of the order to pay their landlord all unpaid rent. I should mention that the order does not excuse the obligation to pay rent. However, it does allow, as according to the terms of the order, circumstances as set forth in the order for the tenants to not be evicted for the non-payment of rent. I can have the next slide, please. This is my close to final slide. This is the duration of the amended order. The duration of it is it'll be remaining in effect since the time it was adopted, issued by Tully Clifford, and it'll remain in effect until it is superseded by an ordinance or resolution of the council or a further order of the EOC director. Next slide. So the suggested action this evening is to adopt a resolution on confirming EOC amended order 20-12 staying evictions. And final slide is questions. I'm available to answer any questions.
Are there any questions of Mr. Herrick? Hearing none, do I hear a motion?
Your Honor, I'll move to adopt the resolution confirming EOC Director amended order 20-20 COVID-19 staying evictions.
And I'll second.
All right, Madam Clerk, can we please call the roll?
Councilmember Kildee. Councilmember Kildee.
Can't hear you, Jeffrey.
Councilmember Kildee.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Santangelo.
Yes.
Mayor Tremblay.
Yes.
That motion carries unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much, Jeffrey. All right, that brings us to the end of our open session items. Welcoming back Council Members Craven and Molche. We will now go to closed session on item 3, and we have multiple items. Mr. Pira, can you make the announcements on that? And then I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute recess, and then we'll go into closed session.
Yes, I can do that. We do have 5 closed sessions, and I'm going to indicate what the order will be. So the first one I'm going to announce will be item B, like boy, and that's going to be conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9 D4, case. So that's going to be the first item. The second item is going to be item A, and that's a conference with labor negotiators. The authority there is Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representatives are listed in the agenda, and the unrepresented employees are the city employees. And then items C through E are going to be in the order as listed in the agenda. They are, item C is public employment. That would be employee appointment. The authority is Government Code Section 54957B1. The title is interim city manager. D is the conference with labor negotiators. The authority there is Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency designated representative would be the city attorney. The unrepresented employee would be the interim city manager. And the last item is the public employment as authorized by Government Code Section 54957B1, and the title there is city manager.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pierik.
One more thing, I'm sorry, and you were probably going to say this already, and so if you were, then I'm sorry if I'm preempting, but I believe the council is aware that there's a separate Zoom dial-in, if you will, for the closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Pierik. You took the words right out of my mouth. It's now approximately 10:20. Any objection to then taking a recess, and we'll go back. We'll be in closed session at 10:30. That's in 10 minutes. Is that okay with everybody? Okay, good. We will recess then to closed session at 10:30 p.m. Thank you.
So, end the meeting, right? Which one's first? Which clause is first?
Goodbye.
We're supposed to listen to the kids' Yeah, so we'll